Good morning, Teddy House.
Yo.
Yo.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
My echo off?
It better be. If it's not, I don't know how to fix it today. 40 seconds.
Sweet.
Hey, Michigan, no causing trouble today, bro.
Yeah, what's going on in there?
I don't even know what happened. I just saw you guys talking about it this morning.
Hey, there we are. I
up,
see
David?
us on Twitter. We figured out the Twitter thing? It was wild yesterday. We got to be like 1,400.
Yeah, I know. All right, here we go. All right, man. It's party time on a Tuesday. That's James Ham. He's right over there.
I am.
I'm Kyle Madsen. I'm right here. We will both be in the building tonight at Golden One Center when the Milwaukee Bucks come in to take on your Kings of Sacramento. And I'm in a conundrum. It's the perpetual conundrum for me. I've never seen a Beam live. I still want to do it.
Okay, Kyle, so I believe in the opposite. We're going to go opposite day today.
Okay.
We're going to go opposite day, which means that if you stay in our earth tones, we look like we're ready for fall or autumn.
Yeah,
autumn, if you will.
Clinging to the last vestiges of hoodie season.
That's right. Okay, so I believe that if you show up and stay for the entire game tonight, because the Kings should lose this game, they will win.
Okay, let me counter, because I know that you're on this superstition tip with me.
Okay.
We're both not a little stitious. We're both superstitious.
Yeah, we both are we're the Wade Boggs of Sacramento sports radio.
That's what many are saying. We're getting t-shirts made.
Yes.
The insiders, the Wade Boggs of Sacramento sports radio.
That's right.
We drink a lot of beer and we're very superstitious.
No. Chicken wings every game.
Wings and beer. Yeah. All right. So we need the fortress of wingitude.
We do.
Next.
We do need
bring in an air fryer. We'll fire up some wings.
It's always hot. Like it's like a little heat lamp inside of a locker. Every time you walk up, there's always fresh chicken wings.
No worse than whatever you're getting at a gas station. So fire it up, boys.
That's right.
Yeah. So but you say you expect the Kings to lose tonight.
I do.
Which means I am expecting them to win based on our pattern of Kings beat teams they shouldn't beat and then lose to teams they shouldn't lose to. So if I stay, am I then messing it up and realigning things where the Kings lose a game to a better team? This is a conundrum for me.
It is a conundrum.
If you're not in on the bit, by the way, I've never been at a Kings game and stayed the whole time where I've gotten to see the beam lit in person.
You're a straight up jinx.
Top to bottom. Yeah. If I leave early, it's a W. I think every time. I don't think they've ever lost a game where I left her.
I've told you, like the first A's game I ever went to, my uncle took me and all my cousins.
Right.
We go to a game, and he's like, 7th inning, he's like, all right, we're out. And I'm like, well, the game's not over. He's like, hey, we got to beat traffic. And I'm like, okay, whatever. We get in the car, and the Detroit Tigers scored like 8 runs after we got in the car, and we didn't get to see any of it, and the A's lost.
Brutal.
I was not happy.
Brutal.
I've never left a game early since.
That's brutal. Yeah, and I think the same thing should apply to me, but the opposite. But also, there's a selfish part of me that I want to see the pomp. I want to see the circumstance.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see the whole thing. I want to hear Malik Monk cuss at the crowd.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he got a little loose.
Whoever lights it.
Yeah.
Should they win tonight? So this is an ongoing thing. I'm literally planning as I go. Because I took Detroit. I went to the Detroit game. I was like, well, certainly, this is the one. They got me tonight. And no dice.
That's crazy, Kyle. When they lose to the Detroit Pistons because you're in the building, that means it's legitimate. You are the jinx.
Right, but I want to see the beam in person.
Okay.
I've seen it from Drake's barn.
Okay.
I was over yonder one game night when we saw the beam go up. I got photos. It's like, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
First time I've ever seen it. But like I said, I want to be in the building for it. I want to hear the chants. I want to see the button. I want to see the whole show that goes on inside.
Okay.
I think I'm sticking around tonight, guys.
The Kings really need to
I'm sticking around tonight.
See it 2 games in a row.
I'm sticking around.
That's what they
or
need.
Maybe I'll tell them I'm leaving. Because I think that's what happens. I think they get nervous. I think they know. Like the players know. They look up over to the press area. They're like, oh, God.
I declare bankruptcy.
He's still up there. There's 8 minutes to go in the third, guys. He's still up there. We don't know what to do.
That's right.
We have no chance.
Wait, he told us he was leaving.
I'll just do the thing where I
Slow
leave out the back so they see me leaving, but then I just circle back on the concourse.
That's right.
Okay. I'll go to the draft house for the second half. Maybe I'll do that.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's an idea right there.
I think that's the play.
That might be
the play.
Go be with the people.
I'm going to go be with the people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the play for sure.
All right.
Buckle up. Except I'm wearing, as Ramsey has noted in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to come hang out with us there, please do. Don't make the guy named Michigan Wolverines angry, though.
No.
You won't like him when he's angry. As Ramsey pointed out, I accidentally wore Bucks colors today.
Oh.
I mean green.
You just go get yourself an insider sweatshirt. There's more. I'm just saying, just go choose a new color.
Because the jacket I brought to wear to the game, because I'm not going to wear a hoodie to the game necessarily.
Okay.
But I have it's the same color.
Oh. Huh. Maybe that's
it's just like I just grabbed my hat and I'm like, oh, what goes with this hat?
Okay.
It's this hoodie.
I'm glad I don't have to think what goes with my hat every day.
It's not that hard.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Well, you have a lot of hats.
I wear a lot of hats.
Yeah.
I generally know what goes with what when I'm putting an outfit together for the day.
Okay.
But I did not even consider that the Milwaukee Bucks wear these colors. I just wanted to wear my Black A's hat.
Okay.
Nah. All right.
I think you're okay, Kyle.
I'm sticking around. FYI, I'm in the building all game.
I'd say just go grab a blue hoodie or a red hoodie and you're ready to go. So then
it doesn't match my hat, bro. This is important to me.
Okay.
And my head isn't even shaved, so I can't go no hat, which is very rare for me. But I can't go no hat.
Okay.
Because my head is not properly shaved.
And you don't have a blue or a red hat hiding somewhere?
No. Why would I do that?
You could just grab
me.
another new black sweater. That would
be nuts. I already have one. I don't need another one of those. Just for this bit.
Okay.
Plus, this hat doesn't match that hoodie either. There's red on the hoodie. There's green. This doesn't.
It's close. It's close.
And I'm wearing black. No. I can't do all that.
Okay.
I've got to go. Maybe wearing colors of the opposition team.
Maybe that's the bit.
Well, I don't know. We're tweaking the formula.
Yes.
We're figuring this out. And the Kings play the Bucks tonight. We'll get into that game. We'll dive in with a look ahead coming up in about 10 minutes. But NFL free agency went bananas yesterday. Nothing official, of course. It was just a legal negotiating window. It opened yesterday at 9 a.m. No deals become official until tomorrow at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Pacific time, when the new league year officially opens. The 49ers made a couple of intriguing additions with defensive ends Leonard Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos. They lost quarterback Sam Darnold to the Vikings, defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw to the Jets, tight end Charlie Werner to the Falcons, and defensive end Cleland Ferrell to the Commanders. They also tendered a contract for Juwan Jennings. That is a second-round tender, which all but ensures that Juwan Jennings will be in San Francisco this year.
Okay.
At least. They can still work out an extension.
It's at like $4.68 million or something,
4.89.
Right? 4.89.
4.89, fully guaranteed for the year. They can work out an extension. If another team signs into an offer sheet, let's say Tom Telesco down with the Raiders, who we'll talk about here in a second. Say Tom Telesco's like, I love Juwan Jennings. I need him in the building. They sign him to an offer sheet. The 49ers say, that's too rich for our blood. We don't want to match it. Juwan, you go be with the Raiders. The Raiders have to give the 49ers a second-round pick because of that second-round tender. So a team paying Juwan Jennings more than the 49ers would be willing to match while also giving up a second-round pick to get him feels like it's not going to happen.
Probably not.
And it could, never say never, but
yeah, I mean, what would be the cutoff? That's the interesting thing.
If a team goes 4 years, $48 million, I don't think the Niners are doing that.
No.
But if a team comes in at 4 and 32, I think the Niners would match that.
Oh, okay. You think they give him $8 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you go look at other receiver contracts, I think that's as high as they'd be willing to go. I don't think they want to go that high necessarily. He's just an important player, and they don't have a ton of depth at receiver. So
no, I totally agree. I love Juwan Jennings. I think he's
I think they do
a
too.
very, very good wide receiver.
The thing with him on the open market is I don't know that his value league wide is going to be the same as it is to the 49ers necessarily.
I can see that, but I would also say that for a team that wants a big receiver that maybe you could turn into a touchdown machine, yeah, I think that there could be some value out there. I think that there are teams that, again, like we talked about Kansas City. Kansas City still hasn't signed a wide receiver. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know what the market is with wide receivers this season. It seems like the running back market is crazy. The wide receiver market really isn't as loud and noisy. But I definitely could see a guy like Juwan Jennings fitting in with Kansas City where, you might be able to he might turn into a 1,200-yard, 10-touchdown guy. And I'm not sure. Maybe, but he's good at on third down. He's big. He's a big body in the end zone. So, yeah.
Really good blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, so far what the Niners have done in free agency to me has all kind of tracked with what they've needed to do. They aren't in a financial space to make a big splash. So they go out, they shore up some depth, and none of their losses are players where you're going, man, I don't know how they make up for that.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the only one that's hanging out there is going to be Armstead, and they don't at this point have a defensive tackle to sort of replace what he brought. And I get what they did here with Leonard Floyd and Gross Matos, but they need more. And maybe you can get that done in the draft, but you also need to build that offensive lineup in the draft as well.
Yeah, man, they got a lot of boxes to check still, and we'll continue talking about that as free agency rolls along here. So while the 49ers are hitting singles and doubles, you've got the Las Vegas Raiders down there.
Oh.
Making a home run swing with the Christian Wilkins signing. And then,
and
then after our show yesterday, they added Gardner Minshew to play quarterback. I am such a big fan of those two additions just by themselves. Yeah. I'm a huge Gardner Minshew guy.
I like Gardner Minshew as well. I believe in the Minshew magic. And I think as a stopgap, it still means you probably need to draft your quarterback.
No doubt.
Here in the first round. You probably need to do that. But I like him carrying you through. He's gritty. He's sort of really, he's kind of the anti Jimmy Garoppolo. Someone who does it with grit and with, he's not flashy.
Yeah.
And he just goes out there and kind of gets it done when he needs to take off running. He does. He's a guy that you rally around. So I like it. I like the move.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how they operate at quarterback, whether it's trading up in the draft, whether it's hanging out at 13 and seeing if a player falls to them. Maybe they like Bo Nix in the second round or something. I have no idea what their plan is at quarterback, but you feel way better about Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, and X versus Aiden O'Connell and X and Y.
Oh, yeah.
So I really like what Las Vegas has done. I don't think they're in danger of winning the AFC West or anything, but when you look at how they finished last year, you look at the culture that Antonio Pierce has built there. Now you're starting to see, hey, they're getting some talent to match with that culture. They already have what was a really productive defensive line last year, and you add perhaps the best free agent defensive lineman outside of Chris Jones, the best free agent defensive lineman available to put in between Crosby and Malcolm Kuntz. And I really, really love this for Vegas. They're gonna be fun next year.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, good stuff.
All right. Giannis is at Golden One Center tonight. James and I will be at Golden One Center tonight. Hope to see you out there as well. Let's look ahead to the Sacramento Kings game against the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll have that. We'll have more free agency news for you. Anything that breaks during the show, we'll have it for you right here on ESPN 1320. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back in a second here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Seems like there's a lot going on around us today. And it's just me, or is it cold in here?
You said what?
I think it's cold in here.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's AC on or something. Also said, I think it seems like there's a lot going on around us today.
Yeah, there's way more people in here, it feels like, than normal.
Yeah. Well, when the sales team, everyone's here, it's usually a little more lively.
Come on, Manny.
What's going on?
This.
Oh.
Also, I noticed when I was cutting video yesterday, I noticed on the video yesterday, somebody asked a question that you pulled up that I missed. They asked how I balance Niners Wire with this.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of work after the show and late into the evening, doing reaction stuff. But for the breaking stuff and just kind of the quick hitter reaction stuff, my contributor, Tommy Call, shout out to the homie Tommy, love him to death. He is not, no pun intended, on call, basically, just monitoring Twitter and knocking out whatever news comes down the pipe. So it's super nice having a contributor, because my first 4 years at Niners Wire, I did not have one, or at least a super reliable one. I had a couple of really good writers who wrote for me, but they were, very one or two things a week kind of thing.
Got it. I'm going to pull this one up too. Yeah. Birdvis. I don't typically wear flannel. Kyle bought me a flannel for Christmas, and then my son got a flannel, and so I stole this flannel from him, just because I like it. It's fuzzy.
You had to get past the hump of your perception of a flannel wearer.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in an age where Al Borland was a thing.
Oh,
yeah,
goat.
Tool time. Like I can't go around wearing flannel.
What the hell was it? Home Improvement.
Home Improvement.
That's right. You said Tool Time, and I was like, loved that show. And I'm like, no, that's the show in the show.
Yeah. They had a lot of shows within the show. Oh.
I love that RP leans into the Zach LaVine bit.
Kyle, is there any offensive tackle free agent?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't taken a. Yeah, nobody. I don't think so. I just don't. I don't know that. I don't know that they'd be better served using a first-round pick on a tackle in a deep class, or spending the money to bring in a proven commodity.
Yeah.
History says that they're going to go the draft route.
I think it's okay to go the draft route as long as you give somebody a couple of years to work with Trent. And I don't know if he's going to be around a couple of years. You hope so, but
okay, here we go. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. They are the Sacramento Kings, and they are home tonight taking on the Milwaukee Bucks. Milwaukee enters the game as the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. Sacramento sitting in the number 7 seed. They're a game back of Phoenix for the number 6 seed in the West, trying to snag that last playoff spot and hold on to it for dear life.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. I mean, the Phoenix Suns are all of a sudden playing better.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Booker came back quick. He's already back. He's holding out for dear life, trying to make sure he plays 65 games so there's some way he can be an all-NBA player, which I don't know if he will be or not, but, he's right there trying to fight for it. They're a different team when he's there, and Kings got to figure out a way to win some difficult games here. They've got 3 in a row here that are relatively tough.
Milwaukee is in a fascinating spot. We can dive into the West in a bit, but Milwaukee is such an interesting team because if you didn't have the standings, if you didn't have access to the standings, and all you had was access to the NBA commentary and just news and opinions and thoughts, whether it's on ESPN or The Ringer or Yahoo or wherever, or maybe you listen to ESPN 1320, you would think that the Bucks were having this terrible year. You would think the Bucks were a disaster. They fired a coach and they can't figure out their defense, and the Terry Stotts thing at the beginning of the year was weird. When he left, it was just they've just had bad vibes all year, and all you hear about is how awful their defense is. And Bobby Portis was yelling at Adrian Griffin about their defensive coverages and this and that, and then they hire Doc Rivers, and Doc Rivers is talking about how hard this job is. He wouldn't want to wish it on anybody. Everything's awful. And then you go look, and they're 42-23.
Yeah, they're right there.
They are hanging out, number 2 seed in the East, comfortably a top 3 seed. Will probably wind up as the top 2 seed.
Yeah, they're 7-2 in their last 9 games. They just got done with a 5-game win streak, 6-game win streak. Then they lost to the Warriors and the Lakers. This road trip has been a little rough for them.
Yeah.
This is their final game of a 4-game trip, but lost to the Warriors, lost to the Lakers, a win over the Clippers. And now they draw the Kings before flying home to take on Philadelphia 76ers. Their schedule's rough. They've got the Kings. This is a big game for them. They've got the Kings tonight, followed by the 76ers at home, and then the Suns at home. And then the Celtics, they go to the Celtics. This is a tough stretch for them. And so far, they fared really well in it.
Yeah. Yeah. And one of those wins, that win over the Clippers on March 4th that you mentioned, their last home game before they hit the road for this California road trip, play all 4 California teams in the same trip. But it's 5 California teams in a row for them because they played the Clippers at home before this trip. But even that one, they were down $1 million. And they came back to win it 113-106 with no Chris Middleton and no Giannis.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive stuff and a really, really impressive turnaround. But then, like you said, they go and they lose that game to the Lakers. And before that, they got mollywopped by Golden State at Chase Center, 125-90 in Giannis's return. So just a really, really up and down year. But then they come back and they go handle the Clippers and beat them by 7 down there at Crypto.Arena Staples. And now they come here to Sacramento, and we have a clash of, now Milwaukee is better than Sacramento. They have a better record. Giannis is one of the 2 or 3 best players on the planet right now, depending on who you ask.
Yep.
And I have no idea what to make of them in the exact same way I have no idea what to make of the Kings. The Bucks are just doing it, I think, with a higher ceiling.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, anytime you have a generational talent on your team and a superstar scorer,
yes,
you're going to be pretty good. Damian Lillard is still got plenty of juice left. And he's a guy who, even the creation of their team, I think they're better with Drew Holiday for sure, but they had to, in order to get Damian Lillard, the contracts had to match up, and they had to give up Drew. I still think that, that's a huge hit to their defense. Defensively, that's been where they've been the most shaky this season. But they have all of these nice elements, man. Brook Lopez is he's a shot blocker and he's a 3-point shooter. And then you got Bobby Portis, who is the
tough, dude.
power forward version of Malik Monk.
Yeah.
He just brings it every night.
Yeah.
and he's just got so much energy and scares the bejeebas out of you, looks straight through you, like into your soul.
Almost literally.
Yeah, like, I mean, talk about an intense dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're an impressive team, and it's like whether or not the Kings show up, the biggest thing, they can really hit the three, and that's a problem. Malik Beasley has been a really nice addition for them, shooting the three. Dame can shoot the three. You got to pick him up at half court. But then again, Brook Lopez, if you leave Brook Lopez on the perimeter,
Mm-hmm.
he's like 7'2". He's just going to launch right over the top of you and hit shot after shot. So it's a tough team.
They have 6 dudes shooting 38% or better from 3.
And they're legitimate.
Yeah, it's Bobby Portis at 38% on 3 attempts a game. Pat Connaughton at 38.5%, 3 attempts a game. Marjon Beauchamp doesn't play a lot. He plays 13 minutes a night, but he's at 39% on 1.6. Campaign no longer there, so it's 5 dudes.
Okay.
AJ Green 41% on 9.5 minutes a game, and then Malik Beasley's at 43.6% on 7 attempts a game. They have dudes who can score it, and then you have Dame who's shooting 35% for the year. But are you ever leaving Dame Lillard open?
You're never. The second he crosses half court, you have to pick him up.
He could be shooting 10% for the year, and you're checking Dame as soon as he crosses half court.
Yeah, and Dame is a guy that I think the Kings are uniquely built to handle.
Yeah,
because they don't just have De'Aaron, who can be an elite defender, but also, like, size wise, it's a player that Davion Mitchell can track.
Yeah,
and will pick up full court. And so I like that. Even the Keon Ellis thing. I don't know. Like, Keon has shown an ability to get through screens like nobody's business, but you can't go under on a screen with Damian Lillard. He's gonna hit it every single time.
That is asking for him to go for 40.
Yeah. And lately he's been doing that. He's been heating up. So yeah, and they've got a tough guy like Jay Crowder. Their starting lineup: Damian Lillard, Malik Beasley. This is their projected starting lineup: Giannis, Jay Crowder, and Brook Lopez.
A lot of size there too.
Yeah, a lot of physicality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big team, and the last time these two teams played, it came down to the wire, and the Kings missed free throws, and they blew a game.
And then Dame hit a Dame shot. Yeah,
he did. I mean, this has got to stick in your head though. If you're the Kings, this is a team that you can match up with for some reason, but you got to go out there and you got to put them away, and in a way that you haven't been able to put other teams away.
What matchup are you watching tonight?
Fox versus Dame.
That's the one.
It is.
That's the one.
Yeah, I fully think so.
Like, all respect to the Sabonis Giannis battle that'll go on. That'll be a lot of fun. When 2 guards at this level go head to head, it is must-see TV. And it feels like we'll be sitting here tomorrow, and whichever of those 2 has a better game will be the team we're talking about winning that one.
Yeah, most likely, because while we talk about with their team and like their players that you might struggle with, they have no one who can defend De'Aaron Fox.
Not a single person.
No, without Drew Holiday there, they have no one. And Fox needs to. This needs to be a Fox 40 game.
And by extension, you mentioned not being able to guard De'Aaron Fox. That goes for Malik Monk as well.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
That the guard play from Sacramento is, I think, going to be a real problem for Milwaukee, and I think that's a problem in a lot of matchups for the Kings. Yeah. All right. That's it. Fox versus Dame. I'm excited to watch Giannis versus Sabonis too, though. Of course.
And I like Bobby Portis and Trey Lyles. I think they'll mix it up.
Interesting.
I think that'll get a little physical, a little crazy.
Yeah, you hope so. Yeah, the Bucks better defensively lately, but I'll have a stat on their defensive rating coming up that I think will surprise you. And we'll discuss that and more next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah.
We'll do that.
I was worried about that when I saw it sitting there. Hmm. What's going on, everybody? Jay Crowder only shoots threes. He does play defense, though, although he's not as quick as he was. Super physical. Yeah, Aldrin J, I totally agree with this. I don't usually watch free agency like this. I don't know why. There was a point where I did. But yeah. Now, because I'm partnered with Kyle here, I think it's good. Plus, it allows Kyle to flex a lot of his football knowledge. 2.5. What? This feels like a long commercial break, Kyle. There you go. Do. Yeah, Zabo, I agree. I love all the movement too in the NFL. It's totally wild to watch. As someone who, loves fantasy football, like maybe we call our friend Faraz Siddiqui and get Faraz on next week to talk about the impact of all of this. Because I don't know about you guys, but like keeping up with these running backs, we'll talk about it later in the show.
So we might do that this week.
It is wild. Oh no, it is early in the week. Yeah, I'm down. Maybe Friday. Maybe we do Fantasy Friday.
Oh damn.
Oh man, it's happening. Look at us. Look at
thought?
us. Look at us producing on the fly. You just text him?
No. No, not that. It's not that on the fly.
Yeah.
My buddy and I go through our Facebook memories and send each other our old, like, embarrassing ones.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's incredible.
Oh, George Odom back 2-year extension. Well, not back, but extended.
Oh, all right. Worth as much as $10.8 million. That's a lot for a special teamer.
Shit, they might need him to play safety this year.
Maybe.
So, like, right now, I'm grabbing that tweet and I'm going to send it to my contributor and to a couple other people at the Wire Network who can help me in the event that I can't get to this.
There you go.
Alrighty then. We have 15 seconds. What do we want to do next? Oh, I have a thing I want to get to. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking Kings, talking NFL free agency. The 49ers have extended special teams ace George Odom, one of their reserve safeties as well. The 2-year extension worth up to $10 million. Tom Pelissero from NFL Media had that report first. So safety depth for the 49ers. They get a good special teams player back, although it always feels like their special teams is a little shaky. So
yeah,
fine. He's an all-pro as a special teamer. So
yeah, depth is good.
Yeah, no doubt. Can play a little safety in a pinch, but if the 49ers are in a spot where they're lining up George Odom at a ton of snaps at safety, they're probably in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, let's hope that's not the case. And that's a position I've been looking at. Like, how do the Kings improve? Can they improve?
Warriors or 49ers?
Oh, 49ers. Sorry.
Jesus.
Jeez, look at us. Yeah, the 49ers. Like, can they improve? Like, is that safety position is one that just stands out.
Yeah, man. That safety spot is weird because They drafted Jair Brown. They trade up to draft Jair Brown last year. It was supposed to be a kind of redshirt year for him, behind Talanoa Hufanga and behind Tayshaun Gibson. But then Hufanga's ACL tear pushes Brown into the starting lineup. He was okay as a starter, acquitted himself, I think, well enough to be a starter going into this year. But then Hufanga's coming off an ACL tear, going into the final season of his rookie contract. And he tore that ACL in week 11, so his readiness for week 1 is in question.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like he'll definitely be ready to go with where we're at with ACL tears. Now, he should, barring any setbacks, be able to play at some point this season. So are you going out and are you signing a big name free agent to start? Or are you going and drafting a player and starting a rookie and a second-year player with not a ton of experience? Are you banking on Hufanga coming back by week 1? That's a really, really tough call. And then are you re-signing Hufanga? Is the plan to jettison him after this year when he's a free agent?
It's complex,
that's a tough
man.
one, dude.
It's complex.
That's a really, really tough one.
There are some really, really good safeties out there, though.
Yeah, they just don't have the problem is, and this is a lot of what I saw yesterday from the 49ers side of the internet, is like they need to do more. They're not doing enough. They haven't done anything. Like they don't. Last year they created cap flexibility by restructuring a bunch of their expensive contracts. So they kicked that can down the road. They kicked that money down the road. Restructuring a deal does not make the cap hit go away. It moves it to a different year.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, the cost of all those restructures is going to catch up with them, i.e. this year.
Well, they were bailed out a little bit by the salary cap jumping tremendously.
Yes, that's a great point. Yeah. That is something I'm sure they weren't banking on. And that's helpful for sure, but it doesn't they can't just restructure a bunch of guys again this year and call it good and have a bunch of cap space to make this splash signing. They've got to be shrewd. They've got to fill out the margins of their roster. Like here's the thing, they have the star talent. Star power is not the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like them to go get a top end safety? Would you like them to go get Justin Simmons or something? Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
He'd be a good player in the back end of their secondary. And maybe there's not a market for him and he comes in on a 1 year, $8 million deal or whatever it is. And then that's fine. But I don't think they're going to go make a multi-year signing of a safety given where they're at contract-wise. I think that's the same thing you're going to see at defensive tackle. I think it's the same thing you're going to see at cornerback. I think you'll see them continue filling out spots on the margins and on the edges of the roster, but I don't think there's a big splash coming. And frankly, I don't think they need it.
Yeah.
They're fine. Their roster's really good.
It's intriguing, though, because you're always left wondering. And last season, they did make some changes during the season. They added Chase Young. They added Randy Gregory. They were able to go, sort of fill out some of the roster mid-season. And maybe that's something they do again.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something, during this year that they can attack and go, add as they figure out what their weaknesses are. Because there's always players available. It's just a matter of, how do you piece it together?
Yeah.
It's not easy, man. Especially when you're dealing with a salary cap, which is what, over 200 million at this point. Not only that, but you're dealing with a 53-man roster that expands and contracts. It's just so many more moving parts and so much more complicated than, an NBA team that's straight up 15 players.
Yeah.
Potential for 3 extra 2-way contracts. The salaries are guaranteed. Yeah, it is a soft cap. Yeah. It's very, very different than watching the NFL.
Yeah, the cap this year in the NFL, $255.4 million.
255?
Yeah.
Whew.
That's wild.
They're making some cash, Kyle.
They're doing all right.
Yeah.
They're doing okay for sure. Yeah, I just this notion that, because Raider fans aren't going to be complaining. At least I don't think they should be. They're in a really good spot to continue that incremental growth and building something that's more sustainable than just trying to go all in to make the playoffs in 1 year. And that's great. But then you've got Niner fan who's like, man, where's Danielle Hunter? Why aren't they going and getting Bryce Huff? Or why aren't they making one of these big time signings? Hey, all these running backs are on the move. You can go get one of those. I don't think that's a realistic thing. I don't think they're going to go spend big money on the offensive line. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to go spend money at right tackle or at guard. I think they might sign a tackle or a guard, a cheaper one, but I think they'd rather go into the draft, use a first round pick on a tackle, a flexible tackle who can play guard or on the outside.
Okay.
And you have Colton McKivitz who can do that, who can do both. You have Spencer Burford. Maybe you re-sign John Feliciano who can kind of play wherever on the line. And you draft somebody else a little bit later, and then you just piece it together in camp.
Yeah, watching some of the offensive linemen get paid yesterday, and it's not even like tackles. Like
it's
tackles are now, if you're going to get a great tackle, it's going to cost you $20 million
at least.
And but then guards getting 12 to 15 million a year. It's like, oh man.
Robert Hunt from Miami,
yeah,
was a player that when you go and read like free agency best fits kind of thing, he was often paired with the 49ers. He got 5 years and $100 million
for a guard.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's a lot. And I know guarantees matter and this and that. It just in general though, the $20 million AAV for a guard is crazy. The average annual value.
Yeah. And I think when you're looking at the draft, you can find guards in the second and third rounds.
No doubt.
And so why not? Because they're cheap.
The 49ers' 2 starting guards last year to start the season were second-round pick Aaron Banks and fourth-round pick Spencer Burford.
Okay.
So that, just to your point, that's literally what they've done. Jake Brendel was a journeyman who they signed and wound up finding a starting center. Like, you can find these pieces for sure, but at some point to me, and this is where I have a little bit of a gripe with what the Niners are doing, at some point, I think they needed defensive end help, and I think Floyd and Gross Matos are the two. I think Floyd got $20 million, $12 million guaranteed, and it could get as high as 24. Gross Matos was like 2 and 18. I don't know the guarantees.
Yeah.
But those are cheap. Those are cheap defensive end deals, and they're probably both going to be rotational pieces. And that's great. I think that fits the bill.
Plus, you got a 31-year-old
that Leonard Floyd.
Yeah, who's started 99 consecutive games.
Yeah.
Well, not started. He's played 90. He's 98 of the last 99 he's started.
Yeah.
But he's played in, again, 99 consecutive games.
He hasn't missed a game since 2017.
Yeah, that's a big deal because especially when you look at Armstead, when you look at some of the other issues that they've had on that line, guys who can play every single day are a big bonus. Yeah. And then not only that, but you back that up with a 26-year-old. So not only do you have your veteran presence, but also maybe a guy that's got more room to grow, that in a setting where, Bosa's on the outside, maybe he can get to the quarterback more than like 4.5 times a game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I kind of like what they're doing, but again, you're playing on the margins. This is like the equivalent of the Kings going out and adding like a 8th man, 9th man in the rotation. And they probably do need a little bit more, but I don't know. You're right. Star power's there. Like you kept your offense intact at this point. Like load up on defensive linemen, load up on offensive linemen, load up on defensive backs in the draft. And maybe you got to draft a linebacker because you got some questions, with the blown Achilles. But
for Dre Greenlaw.
For Dre Greenlaw. So yeah, I mean, I think they're doing okay right now.
Yeah, man, they need to. You mentioned the draft, and we've been talking a lot of free agency. And again, we'll have any new free agency news for you. We'll have it for you right here on ESPN 1320. But they need to start hitting on some of their draft picks. Nick Bosa is the only first-round pick for the 49ers in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch era to sign a second contract with the team. Brandon Ayuk, ideally would do that this offseason, but that is very much up in the air and not a guarantee at all. And like, you go to last season, they draft 2 tight ends. Neither makes any kind of significant impact in year one. They've drafted a ton of defensive linemen and brought in a ton of defensive linemen. And yet still we're sitting here, assuming Eric Armstead winds up getting released, going, man, they need at least 2, maybe 3 defensive tackles. They probably need another defensive end or 2.
Yeah.
They've dumped a lot of it's been quantity over quality on the offensive line, I think, outside of the Trent Williams addition, and they spent a 2nd-round pick on Aaron Banks, which has turned out to be okay. But other than that, they're kind of just throwing a lot of darts at the board on the offensive line and hoping a couple of them stick. And you can piece that together. That patchwork thing works in a 17-game regular season where you're game planning for different opponents every week and you can kind of, mix it and match it. But then you get into a big game, whether it's against the Los Angeles Rams or the Philadelphia Eagles or the Kansas City Chiefs twice. And in every single one of those games, you can point to some fault on the offensive line being the reason that the 49ers, or a key reason that the 49ers lost those games. And that's where I'm going, man, I know they don't have big time resources to dump into the offensive line, but that they haven't made any move there yet is a little bit of a concern. And to me, going into this year's draft, I think you have 11 picks. I don't think they'll use 11. Let's say they wind up making some moves and they wind up with 8 picks.
Yep.
If you're not using 3 of those on offensive linemen,
at a minimum,
maybe 1 on each day of the draft.
Yeah.
And giving yourself the maximum amount of quality darts to throw at that dartboard. I don't think, winning next year is going to be nigh impossible anyway, right?
Yeah.
And you don't lose a Super Bowl and then just go back and win a Super Bowl. So next year, I'm not taking it off the table necessarily. That's just a really, really steep hill to climb. And then if you're also going to try and do that, we're also going like, yeah, hey, Colton McKivitz will roll him out there at right tackle again. We're going to give Spencer Burford another shot at right guard and see if he can hold that down. He's been 0 for 2 in his career of holding down that starting job, by the way. They've rotated guys in with him in his first 2 years. If you're just if you're rolling with that, all right, man, just punt the season entirely then.
It's tough because you're looking at the offensive line as like a house of cards too.
Exactly.
Because the only thing holding that thing up is Trent Williams. And he's what, 36?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he's mid-30s.
Yeah. That's a problem. When you're looking at him as the guy, and you don't have a replacement for him, man.
Trent Williams turns 36 before next season.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He turns 36 in July. There we go. Yeah, that's a problem. You need to have what's next.
Yeah.
And not only that, but you need to have what's next at that position and what's better at like 3 others. And maybe you can piece it together. Maybe you can. But as of right now, man, like when these offensive linemen are coming up for grabs on the open market, you have to consider it. It's why we looked at the Vikings deal last year with who is the guard that they traded.
Oh my God.
For like a 5th or 6th round pick at the deadline.
There's a Vikings offensive lineman that's stuck in my brain who it's not him.
Yeah.
It's something with a Z.
Yeah. So that was one of those guys where you're like, hey, look, what are you doing here? Kings, the 49ers were attached to him.
Kevin Zeitler, I believe it was.
Yeah. At some point, but like you have to get better on that side of the ball. That's where games are won and lost. Especially when you have so many star level specialty players. If you can't keep Brock Purdy upright, then you're going to be in trouble.
It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I've said, that's why I think re-signing Brandon Ayuk is paramount. Because, okay, let's look. Obviously, they want to contend this year. Like I totally get that. And they want to do that. And they're going to try to do that. Again, when you lose a Super Bowl, it is very, very difficult to just turn around and go back. So let's just wipe out 2024. You're now looking at 2025 when Brock Purdy might be making big time money.
Yeah.
Or top 10 type of money where he's making 40 plus million a year. And now you're looking at a scenario where over the next 2 to 3 years, Deebo Samuel's gone. George Kittle is gone. Christian McCaffrey is going to be entering his 30s.
Yeah.
And will likely become less effective at some point. Trent Williams is going to be gone. And look, I think Brock Purdy, I think he is certainly better than the, what's the dude from The Ringer? The Stephen Ruiz.
Yeah, Stephen Ruiz.
I certainly think he's better than that, but I also don't think that he's Patrick Mahomes, where it's like, yeah, give him Rashee Rice and a couple of traffic cones at receiver and he'll figure it out. Like, no, man, I don't think that's this. So at some point you have to be propping up your quarterback at least a little bit to give him the space to operate at the level that he did last season. That includes the offensive line, that includes re-signing Brandon Ayuk, that includes, while also trying to navigate all this, ensuring that you are restocking your offensive weaponry.
Yeah.
It's all great that they're trying to compete this year and trying to contend this year, and I understand that that's the goal and they have to do that. They have one of the best rosters in the league. You have to try and win a Super Bowl this year. But I don't think that means dumping all your resources into other areas, cornerback, defensive end, safety, whatever other linebacker, whatever other position we've talked about, and going, yeah, well, hey, we'll figure it out on the offensive line. Because you've been trying to figure it out on the offensive line for nearly a decade. None of it has worked.
Yeah. And like all that you're talking about, it's just, this is why we talk about windows.
Mm-hmm.
Why we talk about the window, trying to prop the window open as long as possible and that it's closing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have another window, but it's down the road. But you have to, almost do the 2 timeline thing. You have to fight for the team that's potentially going to the Super Bowl right now, but also what's left after all of these stars are gone.
Yeah.
And all of those stars aren't going to be around much longer. Like there's, maybe 2, maybe 3 years. I don't think there's any way Trent Williams plays until he's 38, 39, 40. Maybe, but I don't think so. And you're just looking at this, like, how do you piece it together and push forward with a group? And you have to be thinking about that, rebuilding the entire time. And you can't keep missing. You can't keep wasting 3rd round picks on running backs that don't make it, or what did they spend? A 4th round pick on a kicker last year?
Third
pick.
round
Yeah, that that's, if you're gonna do that, you're just leaving a door open for your window to close because you neglected an entire segment of your team, which is one of the most important departments possible.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's wild.
I don't understand it. Ezra Cleveland was the offensive lineman we were looking for.
Okay.
That was really going to bother me because Kevin Zeitler was not it.
Yeah.
I knew there was a Z in his name, but it's Ezra Cleveland. Oh, thank God. Oh, that was really going to bug me all day. All right. Anyways, he got traded to Jacksonville.
Yep.
I believe he's a free agent. I don't know if he re-signed. He might have re-signed. All right. Hey, tonight, coming up for you.
Oh.
March Madness is not fully underway, but boy, we are certainly close. And we've got a couple of college basketball games for you. The first one, 3:45, the Coastal Athletic Association Championship. You're not going to want to miss that one. That's on 102.5 HD2, The Bet, Sacramento. And then right here on ESPN 1320 at 5:45, the WCC Championship. That's also on 98.5 FM HD2, your smart speaker, and the free Odyssey app. While we're talking apps, I want to remind you that the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, that's this program. That is available on a podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Podcast form.
We do a podcast of this show where we upload it, but because of some legal stuff that goes way above my head, I didn't pass the bar. I don't know. They had to call it the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, and you can download and subscribe on the free Odyssey app or wherever you procure your podcast fix. Yeah, go download that. We upload each hour. We upload the whole show. We got some little clips. Charlie O is on there.
Mm-hmm.
He posts these just little quick hitter headlines you need to know, like stories you need to know. Really, really valuable if you've got a quick little jog or a couple of errands to run.
There we go.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show podcast feed, as well as the D-Lo and KC podcast feed. Make sure you're subscribing to all of that and checking out all of our content. And of course, subscribing on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
Kyle, when do we stop using the word breaking? Like, isn't
that's a great
for me,
question.
is it like, I mean, I guess it's breaking news, but like,
go on.
Jordan Schultz just tweeted breaking. Free agent running back DJ Dallas plans to sign with the Arizona Cardinals. Sources tell Bleacher Report. The former Seahawks special team ace is only 25 years old and now finds a new home in Arizona. I don't want to be disrespectful to DJ Dallas, but is that breaking?
No.
Is that
I mean, technically, here's my...
We do also have the 49ers have reportedly restructured Fred Warner's contract to save $10 million in cap space.
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, we had that yesterday. Man, I don't want to. I have a lot to say on this that I'm going to not say.
Okay.
But yes, breaking is an overused term in news breaking and on the internet. I definitely think that it is dramatically overused. I also think that let's remove player from this, and let's just take Jordan Schultz here, NFL insider for Bleacher Report. He's trying to make a name, right? He's trying to carve his
Niche.
in NFL insiderdom. It's really tough to do. Credit to him for doing that.
Yes.
He's going to put breaking on all of his stuff because he wants it to be a big deal. He wants it to be out there, and that's fine. What I don't like is when people who do what I do. Okay, I run a blog. I talk to people, but I don't break news.
Got it.
I aggregate. I write my thoughts. That's what the point of my blog is. I'm not a newsbreaker. When people who are in the space I'm in, when somebody, Jordan Schultz, Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport, whoever it is, tweet after that news come out, let's say Jordan Schultz says, the 49ers have extended Brandon Ayuk 4 years, $120 million. Let's just say that. And then somebody in my space goes, breaking, Brandon Ayuk extended on 4 year, $120 million contract per Jordan Schultz or NFL Insider. It's like, bro, you didn't break that. No. You're not breaking. That's just news that's happening. I think breaking should be reserved for the newsbreakers, and then I also think it should be reserved for like big news. DJ Dallas is fine, but come on.
Yeah, I know that like when I put source, Kings do whatever. Right. But then you see other people use it like source. This is happening. It's like, but you don't have the source.
Right. Like, it's my source.
That's my source.
I did that.
I did that. And I, then you go to that and they give you credit, but then they don't link what you wrote or your article or your tweet.
Oh, the worst, dude.
You're like,
or they screenshot your tweet and they put it in a graphic that they then post.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Or they add dots when you say something on a radio interview.
That's a separate problem.
Yeah.
But in the age of, and this is just a media bitching session. So
yes.
In the age of people making money off Twitter, I think that kind of stuff that I just outlined and that you just outlined should be illegal.
Huh.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
If I buy a blue check mark and you have yours and you tweet breaking news, the Kings have traded for Zach LaVine. Shout out to RP in the chat. You tweet that, and then I screenshot your tweet, and let's say you get 500 retweets. I screenshot your tweet, I put it in a graphic of Zach LaVine, and I post it, Kings trade for Zach LaVine per James. This is a hypothetical scenario, by the way. If you're just tuning in and catching this all out of context, I'm speaking in hypotheticals. And you tweet, and I send this out, and it just gets picked up by the right people, and I get 200,000 retweets of your news.
Oh, yeah.
I get the cash from that in this new space. I think that's stupid, and I think it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about when they steal your video?
Dude, when the Kings played the Pistons.
Yep.
And the Kings game ops played on loop while introducing the Pistons, the Brandon Ayuk diving catch against the Lions.
Yep.
And I tweeted a video of that, and it just got picked up by everything.
Yeah.
SportsCenter, Bleacher Report, John Boy, random 49ers content creators. It just got picked up everywhere. And I'm looking at all these people, and I'm like, dang, man. They're just getting paid off my video. That's crazy.
Anytime you see the meme of Mike Brown going, ah. Yeah, they just clipped that right off my video.
Dang.
Like, it is what it is.
I know it's the space. Like, that's the thing is, like, it's just kind of the game. The game is the game, right?
We do have
more news.
Yeah, we
Breaking
do.
News?
Ravens free agent Patrick McQueen told Marcus Spears that he plans to sign a 3-year, $41 million contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh my God.
He didn't just leave, he left and went to the enemy.
NFC North drama, baby.
That is
and the Steelers needed a linebacker. Good for Mike Tomlin.
Oof.
Man, that's a nice little ad for them. They haven't had a good linebacker in God knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
They had a good linebacker since, gosh. Boy. Where's their last? It's not been in the last 5 years, I don't think.
No, it's like the era where they had like all of the incredible.
Right? It was Ryan Shazier that era before he got hurt.
Like going back to Lloyd.
I got nothing for you.
Yeah. They've definitely have had some great linebackers over the decades.
Yeah, but they haven't had a really good off ball linebacker in it feels like a long time.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Do we have to break?
Yeah, no, we sure do. We have to break. We're not going to break down the Steelers defense any longer. I have a Kings question for you, and I think it's a little bit of a tough one. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Greg Lloyd and James Harrison. Too old for you?
They were all a while ago still.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. James got them for me. Yeah.
Joey Porter. Oh,
Again, long time ago.
is this the same as yesterday's?
No, those. If you look, Saturday and Sunday's been out.
Oh, cool. All right. Oh.
Sorry, we had nothing going on.
Finally got my physical therapy appointment.
All right. For your shoulder?
Yeah. What the?
Oops. All right, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
I might hit sauce before the game again.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go home and nap
Oh, nice.
because the back-to-back is gonna kill me here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
And then tomorrow I don't have any. Like my entire schedule's booked. I don't know.
No,
I don't
not
know.
gonna have a nap time.
If I go home, take a nap today, then I can leave the house by 3-ish. Get 3:30. Get down by 4:30. I don't know. I did not dress to go to the game.
Hell yeah. See, this is how my headphones get broken.
You're what?
I said, this is how my headphones get broken.
They get hung up in the chair.
Mm-hmm. And then they fly off.
Can you shorten the cable?
Nope. I mean, I probably could, but I just need to get it out of here.
Those have
Oh,
a.
here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Hour number two on a Tuesday. He's James. I'm Kyle. Talking NFL free agency. We were talking Kings Bucks. I have a question for you regarding the Sacramento Kings and this whole playing up and down to the competition thing.
Okay.
2 things on it. One, let's start here. One, I think that's kind of a like easy answer to, yeah, that's just not that good of a team. Because every time the 49ers have been like that at points in my life. We go, man, they just really, if they play up to the competition or down to the competition, man, I just kind of think they're just not. They're
Okay.
just kind of there. It means you're just right in the middle.
Yeah, I think that's what it does mean. It doesn't mean that you're not a good team. It means that you're not a
bad.
You're not a bad team. You're just not a great team.
Yeah, you're just
Like, if
you're
that's who you are,
coasting.
like, there isn't. I mean, I'm sure we could look through the course of time and see a team that lost a bunch of games against bad teams, but beat all the good teams and went on to win an NBA championship. Maybe.
Maybe.
But just like that trait in a team is frustrating. There are certain traits in a team that Kyle, when they show up and they don't go away, and then it becomes like who you are, the fabric of who you are in a season.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's nothing more jarring than that. Like, I can honestly tell you right now, the Sacramento Kings are not a good home team. Despite the fact that they have an incredible crowd, that they have, like, to me, one of the best fan bases, if not the best in the NBA, that the building is packed every single night. If you can't draw energy from a crowd, and now the Kings at home this season, they're 17-12. That's not good enough.
Mm-mm.
In order for this team to take the step, they needed to win 30 games at home.
That's literally the number we said at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, and now at 17-12, you're looking at a team that's 29 games. They've got
maximum
12 games left. The best they could win if they swept everybody is 29, and it's more likely that they're going to win 24. And that's bad.
That's not good.
That's what they did last year.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like, we talk about like internal improvement and how can you get better without, like, you could get better with just like being a little bit better defensively. They could have got better this season. And then the other way for them to get way better was to take care of home court advantage. Like, there's no reason for that. There's no reason that you're 19-15 on the road and 17-12 at home.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, and I think it's interesting that the Kings have like so many home games left. So like they've only got 19 games left, and 12 of them are at home.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't reassure anybody. Like, that's not good. I'm talking. I just said right there, I think they'll win 24, 25. That means they're going to win 7 or maybe 8 of the remaining 12. And that's not, I don't even think percentage-wise that's just what they're on pace to win. That's not good. And so, yeah, I mean, we talk about these things like, taking care of business at home or beating bad teams. Like, these are things that, like, they seep into your identity. And then once they're there, it's really tough to change it during a season.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point.
Yeah, totally.
It's just like you said that Domas acknowledged it.
Yeah.
That here we go again feeling. And when you're at home and you're
at home and you got a rowdy crowd. I mean, this place is packed. Like, they keep adding seats to Golden One Center.
Yeah, man.
Like, I've never seen anything like it. It's like, hey, look, where did that whole section just come from?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't quite get it, and I'm just kind of at a loss because this is 2 years of this now.
Yeah, I
went in this year. If you had told me to pick like one thing I was really sure of with the Kings, it's like, well, they'll be better at home for sure.
Yep,
like that's just gonna happen. Maybe they get a little worse on the road, but man, I think they're gonna be really hard to beat at home. They're just not. They lose to the Pistons and the Hornets.
Yeah.
Like, what? They struggle with the Spurs twice.
Yeah.
Once without Victor Wembanyama.
They lose to the Bulls.
They lost to the Bulls.
I mean,
in a game you're up big.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, man. It's the oddest thing. The other thing that I circle back to with this, and I don't know exactly where I land, but part of me wonders if the Kings are the team that the good teams are playing down to.
Oh,
Like, did the Bucks see the Kings and go, huh, all right? Or
boy,
did
that's tough. I didn't even think about that. Like, did the Denver Nuggets
go, nah,
play down to the level?
right? And then when they go, oh, they're gonna sweep us. Okay, hang on, let's put this game.
Let's
in a
make
chokehold
sure they
again.
understand who we are and who they are.
And that's kind of what. And I think there's a big enough sample size of the Kings playing playing well against them that we go, okay, well, that's not necessarily it, but I think it's something you have to consider.
That's harsh.
And
Yeah,
I don't. But that's the thing is they're not. And please don't take it this way. They're not the Wizards. They're not the
No.
Spurs. Like they're not that they are firmly and should be in the tier that they're in, where they're in that kind of third tier of team that's battling for that final playoff spot. Like that's, I think, right about where they are.
I think last season, very specifically, I felt like a lot of teams just they didn't run their A team out there every single night against the Kings.
Yeah.
I felt like, you play a team on a Tuesday night and they might, I think one time the Lakers sat LeBron. You play the Clippers and they're going to sit a couple of guys. You play and you kind of went around the league and like, okay, like how many times did you play Embiid? Like maybe once, and how many times did you? Like, I think Giannis sat out one of the games.
Yeah, I think they lost the game that Giannis sat out.
Yeah,
at home.
Those are the. Well, I think it was at home. I think those are the games where you're like, okay, like look, I think there is a possibility. And this year, more often than not, I know we keep thinking of, oh, you played a team that was missing players. Most of those games are against bad teams. Like it wasn't just that they lost to the Pistons. Like Cade Cunningham didn't play in that game, and neither did like one or two of their other players. Like that wasn't your A team.
And then they cut a bunch of dudes the next day.
It's an F team, and you lost to an F team without their A squad. So you're playing a team that's not good, and they didn't even bring everybody, and they still beat you. And so those are the games where you're just like really frustrated with this group that there just isn't like a focus on the moment. And I wrote in our notes because we always do our we scoreboard watch, right? And I wrote under the Mavs Bulls, Mavs 127, Bulls 92. The Mavs are a mess, and they've been a mess all season long, and they're going to be a mess because that's just who they are. But I wrote my note. This is what taking care of business looks like.
Yeah, you just put the screws to a worse team.
That's a team that isn't that far below the Mavs in the standings, the Bulls, and they throttled them and said, okay, look, and this is who we are tonight. We're going to beat you because you're not a very good team. And you go look at the Bulls, it's the same exact team they ran against the Kings a week and a half ago and beat the Kings.
And throttled the Warriors at Chase Center.
Yeah. So
not throttled, just beat them.
I mean, I guess that happens, like where teams that aren't very good, figure out a way. But it just feels like more often than not, it's the Kings that it happens to.
Yeah. It's inexplicable to me.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, this all circles back to why, and we've talked about this ad nauseum this year, why it's very likely this team is going to look significantly different next season.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah.
But I also hope so, for a while now.
Just talent-wise, mindset-wise, I think there's a dramatic change that needs to happen if they're going to take that leap.
Yeah, you've gone through 3 full, trade areas. A trade deadline followed by an offseason, followed by a trade deadline where you did not make any marked improvement at all to the roster.
And honestly, I could kind of see, I could hear the argument last trade deadline for sure. I could even hear the argument this offseason. I didn't really agree with it, but it's like, okay, I'll hear that out.
Yeah.
Even at this trade deadline, you could, I think, make the argument like, okay, well, hey, De'Aaron's been a little slow lately. He'll bounce back. Huerter's shot's going to start falling. Keegan's going to start being more aggressive and want to see what this looks like. At this point now, dude, I'm ready to.
Well, it's the same.
I don't hear the arguments anymore.
No, and
I can't see it.
And at the trade deadline, you knew that JaVale McGee wasn't a true answer. You knew that Chris Duarte wasn't a true answer, and you really should have known that Sasha Vezenkov, injury, no injury, wasn't like the solution to all your problems.
Yep.
So how do you manage that? And you didn't. You ignored it.
Yeah.
And so this is what that looks like.
100%.
Yeah.
Keep running into the same problem. At some point, you're the problem. All right. Let's talk Kings Bucks. Keys to victories. Keys to victory. How do the Kings play up to the level of their competition tonight? We'll talk about that next on the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Serial connection. He doesn't
Hey,
hate
funny,
the
dude.
Kings. He doesn't hate the Kings.
Son of a...
Son of a nutcracker. James, if they run it back, you think Monty's on the hot seat? I'm not I don't know who's on the hot seat and who's not on the hot seat at this point, but I don't like going into a post trade deadline news conference with Monty McNair where he's talking about offense and Mike Brown only talks about defense. And so I think that was an issue. And then the news coming out after the trade deadline, the Kings are going to focus on defensive-minded players going forward. And again, there's some sort of disconnect, I think. And I can honestly tell you, I've only talked to Monty outside of that press conference one other time, off the record the entire season. That's it. He has not been visible. I don't know. Yeah, Soren. Monty was saying that the offense needs to be better. And I agree. If you're going to put offensive-minded players on a team, then you need to crank up the offense, and that needs to be their identity. I hate being...
This is a great topic. I did the research for this very topic.
I hate being 64 games into a season, whatever it is, and not knowing the identity of a team. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Right back.
How much time do we have? Oh.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be right back.
You're staying here?
Actually, I think there's a...
Oh, there is. It's right on the corner of that.
They're locked in.
I don't...
30 seconds.
Who is this?
Kevin Huerter.
I guess.
Don't get high on your own supply.
I don't agree with this at all.
Oh. The Sacramento Kings in action tonight against Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Buccaneers. I'm joking. Just the Bucks.
Just the Bucks.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Keegan Murray questionable for the Kings tonight. Sasha Vezenkov remains out. Giannis Antetokounmpo, he is probable. Chris Middleton and Marjon Beauchamp are both questionable And that is your Kings pregame injury report. Nailed it.
There it is.
All right.
It does look like Keegan Murray is participating in shoot around this morning, which is a good thing. And we will have to see how that looks later in the evening.
Mhm.
But he's a guy who doesn't miss a lot of games.
Yeah. I imagine he'll play. That's where I'm leaning.
It looked
Although
like
I'm
a
not
pretty
sure-
good ankle roll when it happened.
Yeah.
Like it was like ooh.
And also, I'm not sure a night off would be the worst thing for him.
No.
Just to, like, dude, watch some hoop.
Yeah.
Kick your feet up.
I
Like
don't
maybe
know.
literally, maybe elevate that ankle.
I don't know what you do if he doesn't play.
A lot of Kessler Edwards.
Possibly Kessler Edwards, maybe Trey Lyles as a starter.
Little Trey Lyles. I like that.
Yeah, Trey Lyles
Good
as a
point.
starter. I could see that being something that you do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Harrison Barnes on Giannis Antetokounmpo is not something that our bingo card wants to see.
That's correct. All right. Let's get to keys to victory. How do the Kings pull off a dub tonight? James Ham, your first key to a Sacramento Kings victory.
Hit your shots.
Oh, yeah.
You
Make
live,
or miss league,
Yeah, this is a team that lives by the 3 and dies by the 3. You probably need to live by the 3 if you're going to beat the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
That's it. Like if you're a team that's who you are, then you got to figure out a way to do it. You got to hit your shots. Enough excuses, enough like the 6 for 32 last game. That's just, it's just, it can't be who you are.
No, I'm right there with you. You need, and A, you need to hit your shots, but B, this gets to a bigger kind of conversation that we can have another day, but you need another pitch.
Yeah.
You can't be, hey, threes didn't fall tonight. We didn't have a chance to win. Like you need another pitch. And I think they have one. We saw it in LA. I know they knocked down some threes in that game, but it was De'Aaron Fox getting inside. They're at their best when Malik Monk is getting in the paint. That is their second pitch. It's just, if you're going 6 for 32 from 3, I don't care what you're doing. You're probably not going to win if you can't get stops. And I think that's, again, larger conversation.
Yeah. So come out, hit your shots, like focus, whatever it is you need to do, hit your shots.
Yep. My first key piggybacks off that one purposely. You lost to this team a couple months ago because you didn't make free throws.
Mm-hmm.
Make your free throws. Get to the line and knock them down. Make all your shots.
Yeah, I think so. People don't forget. I believe it was Malik Monk who missed 2 and De'Aaron Fox who missed 1 in the final 17 seconds of the game.
Yes.
And you lost on a buzzer beater by Damian Lillard that if you would have just hit your shots, you would have won.
Hit your free throws.
Hit your free throws.
Let me get back to overtime here. The final seconds of overtime, you're right. You had Malik Monk, you made both. Fox made both there. Nope, that's the fourth quarter. Here we go. Malik Monk missed 2 free throws with 18 seconds left in a 4-point game.
Yep.
Brooke Lopez hits a 3 to make it a 1-point game with 11 seconds left. Malik Beasley fouls De'Aaron Fox. Fox misses the front end, makes the second one to make it a 2-point game with 5 seconds left. Damian Lillard for 3 in the win.
From 36 feet?
This says 32 feet.
32. That might make sense.
Yeah. It was a deep one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Second left his hand, you knew it was in.
Yeah.
Well, game
100%.
over.
100%. All right. Number 2.
Number 2 for me. Make Dame work.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a good defender.
Nope.
He wasn't a good defender when he was 24 years old. Make him work like crazy. De'Aaron Fox needs to torch him.
Mm-hmm.
And if they try something crazy, like try to move Jay Crowder over to defend you, oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just run by him. De'Aaron Fox needs to attack the rim. And I think the one thing is that Brooke Lopez will be waiting for him. Giannis Antetokounmpo will be waiting in the key. Okay, hit your mid-range jumper, hit your floater, whatever it is, or just go right at them and get to the rim and show the explosion that we've seen earlier in the season. Like, go score.
One of the best ways to defend Damian Lillard is by making him work on defense.
Oh, yeah.
And even that might not work. But if you're letting him take the night off on that end, It's A, you're not exploiting the weakest part of the Bucks defense, and B, you're giving him a better opportunity to kill you on the offensive end. I think that's a really good point by you. Number 2 for me, don't let Giannis dominate this one. Domantas Sabonis is one of the very best centers in the league, and there's not a lot of players I think that can give Giannis problems. It's not that Giannis can be pushed around super easy. I don't think that's necessarily the case. But in the same way you got to make Dame work, I think you got to make Giannis work. You got to make him move around. You got to make him feel you underneath the basket. And I think that the Domas is one of very few bigs in the league who can do that in a game against Giannis.
Yeah, and I think you need to make Giannis into a jump shooter. So, I mean, Giannis is a guy who, if you really, he can shoot, he can score in a bunch of different ways, but the fact that he shoots 29.7% from 3 and he's a 28.8% shooter for his career, like, make him beat you from there. And I know that's really difficult because he's always, doesn't matter where he's at on the court, he's 2 steps away from the rim. And that's even from half court. He's 2 steps away from the rim. So you got to deal with that, but wall him off, and then don't just let everybody on this team beat you from 3, because they will. They're a good 3-point shooting team.
I have a thought on Giannis, the 3-point shooter, but I'm afraid to say it lest he goes 6 for 6 from beyond the arc tonight. But typically,
don't say it.
For most teams, not the Kings, but for most teams, any Bucks possession that ends with a Giannis 3, it's like, hey, did the job.
Yep.
But it's the Kings.
It is.
So I wanted to see when the last time was Giannis made more than 2. He has made more than 2 threes in a game once this year.
What?
And it was a win against the Knicks in November.
Oh.
He's only made 2 threes 4 times. He's made more than 1 3-pointer in a game 5 times this year.
Oof. But I just don't know how you
stop
him.
I would put a bankroll on him hitting 3 or 4 tonight.
All right. You're taking the prize pick.
Whatever the more is in prize picks.
Okay.
I'm taking it for Giannis from beyond the arc tonight. What's your third key?
My third key is fear Bobby Portis.
Dude.
Bobby Portis he's a baller. He really is a very, very fierce basketball player.
Love him.
He's averaging 13.2 points, 7.1 rebounds off the bench. Plays about 24 minutes a night. He shoots 38% from 3. He's just crazy and intense. And in all honesty, he's a guy that you got to figure out a way to limit his imprint that he puts on a game. Because if you can do that, it does wipe out a lot of the energy that they have on the court.
I love Bobby Portis so much. Loved him since Arkansas. And the fact that he's been playing really well lately just really warms my heart. I'm so glad he found a home in Milwaukee.
I want him to get angry at somebody so he stares him down. Because Bobby Portis' stare down is like, I think it can actually kill people.
It's kind of cartoonish.
Yeah, you're waiting for his eyes to like pop out of his head.
Yeah.
And like attack you.
Yeah. Very intense dude.
Yeah.
Got a lot of dog in him for sure.
Very, very intense. He's the type of player that the Kings could really, 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 really use.
Yeah, and the type of player that the Kings could really, 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 really struggle with.
Yeah.
A versatile player with good size.
Yeah.
He can shoot it. He can score it inside. A little bit of a float game now, apparently. I saw him bust that out against the Clippers. I would, fearing Bobby Portis is something the Kings need to do, and they need to make sure that he's not cooking. That's a great, great key by you. Last one for me. Outbench them. This Bucks team is not super deep, and the Kings, when they are at their best, have a bench of Keon Ellis, of Davion Mitchell, it's Trey Lyles, it's Malik Monk, all of those guys. They don't need to score a bunch necessarily, but you just got to play well. And I think when the bench is effective, I think the Kings are extremely hard to beat, whether it's the Bucks or the Nuggets or otherwise.
I think it's a great key. I'm also looking forward a little bit to that Malik Monk, Pat Bev matchup off the bench.
Ooh. That'll be fun.
Bring it on.
That'll be fun. I think that's the scuffle you're getting tonight.
Oh,
I know you want it to be Bobby Portis. I think it's going to be, maybe we'll get Monk, Bev, scuffle, Trey Lyles hard foul on Bobby Portis in response to whatever chicanery
Oh, okay.
Bev pulls.
I like. I could go for Trey Lyles versus Brooke Lopez Greco-Roman wrestling take 2.
I'm sorry, did you say Greco?
Yeah, Greco-Roman wrestling.
Greco?
Greco. Whatever.
Greco-Roman.
Okay. I'm here for it.
All right. I want to remind everybody what we got coming up later on in the week. Tomorrow, that's Wednesday, we will have the Patriot League Championship on 102.5 HD2, The Bet, Sacramento. And then the Big Sky Championship on ESPN 1320 98.5 FM HD2, your smart speaker, and the free Odyssey app. It's championship week on 1320, and we will have a ton of that coming up for you right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear.
Oh, so we've got the 10th rated Sac State Hornets against Montana State today at 5:30. Not here. So that would be the Big Sky Championship against the winner of Idaho State and Montana, not Montana State, who Sac State is playing.
We might get a Montana State Big Sky Championship.
Do we have
Montana State?
Oh,
So it's the Big Sky Showdown and the Big Sky Championship.
all right. We have a couple of minutes.
I'll
be right back.
I just panicked. Chatty House, hang on. Yeah, we got 340.
Oh.
Chatty House, give me 1 second. I'm in the process of saving stuff. Hang on. Beep. All right, here we go. What's up, Chatty Gang? Bro, I don't think I've ever been to Aldenberto's. I've been to Adalberto's. El Forastero. I've been to Beto's down there on is that Fulton? No, not Fulton. What street is Beto's on? Can't remember. I used to live over there. Definitely not, like, Chipotle is fine. But I will take any. I go to Chipotle if somebody wants Chipotle. I don't go to Chipotle because I'm like, man, I'm craving Mexican food tonight. With all due respect. It's fine. I think the Eagles' success is going to come down to whether Jalen Hurts is good or not. El Camino, thank you, Ramsey. Yeah, Beto's. I stayed eating tacos at Beto's. That pollo asado taco. We would get tanked at the apartment that I used to live at. We'd have a driver, obviously, and we'd go to Beto's because it was 24 hours. And we'd just hang out and eat Mexican food at all hours of the morning. Oh, that explains it.
I just got shocked plugging in my. That was weird. Static electricity.
It just it has its like Chipotle has its own. And again, I don't want to. I'm not trying to disparage Chipotle. And if they want to sponsor the show, shout us out. But no, I don't want us to disparage. It's just its own separate thing to me. It's like I want Chinese food, or I want sushi, or I want Mexican food, or I want burgers, or I want Chipotle. Like it's a separate entity to me. And honestly, it's typically more a function of like there's a Chipotle right next to the Trader Joe's my wife and I shop at. And if we don't have a dinner plan, it's like, all right, hey, we'll mobile order Chipotle real quick while we're checking out and then just run over there and grab it and take it home. It's more of a convenience thing than anything.
Yeah, Leezy, I think I got static shock because I'm wearing flannel.
I'll handle this one, James. It's because if they miss the playoffs, they keep their draft pick because it is lottery protected to the Hawks, and that makes it more difficult to trade future picks.
Yes, because now your 2025, 26, and potentially 27 picks are.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we got a gang of stuff to get to, and we have one segment to do it. The handoff with D'Lo coming up shortly.
Okay.
10, 15 minutes. There he pops in. Let's real quick finish up what we were doing at the break. Just to we'll lay this out every so often because it can be a little bit confusing because it is a little bit counterintuitive. It is ultimately better for the Kings to not get their draft pick this year
Yes.
than to get it.
Well, I mean, yes. Like, the 2024 draft is not considered a great draft,
Right.
right? I mean, you could still find a great player at
Sure. In
number
any
14
draft.
or number
Sure.
13, sure. But the problem that the Kings have is that because their pick is lottery protected, so it's top 14 from the Kevin Huerter trade, they owe a first round pick to the Atlanta Hawks. It's top 14 protected this year. It's top 12 protected next year. It's top 10 protected the year after that. And then if it doesn't relay, well, maybe it's 12. Oh, like, okay, I'm going to have to go back and look. If it doesn't relay by 2026, then it dissolves into two second round picks in 2027. Or a 26 and 27 second round pick, something like that. The problem is that because of the Stepien rule, you're not allowed to trade back-to-back first-round picks in advance. Right? So the Kings, because they owe a 2024, they can't trade their 2025 pick. But if they don't relay that pick now, that means that if they don't give it up, in that the 2025 pick could be traded, which means they can't trade their 2026 pick. And it also, because the 2026 could be relayed, it means they can't trade their 2027. And so if they don't give it up right now, then their 25, 26, 27 picks are basically, they're not gone, but they're locked into this window where it takes more negotiating.
Right.
Right.
And makes it a less desirable deal.
Yes, a less desirable trade.
Yeah.
Right. But if they do relay their 2024, July 1st, they now have access to their 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31, up to 7 years.
Right.
You can only trade every other pick, so that means that the Kings could have access to up to 4 first-round picks,
right,
and additional pick swaps on top of that. So now you have your full arsenal of first-round picks.
Right.
That's the deal. So you would prefer, if you're the Kings, to give up a 2024 pick in a suspect draft. And people who ask, well, would Atlanta work with you? No, not at this point. No chance. Not at this point. A year ago, yeah, they probably would have worked with you to tighten it up. And you can always add these things into a thing that says, hey, we'll give you our 2027 first round pick if the 2025 pick is conveyed.
Sure. Right.
Or we'll give you the 2028, but you can see very quickly.
But they're not doing that.
You can see how it's like 2027, 29, and 31. And if you don't get the 2027, then it would be a 2028. But now you can only trade 2 first-round picks, a 2028 and a 2030.
Which makes it more difficult to make substantial moves in the offseason.
Yes. It's just like what kind of capital. And the Kings might not trade their picks. They might not.
Sure.
But the fact is you don't have the opportunity to trade them is different. You don't have, if for some reason Mikal Bridges comes up for,
right,
the Nets say, hey, we're willing to shop Mikal Bridges, and the Kings can't push all their chips in and say, we're in. That's a big deal.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
So it's the short of it is make the playoffs, have access to 7 years worth of picks this offseason.
Yep.
Miss the playoffs, you don't have access to that number of picks.
Exactly.
That's
That's it.
like and it's a pretty significant deal.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
the
Either
Kings-
you have
yeah.
a truckload to offer somebody, or you have the trunk of your Honda Accord to offer somebody.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what we're talking
I
about.
drive a Civic, but that's fine.
Okay, your Civic, yes, your Civic. I meant a Honda Accord in like it just some hypothetical
Oh, okay.
Honda Accord,
Okay,
not
okay.
yours.
I thought you were
specific-
taking shots at my Honda. I
No,
love my
no, I
Honda.
knew you're.
We're approaching
yeah.
260,000 miles.
I know. The Civic's done well for you.
I'm getting it to 300K. I'm determined.
That's right.
Can we talk defense quickly?
Yeah, they don't play any.
Let's
Let's move on.
Let's talk defense. Are they
it's
playing
bad.
defense? No. Moving on. Next.
They can't defend the three. That's the
That's a
problem. You're
problem.
going up against I think the Bucks are 4th in the league in 3-point percentage, or 6th in the league in 3-point percentage.
They are 7th in the league in 3-point percentage. That's
Okay.
per 100 possessions. Hang on. Per game.
They're 8th. My bad. They shoot 37.6% from three.
Oh,
Which-
but they're tied with Golden State and the Lakers.
Oh, okay. They take a ton of them. They take 38.1 3-point attempts per game, which is 6th.
Jeez.
They hit the 4th amount of threes per game at 14.3. This is a really, really solid title contending team.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
would
they're
say,
very
like,
good.
if it's not the Celtics coming out of the East, it's the Bucks, at least in my opinion.
I agree.
There's a possibility that someone else like turns it on and becomes that team, but they're one of a few title contending teams in the NBA.
So that dovetails nicely into what I wanted to talk about with them, because remember all the consternation, we talked about this a little bit earlier, all the consternation about their defense.
Mhm.
Oh, their defense is so bad, they can't figure it out. They miss Drew Holiday, they've missed Chris Middleton. The Milwaukee Bucks are now up to 15th in defensive rating in the league this year, 115.7.
Okay.
I went and looked at the last 10, and then this ties into Mike Brown constantly harping on defense. And the Kings needed to get better defensively if they want to get into that championship contending tier. And the numbers back this up, because Denver last year was 15th in defensive rating. Oddly enough, they were 5th in offensive rating. That's exactly what Milwaukee is this year. But 15th over the last decade plus, 2.5 decades actually, is the lowest defensive rating for an NBA champion. Since the 2000-2001 Lakers, that is the last time a team was worse in defensive rating in the regular season than last year's Nuggets were and still won a title.
Mm.
That like middle of the pack would be great for Sacramento. They're 20th right now.
In
They were
defensive rating.
Yeah, they were up around 15th. Okay, that's fine. But the history says the last decade, here's the Nuggets last year, 15th in defensive rating. Here are the other champions going backwards from there. The Warriors, 1st in 22. Milwaukee, the year before that, 10th. Then you've got Lakers 3rd, Raptors 5th, Warriors 11th, Warriors 2nd, Cleveland 10th, Warriors 1st, San Antonio 3rd. You have to play defense to win titles.
No, I totally agree.
And that is, I understand that we come in here, we talk about Kevin Huerter and, Keegan Murray and his offensive development and this and that. And you have to score the basketball for sure. Frankly, the Timberwolves' lack of offensive firepower is the reason I don't think they can go win a championship this year. So there has to be a balance. But there is a pretty clear benchmark on the defensive side that you need to reach to be in that title contending tier.
Mm-hmm.
And Sacramento is just not there.
Well, I think just if we look at the 9 games since the All-Star break,
Mhm.
right? I think it tells the whole story. The Kings have cranked up their offense. Right now, they're 5th in the league in offensive rating at 118 since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
They are 26th in defensive rating since the All-Star break at 118.5.
Ooh.
So they're a negative 0.5 net rating. And Kyle, they're 5-4. Like, it tells you,
That's
like you're a 500 team, maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse, but right there at 500. And if you can't figure it out, which again, it doesn't matter how much they crank up this offense. We cranked the offense all the way up to 118 offensive rating. Your defensive rating is 118.5. You're losing.
It just, man,
That's just not the formula.
crazy.
That's not the formula for winning. And, like we started talking about, like rebounding numbers earlier, right? We were going to have a discussion on the Kings' lack of rebound. The Kings they're first in the league in defensive rebound percentage on the season.
Right.
And since the All-Star break, they're second at 75.6%. Like, this is a good rebounding. They're not a good offensive rebounding team. That's just something that although since the All-Star break, they're fourth in the league in offensive rebounding. They're crashing the glass.
And they're scoring more.
But here's the problem with when you crash the glass and you become a good offensive rebounding team. I almost guarantee you part of the reason why the Kings are slipping in defensive rating is because as your offensive rebound rate goes up, your transition defense goes down.
I would be willing to bet there is a graph or some number out there that shows you the correlation between those two things, or the inverse correlation between those two things.
Yeah. It's very difficult to both be a good offensive rebounding team and a team that stops transition.
Yeah.
And then the other problem the Kings have is that their turnover percentage, which, again, the other night was an anomaly. You had 9 turnovers from Sabonis, but 9 leading to, a ton of points. And at 9 of the 12, the Kings 12. So the other guys only had 3 turnovers on the night. But the Kings, since the All-Star break, they're 12th in the league at 12.9 turnovers per game. One of the games they played where every single time they turned the ball over, the other team scored was ridiculous. And I think it might have been the Bulls where they had 4 turnovers that led to like 11 points.
Yeah. I think that's right.
You're going to lose.
Yes.
You're going to, if every single time you turn the ball over, it's a live ball turnover and it's in the bucket, you're done.
Yep.
And most of them were 3-point shots or they were and ones. I mean, they were scoring at such a high efficiency. There's no way to make that up.
Nope.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
Wild.
that just kind of underscores it. And again, the reason I bring this up is not because it's breaking news that the Kings struggle defensively.
Yeah.
We all knew that. It's not. But it's just kind of trying to get to the core of why Mike Brown harps on it so much and why this is something that is so essential, and why when you and I talk about what this team needs moving forward, okay, we can talk about Keegan Murray all day. In fact, we talked about Keegan Murray a lot yesterday. We can talk about Davion Mitchell and look at he's performing better offensively, but everything comes down to how well this team can get stops.
Yeah.
And right now they just can't.
Well, Kyle, and I think people need to understand that all of these things, they feed each other.
No doubt.
So if you want to be a good defensive team, then you need to get defensive rebounds. The fact that the Kings are 26 in the league and what are they? 20th in the league, right? But they're number 1 in defensive rebounding. That is almost an indictment on them. The fact that you're not giving teams second chance points, but you're still horrible defensively, that's not a good thing. Like the reason you lost to the Warriors in the playoffs really was the spray 3. It was Looney grabbing an offensive rebound, relocating, firing it to somebody. Looney, in like half the games had 9 assists.
It was crazy.
It was wild. The reason you lost in the playoffs was that specific thing. This current team, that's not why they're losing. They're not giving up a bunch of second chance points. They're still a really good defensive rebounding team.
No doubt.
They're closing the possession. But like if you can't get a stop and you're pulling the ball out of the basket, it makes it harder for you to push the pace. The Kings' pace in the 9 games since the All-Star break is all the way down to 98. And their pace is bad because their defense is bad.
Yeah.
You want good pace? Okay, get a stop. Boom.
Yeah, get out and run.
We're going.
It's really hard to run when you're pulling the ball out of the basket.
Exactly. And the Kings are one of the teams that are good at that, like rushing, asking for the ball, but you're at the mercy of an official completely.
Yeah.
So all of these things feed into each other. You want to be a good offensive team? Okay, be a decent defensive team.
Yeah.
That will lead to more transition buckets. It'll lead to more opportunity.
I mean, you've seen it. How many times this year have we seen them have a stretch where I think we saw it against the Lakers? We've seen it in, I mean, countless games this year where they have this really good stretch. I think they did it against the Clippers when they kicked the heck out of them down in Los Angeles. I know they did it against Detroit when Detroit got up big on them early and then they came back. It's generating turnovers and getting out on the run. And they've just done, when they do that, you see the impact it has on their offense, like defense leading to offense. That is just such a key thing that they are missing. And we talked earlier about when we were doing keys to victory tonight. It's like, hey, you got to make your shots. Well, you have to be able to have recourse when you're not making your shots.
Yeah, because even great teams don't always they don't always hit their shots.
No, but you get stops and you get out and run and you get transition buckets and
a couple of games ago, the Kings scored 76 points in the paint.
Yeah,
where does that team go?
I think they did that 2 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
71 and 76, I think, something like that. That is a formula for winning.
Damian Barling here for the handoff. D'Lo and Casey coming up at noon. We've just been talking about the defensive rating stuff with the Kings because it's something that Mike Brown just harps on, it feels like, and we talk about after every single game. And so I went and I dove into the numbers to figure out like how far away are they? And the last time a team with a defensive rating is rank, obviously the numbers are going to be different because the game has changed so much, but a defensive rating rank worse than where the Kings are this year or last year was the 2000-2001 Los Angeles Lakers. It's been like 2.5 decades.
To do what?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
To
win a title.
I
left out that key thing.
Yeah. No.
And that just, but the reason I bring it up is because.
And what were the Lakers again? Because
the 2000-2001 Lakers, they were 21st in defensive rating, but I also looked this up. They gave up 97 points a game that year. They gave up that twice in the playoffs.
Wow.
They also had 2 of the greatest offensive weapons in the history of the game.
Sure. Yeah. It's just the reason I even thought about it is because of the Bucks, and there's this panic about their defense. Well, they're 15th, which is exactly what the Nuggets were last year. But then I started thinking, like, man, we talk a lot about offense with the Kings. We talk so much about, man, Kevin Huerter's falling off, and Keegan Murray, why isn't he shooting it as much? And Domas needs to shoot it more, or shoot it less, and De'Aaron needs to take more threes or fewer threes or whatever it is. It's like, man, most of their problems to me come down to the defensive end.
I disagree a little bit. Like
don't do that. It's my show.
No, I understand that like when you're talking about winning a championship, which was the crux of the conversation, the Lakers stat. But when you talk about winning a championship, this team has a lot of flaws. When you talk about this version of the Sacramento Kings succeeding, it's based on what they could do on the offensive end. Keegan's really good defensively. De'Aaron is very good defensively. But the heart of this team is their offense. Like their issues come to if shooting 18% from 3. Like that's their problem. If they're doing what they're supposed to be doing offensively, there's very few games. Interestingly enough, Milwaukee's one of them. There's very few games where when they're hitting offensively, where they're doing the things that you believe that they should do or are capable of doing offensively, they're going to lose. Unfortunately, the last time they played Milwaukee is one of those games where they hit on all cylinders offensively, except at the free throw line, or at least I think they shot like 15 of 20. It wasn't like an absurd number. It's just they missed all of those free throws at the very end of the game.
3 they needed at the end
when
of the
they
game.
could have put the game away. That's when they missed bulk of their free throws.
But to me, I push back on that a little bit because I understand what you're saying, but there's going to be nights where you go 6 for 32, and there's going to be nights where you're not shooting it well from 3. No, I know, and that's the issue right now. Is they win and lose based on whether the ball goes in the hoop or not. And there's just sometimes you make it, sometimes you miss.
Yeah.
You need to have some counterpunch. You need to be able to get a stop at a higher rate than they're getting.
I don't disagree. I just don't think that's how they're constructed.
Then that's a problem.
100%.
Okay.
I'm just trying to survive the season. That's I'm just Just get to the first round of the playoffs. That's all I care about right now. Get to a playoff series. And it said this 1,000 times. It's not that I want them to lose. It's not. Just get whatever happens after that happens. It's going to suck when they get eliminated. It's going to sting. But in the end, it's going to be just fine. Just freaking get there. Yeah. And then you've got issues that you have to address this offseason for sure. But this team just isn't constructed, unfortunately, to get a high volume of stops.
Yeah, there are 7 times. We talked about this on the podcast yesterday. Brandon brought this stat. There are 7 games this season where the Kings have shot 27% or below from 3. They're 0-7 those games.
Yeah.
Their 7 worst games from 3, they lose. They've lost. Like, you can't. Well, yeah, but there has to be another counter. There has to be something else. Like, again, the game against Houston, 6 of 32 is the worst game of the season, 18.8%. Well, like, it wasn't even close.
6 of 32 is nuts.
No, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Like, they've been able to score in the paint a lot lately. They even outscored who'd they just lose to?
Chicago?
They just lost to Chicago?
The other night?
Yeah.
No, they just lost to Houston.
Houston, thank you. Goodness gracious. It's
been a lot of games.
They scored, they outscored Houston in the paint right there, like 50-something. But the Rockets hit like 11. They hit 40%, 41% from threes. It was like 11 of 29 or something like that. It wasn't like an outrageous volume. They just wound up hitting 5 more threes. Like you would hope Sacramento could, when that shot's not falling, attack the paint where they've been really effective lately. It's just when you're giving up this historically awful 3-point defense that they have, 3 is going to beat 2 when you have 6 or 7 trips for the opposing team that come from the 3-point line versus the 2-point line. So it's like they're swimming against the current, and it's ultimately going to be their downfall this season. But I just hope their downfall doesn't come in the play-in.
As Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up, what do you guys got?
A lot of this, that's for sure.
Can't
Will
wait.
Z will join us to preview the game. Trysta Krick's with us on Tuesdays. Jason Jones, the final hour of the show. Of course, we'll talk a lot about what's going on in the NFL as well. But we're going to get ready for tonight's game and then talk about everything that did not go Sacramento's way last night.
D'Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear. Good job, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
IG. That's Hammer's spot.
We told Ham to go on IG once, and he literally did it once on his vacation and never went back. Yeah, we just sprint from the moment we get here to the moment we leave, man. Not complaining, just telling y'all.
Damian the big bucks.
Sir, you have been ill-informed.
That's a $3,000 crew neck he's got on right now.
Oh, stop it. I'm wearing the same brand you are.
$3,000 crew neck.
I'm wearing the same brand this dummy is.
$20,000 chain.
This guy.
$45,000 watch. Better ask somebody. Come on, man.
Let me tell you this: we're not starting the show with y'all getting your jokes off on me.
It's
I'm
not
gonna tell you
jokes,
that
you're
right
ballers.
now. No, I'm
Just
just
saying.
going to tell that this going to end,
It's
or I'm not
just-
pressing this young Zell button. I'm going to
Just
tell you
say-
that right now.
Look, I'm just doing a price check on what you got on.
this
What you
one-
want me to
but
do?
No, look, what brand are you wearing?
Actively black.
I'm wearing
Shout
the
out to
same
my
exact.
people.
I'm wearing
Shout
the
out to my
same
people.
exact
Good
brand that
looking.
you're wearing.
You was looking.
No,
Looking out. Good looking
listen.
out.
You know what? I'm leaving. Get my truck.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. One more time for the good times. How y'all feeling today? Welcome in here to the Tuesday, March 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here.
We in here. Big time game tonight, man.
It is.
Big time game.
And
Big time two nights.
yeah, it's
for the
a
Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, because they could be in 6th or 9th. By the time these two games are over, they could be in either one of those positions, man, because absolutely nothing went Sacramento's way last night.
I was checking. I was like trying to do some, mental Rolodex stuff and even, some Googles and just like before I spoke, I wanted to make sure I was correct.
Mm-hmm.
And I was.
Oh, good.
That was the worst day in the history of the association. Last night was. It was awful.
Oh. How did you go about searching that?
Well, I went into my Farhan Zaidi bag and I carried the two and I had the expectator of the Territorians and I put those two together.
Yeah.
And after the Warriors win, the expectancy of the Terrier was more of a tactation of a Terrier. And it came with the formula that last night was the single worst night in the history of the association.
That checks out. Yeah, that checks out. I
was awful.
I can see that. Yeah, Warriors won. The Suns won.
Oh.
Devin Booker returned.
Hey, Suns out here got me looking stupid. They got me looking dumb out here, man.
Well, they don't have you looking great, but they were in Cleveland against whatever is left of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Like, that's not the Cleveland Cavaliers team that won like 19 of 20 or 18 of 9 or whatever that absurd run that they had earlier this year. Evan Mobley's out. Donovan Mitchell's not playing. Like, that's a different version. You hate it. They pulled the Cavs card at the right time. They're a little bit more thirsty. Cavs are a little jacked up right now, and you just hope that it's different with Boston. That's
well,
all you can hope.
That's all you can hope for.
Is it just
Boston,
this
and
is
then they got
different?
another one over the weekend. I think they played the Warriors play the Lakers. I forget who the Suns play. They might play
They
Cleveland.
have an
again.
ABC game, right?
I think they play on Sunday on ABC.
I'll pull it up.
Forgot who they play. It's supposed to be a lot. Might be the Nuggets. I don't know.
They do have a couple of big games coming up. They got Celtics. It's the Bucks.
It's the Bucks.
It's the Bucks on ABC.
Bucks are a
in Milwaukee.
great team. Bucks are a great team, you know. Hey, just a great team. Doc Rivers, one of the most underrated coaches in the history of the NBA, to be honest with you. And you know, you're just gonna have to fight hard going up against the Bucks tonight. And you know, the Suns, they're just going up against a tough Bucks team.
You're doing the thing, huh? That's fine.
Desperate
No, I'm fine
times
with
call
it.
for desperate measures.
I know it.
I was watching that Cavs Suns game on the way, listening to it on the way home. Oh, when Jared Allen missed the alley-oop. What the hell? Game time alley-oop. He just boop, 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 fumbles it all over the place.
What did he do again?
Boop, 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 fumbles it. And then Isaac Okoro steps into the second row when he's trying to. Oh, God. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't believe it.
He did. Yeah, it was a rough night. It was a rough night for the Kings.
This guy was stepping into the Guardians dugout at the end of the game. Like, what the hell was that?
See, nobody's got the Kings back like the Boston Celtics.
That's
Took out the
that's a
Mavs and the
fact.
Suns. We got you guys.
Handle business on Thursday. We're going to need that.
I'll put in the call.
Warriors went on a 30-6 run and put the Spurs away. Dallas won by 36 or something like that, 35. Yeah, it was not a good night at all.
Awful. I decided to watch the Horizon League semifinals. What an awful night in the association.
And how was that?
Well, University,
I don't
Wisconsin,
care. That was
Milwaukee.
I'm sorry.
They came back in the second half
completely missed
to
my
handle that
sarcasm.
one. Then I watched a little WCC action, and it's going to be Gonzaga and St. Mary's again tonight.
WCC is that the old Texas promotion where the Von Erichs were? Is it that one?
A West Coast Conference.
Oh.
You catch that game on ESPN 1320 at 5:45. By the way,
Championship game in the
Wait,
WCC.
that's
it's true. Yeah,
it's true.
Catch Texas wrestling between Gonzaga and St. Mary's tonight.
The Texas Tornado making his way down the aisle. The Kings, a game back from Phoenix right now. They're a game and a half back from New Orleans. It feels like New Orleans is miles away. 2.5 games, excuse me. They're 2.5 games back. No, they're not. But it
really
feels
does,
like they are.
because it doesn't feel like they're going to lose a whole lot of games.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Their schedule suits that, and they've won 4 straight. But they got 2.5 on Sacramento. The Kings and the Mavericks right now. Kings got a slight edge on them in winning percentage. That puts them in the 7th spot. And then you've got Los Angeles lurking right there, which is what makes this game interesting. So the Kings, I actually take that back. I don't think the Kings can be in 9th place. I think the worst they could be is 8th if these next 2 days go poorly, because they have that tiebreaker over Los Angeles. But what that means is Los Angeles just gets worked into hey, if you don't play, you can move up in the rankings.
Yeah.
That's kind of where they are right now. Golden State grabbed the win last night, so they grabbed a little bit of room here against Sacramento. So they got 2.5 on them.
But look, you talked about this weeks ago. This is just what it's going to be.
It.
As bad as last night was, you're going to have glorious nights coming up where you're like, everything is.
Yeah.
But no, I think you will.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I
sure.
think that's how it's going to go. You're going to have another horrible night in the association.
You're gonna have
probably
that.
1 or 2 more of those, and we're just going to ride this wave until we get to like the last week and a half when things really like settle how they're going to settle.
Yeah, I really do not want more nights like last night where everyone wins.
Nights like this. Nights like this. Shout out Eddie Kane. One of the great movies of all time, man. 5 Heartbeats. Come on, man. They don't get enough credit if you ask me. 5
Really?
Heartbeats. Yeah, it gets credit. They don't get enough credit. That's a top tier movie. Robert Townsend, genius. Robert Townsend don't get enough credit.
No, I agree with that.
And just overall,
I agree with
what
that.
he's done.
Robert Townsend is he's a legit legend, an absolute legend for sure. I feel like the Five Heartbeats is properly rated.
I don't like the way you're saying that.
No, it's a phenomenal movie. Like,
okay,
yeah, it's phenomenal.
Make sure you show the respect.
I feel like it's properly when discussed. It's proper.
Is it the? I don't. We can get into this off air or whatever, but I mean, is it a top 5 black music movie?
That is extremely specific. A top 5 black music movie. So what
I'm not even
falls
going to go
into
to
that
because if
category?
we ask the Oscars to rank the
Well,
Five
no, we don't need to
Heartbeats,
ask
you
the
know what I
Oscars.
mean? They would be like, no, the Rat Pack was way better. Like,
we don't
stop.
need to ask the Oscars.
Sinatra and the Rat Pack was phenomenal. Like, all right, whatever.
Okay, well, you don't have to do that, but I don't.
It's whatever.
But
that's why I said let's just.
Well,
keep
what's
it there.
What's another black music? Is What's Love
Temptations? What's Love Got to Do? It could be
no,
there.
Five Heartbeats.
What's Dream Girls?
Okay, I got so. Okay, Cadillac Records.
I
got you.
Two Can Play That Game. No, not Two Can Play That Game. Why Fools Fall in Love. I don't know.
What?
Two Can Play That Game.
It's Gabrielle Union, right?
I think it was Vivica Fox.
It was Vivica. Yeah, it's Vivica.
Ray falls in that category. That's a good call.
What Gabrielle Union movie am I thinking?
She was in not the Wood, not the Best Man. It was Morris Chestnut. It was the brothers. It was the brothers.
No, she was in Two Can Play That Game. They were both.
She was. Yeah,
they were both in
that.
it.
She was like she wasn't the main character. It was Vivica.
Yeah, Vivica. Yeah, Vivica.
But I do remember
they're both in it.
I think that's when she had like a red dress on, like red. I remember that red lipstick.
Slip on your high heels. I'm trying to find a. Well, okay. This is just going to take us down a weird road. I need to see the cover art. There it is. It's Vivica and Morris Chestnut.
Yeah.
And there's everyone else. Okay.
Oh no, I know. That's when Gabrielle Union had the high ponytail with the red power suit on. I remember that. I remember that.
Yes, that's facts. Yeah.
That
There's the screenshot. Yeah, that's
yeah,
Gabrielle Union. Yeah. Mrs. Dwayne Wade.
This is Dwayne Wade.
Or he's Mr. Gabrielle Union. I'm not.
It depends on the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but just salute to Gabrielle
Union.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll work on that list. Where's American Dream rank?
It's up. No, it's come on. That's the one. That's
a mini. That almost shouldn't.
Yeah,
count.
It shouldn't count. It's not a movie. It's a mini series. You're right.
It shouldn't.
You're right.
But it's
was that 2 or 3 nights? I think it was 2 nights.
It was like 5 hours though, right?
Yeah. It was like 3 hours each night.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal though.
No, it was incredible. I'm not looking forward to this biopic that's come. This where is it Jermaine's boy is playing Michael?
I'm not completely familiar. I
think,
feel like I might have heard something about
no, there's something brewing. I think it's Jermaine's son that's doing it, but I'm not sure.
What do you think about the one where Flex was Michael Jackson?
No, no, just an emphatic no. When I saw it I was like, I'm not watching this. This is absurd. This is absurd.
Why they do that, man?
They had him looking crazy. They had him absolutely looking insane.
I like Flex too. That's my boy, but damn.
Flex with Shanice?
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll come back, man. Malik Monk talks about the Sacramento Kings struggles at home. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Bucks. Maybe they've turned a few things around, and we'll look back on that game on January 14th as well. We're just getting started. We're happy you're here with us. Will Z will be with us today. Trysta Tuesdays in full effect. Trysta Krick, Jason Jones. That's all coming up here. Steele with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's in my head now. The hell? Oh, I guess it isn't technically free agency. I was like, why is ESPN having a free agency countdown show? But yeah, technically.
Act 2, Cowboy Carter. I think that's the official name.
For who?
Beyonce.
Oh, yeah.
Cowboy Carter.
I wanna love you.
Does Lean on Me count?
No, that's not a musical or a music movie. It was just a good movie.
Hollywood Shuffle. Yeah, Robert Townsend's got some. He's got some gems, man.
Shout out to the Parenthood too.
Yeah, apparently.
Shout out Zaria. I used to have a thing for Zaria.
What was that? CW?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Reagan Gomez Preston.
Yeah, it counts.
And that was pretty good.
It was. It wasn't bad at all.
really
That was
good.
BET, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't bad
They
at all.
did a good job of that. But then again, that was also a miniseries. I think that was 3
Yeah, that
nights.
was definitely a miniseries.
Yeah, they did really good with that.
Definitely.
Drew Down, this is an abomination right here.
Oh, come on.
We've gone too far.
Yeah, it's KFC, man. I don't know about them dudes, man. I really don't know about them.
Subway out here doing foot-long cookies now too.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, Subway. Yeah.
It's a foot-long
I'm
cookie.
surprised you didn't see that. There've been commercials all over the place, like during football and all that.
Football. I ain't paying attention. What football?
Well,
game?
I'm saying during the season,
Really?
like the playoffs, because Mahomes was doing the commercials.
Maybe I saw it and just wasn't paying any attention to it.
Yeah, foot-long cookie. That was
Of course, I always had the red zone on too.
True.
Multi.
KFC, they've gone out of control though. That is
That chicken pizza thing looks pretty nasty.
that is ridiculous.
Zabo, I'd argue they've hit the gas on this. They're trying to get us out of here quick.
I'm not sure that they're trying to do it slowly either.
No, yeah, they hit the gas. We're going 100 miles an hour with it.
Like, let's get these bitches out of here.
They all trying to go to Mars.
All right, be honest in the chat. Who's gotten the foot-long cookie or the chizza?
So here's the thing about like I haven't had them in probably a decade and some change, but like the Subway cookies used to be fire.
Oh, they're
They're
bomb.
fine. Normal
They're
cookies are
bomb.
good.
I don't need a foot-long cookie.
Like, what do you like? Cut it? I don't even know what you do.
Yeah, I would assume that's how you go about it, but I don't need it.
I'm gonna serve foot-long cookies to my guests this weekend.
Well, cut it up, like you said. It's gonna be a good cookie.
I'm not gonna do that.
It's gonna be a good cookie. Who's got the best cookies in the game right now? Crumble cookies are really good.
Man, them crumble cookies are on
Insomnia is
McDonald's
Insomnia's
always has
good.
fire cookies. Like if you get them right out when they make it, McDonald's always has fire cookies.
that's true. That's true. Is Mrs. Fields, have they lost the lead?
No, those cookies are still hot. I feel
Yeah,
like
but
just
they're
everybody
still hot.
does
They're
them.
not- I don't know if they're in the lead though.
Yeah, I don't know because there's so many other specialty places out there that do cookies.
True.
I think Crumble Cookie might be the one.
Crumble
and,
cookie.
and partly because it's the greatest in-game activation of all time.
Oh man, we had one on Sunday.
Yeah,
It was
biggest
going
pop of
up.
the night.
What's going up?
Biggest pop of the
Crumble.
night.
They usually, like I said, I'm just a chocolate chip type of guy, not chocolate chunk. That's not what I do. Chocolate chip. Type
Don't
of
do
guy.
that.
Well,
like
just
like
saying, I don't
why?
do no-
Like why
I
are
don't do
you
no
always
chocolate
trying to
chunk.
start a
We're
fight?
back. Chunk of your chip.
Always trying to start a fight, man.
I
swear.
just, let's keep it with the chocolate chip. But I don't know what it was that James brought in that one time from Crumble, but it was like peanut butter something,
Yeah.
and it didn't last 7 minutes.
What's
And
crazy?
it was supposed to be for all of us, and I ate them all.
Yeah, what's crazy about them joints is those Crumble cookies are like 4 cookies in one.
They're like cakes.
Like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. James brought like a special tool to cut them into 4 pieces.
Real talk.
And we realized as the day went along, like, I'm just gonna eat, just a little quarter of a little piece.
Yeah.
And then next commercial break, I'm just gonna have another one. I mean, I'm spacing it out. And then before you know it, like you're just staring at a wrapper.
Yeah.
Because you ate the whole. And then pretty soon we were staring at an empty box.
Pretty much. Yeah, Crumble.
Looking like
Crumble
4,000
popping.
calories of cookies that afternoon.
Crumble's popping. Now I gotta admit, because we asked during the break, what's the best cookie out right now, at least in the Sacramento area. I'm not like the super duper cookie connoisseur, so I'm sure there's other places that have great cookies. I just know of Crumble.
Mhm.
We got on this because of Subway. Subway's chocolate chips are still bomb to this day. Jersey Mike's has a good cookie too. You know, when you
Never had
that's a
that.
sneaky thing about these little deli shops.
Mhm.
You know, the chain ones.
Mhm.
They'll have a cookie in there, and you feel like you have to get it.
Mhm.
So
KFC's got the solid cookie too with the little meal or whatever.
who does?
KFC.
Yeah,
It's okay, but it's not like trash.
Are you
I
conditioned?
think KFC has those wrapped ones though, like already
might have switched them
pre-packaged
up.
joints.
Are you
Yeah.
both conditioned to have something sweet after you eat?
No, I'm actually the opposite.
Yeah, I don't really eat sweets unless it's like there.
Oh,
The only thing I really like, really the only dessert I really want now, if there's some chocolate chip cookies like homemade, I'll eat that.
Mhm.
But other than that, it's like a Hershey's cookies and cream.
yeah.
One of those
that is
bars.
your thing. Yeah.
That's really about it. It's really about.
I'm more of an ice cream person, but
Well, I said I have a Kit Kat in my lunch pail today.
you do have a lunch pail.
I do, and it's a hand-me-down. I got the old one. I
You
got
been to
Reese's
the-
old
Is it
lunch
a
pail.
Dukes of Hazzard? What is it?
Have
What
you
a
been to the
lunch
snack locker
pail.
yet?
What happened?
Have you been to the snack locker yet?
I haven't been to the snack locker. I meant to go yesterday. I didn't go. For everybody on the
James-
stream, this is my lunch pail.
James is about
This
to
is
go to war.
Reese's old lunch pail. He got a new one.
Reese at school with a Louis Vuitton lunch bag. It's just what dad's got. You know,
got the hand-me-down, man.
Target
Reese
joint
out there
from
and
4
Reese is
years
throwing the
ago.
bag on the field
Yeah.
so he can go play football with the boys or whatever.
Got his sandwich in a Balenciaga zip up.
They gave me the hand-me-downs, man. I haven't been to the locker yet though. I gotta
Now,
go.
James created a snack locker here at the studio, and it's pretty epic.
Mm.
Yeah, I took a peek right as we were leaving because I knew James was going to ask, and I didn't need anything. I was just like, let's see what James created,
Yeah.
and he went to work. I also don't know
I'll be
how
in there.
James got a top locker, and
Well,
I'm sitting on the floor to get my headphones out every day.
You were not sitting on the floor. I'm sitting on the floor.
That's right.
Crisscross applesauce,
Well-
trying to get into my locker.
Well, there is a new locker available, so maybe we should try.
Give me that.
We just need to move up.
A lot of bad
Give me
energy in
that
that
I
one.
don't even know. Well, there is bad
Lot of bad
energy in that
energy.
locker. Who the hell gave that dude the locker too? Like, how did that? Bro, you got here 2 days ago and you got the good locker.
I'm snatching that locker like Connor Cook took the trophy from who was that? Eddie Griffin. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
Eddie Griffin, Archie Griffin.
Archie Griffin.
Archie.
Not Eddie
Yeah,
Griffin.
Connor needs his ass whooped for that. Still to this day.
Snatching that locker like
He did this Archie Griffin like
Hello.
bad too.
Oh, punk ass needs to show some respect.
Archie just disappears behind the people that are all standing there.
Hey, that was so wrong. That's when I knew he wasn't gonna make it in the league.
Hey.
Raiders legend.
Raiders legend.
What do you think about Malik? He acknowledged to Sam Amick that this team is struggling at home.
Yeah.
It's another it's another case of them acknowledging their issues.
Mhm.
But you know, the awareness that they're just not doing what they're supposed to be doing at home. And interestingly enough, we're hyper focused on it this year for some reason. And again, I guess it was the newness last year. It's virtually identical to last year. Like it's a similar win percentage, you know, through this stretch of games that they had last year.
Yeah.
And it was what we talked about headed into this 6-game stretch. They've got to find a way to win a higher percentage of home games the rest of the season to have a real legitimate shot at the 6th spot in the West.
And that was, to me, that was what this was going to be all about. You know, if the Kings were going to get into the playoffs, they have to go big in this little stretch of March where they have a bunch of home games and into April as well. And right now they're at like 500 with that. I think they're like 2-2 in that stretch or something like that. And when you talk about what Malik said, I thought it was spot on. You mentioned it a number of different times. It was very aware of what's going on. And he was right. And I don't want to get into like a scenario about like booing and all this other stuff. Like I'm not trying to tell people what to do, but this is another reason why I wouldn't boo, right? Because these guys are, it's not that they don't care. It's not that they're just like, ho hum, it's whatever. They care. They understand what it is. They can't figure it out. They're trying. You got to believe they're trying everything they can to switch up how they play at home, the way they play against teams under 500. I think Malik had it in a quote. He said, "Yeah, I acknowledge what's going on. I wish we knew how to fix it. We would have been fixed it a long time ago, but we just can't figure it out." And with that, yes, you can be upset with the results, but I can't just like go in on somebody when they understand what it is. They're trying to fix it, and for whatever reason, they just can't. I thought that was just really real from him. Like, look, we understand what's going on. We acknowledge it. We're trying, man. We're trying to fix it. We're trying to figure it out. We just can't right now.
Why though? That's the part that I get. That's every time I see something like this, that's what I get hung up on. Oh, look, Malik's talking about it. Salute. De'Aaron, Domas, here we go again. All of the different things. Like, okay, y'all got it. You know what it is. The 3-point stuff, coming out of the All-Star break. They see it. They identify it. They acknowledge it. And they can't do anything about it. There's one thing it seems they have corrected. How? I don't know, but it seems that they have. Win or lose, they're shooting significantly better from the free throw line. Now, that could just be something where like they're in a rhythm and it's out of their head now. And whereas it was living in their head for so long, of course, it might live in their head tonight, given the way that the last game ended against the Bucks. But it seems like they do a really, really good job of identifying issues, being aware. I talk about being self-aware with this team all of the time, just not really being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that you deal with from time to time in sports, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Monty Williams is telling those players in Detroit all the right things to do.
Mm-hmm.
They know what to do. They know where they're lacking and how to improve. They just don't get it done. They're trying, and it just doesn't happen. A lot of the times, maybe you say you're just not good enough as a player. Sometimes I do think that there's something to, how do I put it? I promise you guys, I'm not trying to stall them out. They've got to figure out a way to be better. But there is something to, these teams just have great nights against the Kings. Just have great shooting nights, great scoring nights. Some of that is their own doing, right? Like, because you don't make these guys feel uncomfortable. They don't feel you on the defensive end. They're going to come in feeling comfortable. Some of it is you didn't do that earlier, and now the snowball's already going down the hill.
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's already out. Like, oh yeah, we know what to do to get good looks against the Kings and feel confident. And we're playing against these guys; they're going to give us good looks, all this other stuff. And even if they change that up in that particular game, Charles Barkley said the house is already on fire. Like Devin Vassell, he didn't already seen one go in already. He's hitting fallaways to the side, fall away rainbow threes. And the defense is great. The defense is there. It's what you want it to be. It's where you want it to be. But it's just one of those things. Sometimes it lasts for a week. Sometimes it lasts for a month. Sometimes it lasts all season. But I do think there's something to the fact that they're a little snake bitten with how teams come in and shoot against them.
Snake bitten a lot.
Yeah, are they snake bitten, or is it just the problems that this team has? The roster just doesn't have the solutions for it, because it's like the home stuff. Let's focus on that real quick. Like them being not great at home this year is not a this season thing. Last year they were 23-18. I mean, we can go to the years before. That's a lot different team now. But the home things, like the home issues, have been an issue for years. The defense, it's like we all want them to play better defense. Who is supposed to do that? Like Keegan Murray's kind of stepped up. Like what? Kevin Huerter, he's not a defensive player. Harrison Barnes, not a defensive player. Fox has turned it into it. Like Sabonis, like we want them to do these things, but you don't have like the solutions there for it. I think like because I think that's what it comes down to. They know everything. They're accountable. We've asked for accountability and all that. They know what's going wrong. And I think when it's a matter of you can't fix it, I think it's because you don't have the solutions on your roster. Probably.
I think that's a big part of it for sure. But I also look at something like like the Bulls game and DeMar DeRozan. Like, what could they have done differently against DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah,
They doubled
don't-
him. They put
yeah.
different looks on him. He hit all his shots.
Mm-hmm.
He was 7 for 7. Kobe White, I don't know. I don't know what they could have done differently about it. He hit a lot of his shots.
Mm-hmm.
And
But why does that happen so often with this team?
part of it is, like Jesse said, the personnel. And they're naturally not like great defenders. So there's already that. And then that's where I say the other part is a little snake bitten. DeRozan's good.
Mm-hmm.
He don't make every shot every time. He was hitting from all over the court. He hit a 3. The game plan is let him shoot the 3s,
Mm-hmm.
swished it,
Mm-hmm.
cashed out.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that is just, mentally, these guys are feeling good against the Kings, coming in, playing against the Kings. So maybe that has something to do with the confidence. But, yeah, I don't know what you do. Chester says foul him. They fouled him. He went to the line. He made all his free throws. He had 19 points in that fourth quarter.
Mm.
They did, and that's what I'm saying. It's not – that's just one game, but that's kind of a microcosm of Terry Rozier, Jaden Ivey, DeMar DeRozan, Jaime Jaquez. These guys, they've gotten on heaters
That's
against
just
the
a
Kings.
lot of, but it's all, but they get on heaters. Like, how do you have that many dudes get on heaters? You didn't say LeBron. You didn't even say Anthony Davis or Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving. Said, with all due respect, Jaime Jaquez, good young ball player. Jaden Ivey, who was playing really well at the time Sacramento's played, by the way, has continued to play really well since that Sacramento game, but was next level against the Kings. All of these guys, fine ball players, play like superstars against Sacramento.
Yep.
It's hard to absolve Sacramento's part in that. But to Jesse's point, and this was what we were discussing at the end of the Insiders, is it's too late to do anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the roster. This team survives by what they do offensively. Mike can tout defense, and he can tout defensive rating and doing this and doing that and what it takes to succeed in the playoffs. That's all good, Coach. You're 100% right. But the fact is, this roster right now is constructed to hit 15 threes. If you don't, it's probably going to be a fight. If you're hitting 15 plus, you're probably in really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
You're certainly in the game and you have an opportunity to win it. But if you're hitting 15 plus, you're in really, really good shape. If you're not, you're in a fight. If you're hitting single-digit threes, you better pray something else is working out for you. Right or wrong, like it or not, it's what this team is right now.
Mm-hmm.
And when you've got multiple guys in the starting lineup scoring in single digits, when you got a guy who's going through, and I'm not trying to pick on him, it just is what it is. When you got a guy who's goes through weeks long cold stretches, you end up with a team that wins 1, loses 1, wins 2, loses 2. Like, you have to have a more consistent effort from the guys you expect to be consistent. It's one thing for Davion Mitchell or Keon Ellis or Alex Lynn or JaVale McGee to be up and down throughout the course of a season. Kevin Huerter can't be as up and down as he is. Harrison Barnes can't be as up and down as he is. And Keegan, I respect what he's doing defensively. I have the utmost respect for what he's doing defensively, but he has to contribute something on the offensive end too, or this team just doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, it's spot on. Spot on. I don't have anything against any of that. You guys are 100% right. We talked about it yesterday with James Ham. I think they need to do a better job of embracing who they are. Once they embrace who they are,
and it feels like they did that for a minute.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what. Maybe they still are, and it's just not clicking or computing or whatever. Mike will tell you they're fourth in, the offense since the All-Star break. But it
that's also like the first time I've ever heard Mike say anything about the offense. I think it's still a battle. Like, it's a battle. This is what I think. It's a battle because he's right. Like, they can't get to where they want to go by being this purely offensive team. There has to be
No doubt.
defense there.
Absolutely.
And Mike is preaching that, and he's understanding, and he's right. But
it ain't happening this year, though.
yeah,
that's the problem.
That's not who this team is. And you don't ever want to just say, you're never saying like forget defense. Can't never say that. But you do have to say, I think you have to remind them, we need to get these points up. Like, we got to score. You guys got to play defense for sure. But don't forget, we've got to score each and every time. And it kind of goes back to, I think, to a certain degree, without saying it, they may know when people are like, why do they always jack up threes instead of getting to the bucket and all this other stuff? They have to, unfortunately, to a certain degree. They have to. They have to get that number of threes up and make a certain amount of threes to be a winning team. It's all right there for them in front of them. It's all staring everybody in the face. They gotta say, all right, this is who we are. Let's lean heavy into this.
Yeah, I guess. I don't disagree. There are games where they hit on all offensive cylinders and lose. Hence the last time they played the Milwaukee Bucks on January 14th.
That was a tough one.
There were 8 20-point plus scorers in that game. 4 on each team. Fox led the way with 32. But we all know how that game ended. In the 140s for both squads. But a couple of missed free throws opened the door for Dame Lillard. And, man, that thing ends. And the Bucks, to their credit, seem to be playing pretty well right now. Obviously got off to a rough start with Doc Rivers. And interestingly enough, they've got going a little bit as of late, and they've done it on the offensive end. So we're talking about the Sacramento Kings. You know, we could talk about whether we could live in a fairy tale and say the Kings were championship contenders entering this season. We could do whatever we want to with that discussion. The Bucks had championship aspirations ending the season. You got Giannis Antetokounmpo. You got Dame Lillard. Your goal is to win a championship now until those two are no longer together. Like, anything less than that is a failure. And the belief was they would be able to do it, obviously, with the increased scoring from Dame Lillard. You got Giannis, one of the best players on the planet. But this was supposed to be a really solid defensive team. That was why Adrian Griffin was fired, was the fall on the defensive end. It was what Doc was criticized for when he walked through the door, and what's gotten the Milwaukee Bucks going over the course of the last couple of weeks is what they're doing on the offensive end. Yeah. They're back to scoring 120, 130 points per game, rather than during that run when Doc Rivers took over. They were like, and I don't have the exact averages. They're 108, 107. Like, they're in that vicinity. Like, maybe that's what they did in their closed door meeting with each other. Hey, we've got some things to correct on the defensive end. Our goal is to win a championship. But in order for us to win games, we got to be more productive offensively. And it feels like, without taking a deep dive into their last 14 games worth of film, the naked eye says, well, they're scoring a lot. Yeah. What they're doing on the defensive end, I'm not entirely sure about, but I don't need to study film to see that they're scoring more than they used to.
Yeah, and that's the other part of, like, what is going to make the Kings or help the Kings be successful is, because you're not a good defensive team, to keep up, you got to score. You know what I mean? Like, to not even just because that's your strong point. If you're not this great defensive team, you got to keep up with these other teams by scoring yourself. And I feel like that's one of the things that Milwaukee is tapped into. And that's something that you got to think about tonight. You know, Milwaukee is scoring. So I don't know if you have the personnel to slow them down offensively. So you better find a way to score. Better find a way to keep up offensively.
That's what we need to see tonight.
Yeah.
That's what we need to see tonight. Jill just sent me a stat. The Kings have the worst defensive rating at home in the entire league. Not that their defensive rating is great anywhere else, but the worst in the entire league at home. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough. It's not going to get easier tonight. And spoiler alert, it's not going to get any easier tomorrow. You're going to have a pissed off and rested Lakers team coming in here who's on the move a little bit. The Lakers feel really good about where they're at. I was listening to Anthony Davis 2 nights ago. It's like, this is the best we've played since I got here. And
yeah, that's crazy talk. But okay.
They won a title, whatever. Like, if that's how he feels, like, cool. I'm not there. He knows I don't. But he feels really good about the way that they're playing right now. So take the potential hyperbole out of it. They obviously feel really, really good about the way that they're playing.
Yeah.
And they have the ability to draw on what they did last year. And we don't need top 6. We'd like top 6. We don't need it. We know where we can go. We've done it.
Yeah.
It's different for Sacramento. The Lakers, it's different for virtually everybody. But the Lakers know, yeah, we go with this. We can do it. But the Lakers also have their eye on, like, yo, look at this middle part of the Western Conference. We're at the bottom right now of the postseason picture. We could find ourselves right near the right there at the top of this middle part of the pack in 4 games. Yeah, 3 games.
Yeah. So this is the thing about this with the Kings, though, is none of it was, in my opinion, none of it was going to be easy. You know what I mean? Like, whether you're playing good teams, bad teams, home, road, whatever, newsflash, breaking, you're going to have to win some games to get where you want to get.
It's big time right there.
Simple as that.
Big time right there.
So, hey, nothing's changed. You can't, we won, we beat the Rockets, so we can afford to lose. No, probably not. Probably not. It just is what it is. So tonight and tomorrow night, 2 big-time games at home. I think more than anything, you want to make sure you're going 4-2 in these 6 games. You're 1-1 as we speak. You probably really wanted to go 5-1 if you could, but I don't know if that's gonna. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. But 4-2 worst case scenario with these 6 games at home. Take care of the home court. Play better at home. Malik Monk talked about it. Hopefully they can turn this thing around.
At some point, the Kings have to beat the Bucks, right?
You would hope
at some
so.
point. Like,
or maybe not.
It's been years. like De'Aaron's never done it. That's insane. De'Aaron does not know what beating the Milwaukee Bucks looks like. They didn't even luck into a win against the Bucks in the last, what are we at, like 7 years?
It's crazy.
That's insane.
That is crazy.
Absolutely insane, man. We'll come back. There's a player having a season that probably deserves a little bit more credit than he's getting. I don't think you're gonna like. Well, no, I know you like the player, but you did mention this team was making you look stupid. We'll talk about it. Oh, I don't watch. I need to check some people's energy. Did you see what J Kidd did last night? Yeah, I'm checking. I'm Stephen A's, Bontemps, all you little nerds on TV. I'm checking your energy a little bit. I want to hear what y'all got to say about your boy. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Did you see Isaiah Thomas is still talking? Michael Jordan.
That man needs help.
Said he needs to apologize in the whole in front of the whole world.
That's what he said?
Not in front of the whole world, but basically it needs to be a public apology.
Because you publicly chastised me and embarrassed me. Or he said
unwarranted. Mike was lying. Like what was he talking about?
This is so what Isaiah said was he said something. He called him an asshole, like on national TV or maybe in The Last Dance, whatever. And I guess they've talked about it. or he's talked to other people about it and said that's not how he feels about Isaiah. So Isaiah says, all right, well, don't say that publicly and then privately say, nah, that's not how I feel. You need to apologize for that happening publicly. And then he said, or don't. Like, if you feel that way, then fine, let it be. But don't say one thing in private and then another thing in public.
I feel like Isaiah's entire existence.
Don't do that. Don't even go there.
His entire existence is seeking the validation of Michael Jordan.
It all comes off sometimes.
I just wish Mike would accept me, man. Just accept me.
Oh, timer. And I looked up like, why are you sitting over there?
You know.
I just want Mike to accept me, man. That's all.
Shout out, what is it, Neemias Quota?
Doing the show from the Isaiah Thomas position over here.
An all-timer.
Arguably my favorite Isaiah Thomas moment ever. You know, all this talk about, Kings being a 500 team since January or whatever it is. The Clippers have been a 500 team for like the last month. There's footnotes to that should be read, but still, that was the hottest team in the league at one point. And
my pick to go to the Western, go to the NBA Finals.
Russ, I didn't watch Raw last night. I didn't watch Raw. Does Damian drink the pressed roots with ginger flavor at all? I had it. I don't do the roots drinks a lot. I've had them, but I don't do them regularly. The green juice I drink has ginger in it. You can tell by what degree. Oh man, I didn't even see it. I guess I gotta. Anybody know what happened? I didn't see it.
Weren't they supposed to choose the opponents yesterday? Or is that SmackDown?
What opponents?
Well, I think Gunther's going up against Sammy now. Sami Zayn.
Yeah. They started teasing that before it actually happened. And they got Jimmy and Jay shaping up at WrestleMania. And I guess The Rock was on Kimmel. So I saw. So was Prime? Was that on Raw last night? Was the new ring apron on Raw?
I'm not sure. I didn't even watch.
I didn't see it either. I saw the announcement on SmackDown though.
I think they're starting that at WrestleMania. I thought they said
did
the Prime.
Yeah, it is starting at WrestleMania.
That is the number one way to tell that Vince McMahon is gone. That was that was always the Vince McMahon thing. Like,
it's WCW that's a bit, throw Slim Jim in the corner.
Yeah, the Vince McMahon thing was, I want the ring clean. Vince McMahon's gone, and they're like, let's make some money off of this.
I actually don't disagree with Vince on that.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of it. Never been a fan of it. I didn't like when WCW did it. It just looks cluttered. That's a pretty wild Photoshop, Dr. David.
Uh-oh.
That's... I actually forgot about that.
What? I mean,
we did send some emails out to Catherine yesterday, who was the Kevin Huerter fan.
We corresponded with Catherine yesterday. Do you want?
I mean, we don't have to get into details.
It was not.
Yeah,
it was not nice,
and it wasn't to us.
Yeah, no, she was
just fine with us. Well, Jesse. Jesse was the one that emailed her, but
She's a shoot basketball fan, though.
No, yeah, she watches.
Yeah, no,
She pays attention.
she
She
knows
definitely
what's-
tells she
she was
pays
locked
attention.
in.
She knows what's going on.
She was locked in.
Yeah. Let's just say she.
Kevin Huerter lost a fan yesterday.
Catherine may be looking for a new crush because,
Well,
man, no one tell Kevin. Like, he may have. You talk about fumbling the bag.
somebody brought up a good point. Do we know he doesn't have a girlfriend?
I don't know anything about.
Yes, he
Kevin
might have a
Huerter.
girlfriend. He might have done it on purpose. She might have told him, "You better play like ass on Sunday. In this thing now."
Send that woman to a new crush.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Jets. I mean, she's still a Kings fan. Maybe she tell her, "Hey, you want to come on? Just talk Kings."
It didn't appear that way.
No,
But
Is
Whole
she-
world,
you
no
should start
blanket.
suggesting other players. What do you think about Keegan? Good
Might
looking
have to,
guy,
yeah.
huh?
Keegan's on the up and up.
Good looking guy. Strong defense. What do you think, Malik? Huh? You want a little more of an attitude, a little more edgy? What do you say, Catherine? Huh? We can't lose Catherine. We just found out we had Catherine. We can't
Yeah.
lose her that quickly.
Catherine got to stay with us. Sacramento's booming right now.
If Huerter has an ounce of integrity, he'll score 60 over the next 2 games. Catherine will fall back in love, and she'll be on the show Thursday.
Maybe so, but y'all keep forgetting he might have been under a directive, and I ain't talking Mike Brown, to end this nonsense.
Maybe.
Imagine Mike's like, Kevin, what the hell was that? Sorry, wife said to suck today.
Hey, look, and in that case, who are you gonna listen to, Mike Brown or the missus?
The missus. The missus always wins.
He said, "Do what you got to do to end this nonsense," and he did it, and it's over.
Now I'm gonna see if I can find any evidence of a Kevin Huerter significant other, or perhaps just a Kevin Huerter. Oh, Kevin Huerter's IG page is all. There's a lot of basketball. He's got a good IG page.
He likes to
There's
keep
good
his
pictures.
personal life personal.
Yeah, there's a lot of basketball here. You don't have to scan Kevin Huerter's page to understand what he does for a living.
He's a hooper, man.
These are good pictures. He's got a good profile here.
I like Kevin Huerter. I hope he breaks out of this before the season's over.
No, I hope he breaks out of it today.
Well, that would be great.
Yeah, you can talk about before the season's over. Like, no, let's
you
just
know,
try it now.
The last time he broke out of like a slump was against the Milwaukee Bucks. He was like really, really struggling. I think he didn't get benched, I don't think. But it was like it was
Kevin Huerter
rough.
had 26
Yeah,
against
it was
the
rough.
Bucks.
In that game, he cooked. I forgot
did
what
not
happened.
play the game before.
Yeah,
So he must have been injured against Philadelphia
Mhm.
because he didn't play in that game.
What was the game before that?
Philadelphia.
No, before Philly.
Charlotte, he scored 0. He got hurt 41 seconds into the.
That's
Oh,
right.
that's
He
right.
stepped on
That's right.
like Keegan's foot.
Yeah, the most bizarre injury in the history of Kings basketball. Like on the tip, he steps on. Was it? You said it was Keegan
I think
Murray.
it was Keegan. I think it
Yeah.
was Keegan.
Does Mike almost need to like go up to Kevin like before a game and tell him like, hey, just play your game. Like I won't pull you after 15 minutes. Just kind of like
Yeah, probably.
yeah, because like legit, Kevin probably. I mean, you're probably going into these games like, oh, if I miss a couple shots, it's
Stressed
over at that
out.
point. Yeah, like almost to get Kevin out of his slump. Kevin needs like a clear mind almost when he's out there because I'm sure it's weighing on him a bit.
That didn't exactly happen against the Rockets.
What?
He wasn't, he didn't like get it. He didn't play as many minutes as the other guys did.
Right.
He still played 25 minutes.
And that was also, I tweeted it out during the game. That was my fault. I thought he got the quick hook at the beginning of the second half. Come to find out, he had 4 fouls.
Yeah.
So that also played into not being able to find a rhythm.
Yeah.
But in the first half, I thought he got the opportunities, he got the looks. But
16
I
minutes
think,
against the Spurs. Oh,
They need to have that conversation in general, though, Jesse. And I mean,
but what if
who
it's
knows?
not true? You can't tell Kevin Huerter something like that if it's not true.
You're right.
Well, I guess then we got to tell Mike Brown they need Kevin Huerter.
But here's the thing: I don't think Mike feels like that.
Here was, and I mean,
I think he believes Kevin Huerter would be an asset, but I don't think he feels like we need Kevin Huerter.
And then there's what I would say to Mike. What you think you need isn't working. So what are we going to do?
Play Malik Monk more.
He's done that.
Well, that's what I think that's what we're seeing.
No, he's done that. It's not working. Like you're still losing to Chicago and Miami and all this other stuff in Houston. Like, so when they were around 500, because they've been 500,
Yeah.
say a month ago, in that since the first of the year, they were a 500 team.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to not play Kevin as much and play Malik more. And now here we are a month later, you're still in the same spot. That hasn't worked. Since training camp, it was, if Kevin ain't getting it done, we ain't got to play him. We'll get it done.
Mhm.
That has not gotten you the results that you seem to be looking for. And he's gonna try it till the wheels fall. I think we're too deep into it now. He's not gonna change
But we're
how
not.
he treats Kevin Huerter or how he treats his minutes. I don't want to say him,
Yeah.
but how he treats his minutes.
But we're not seeing Chris Duarte anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's basically it's Malik now. He's running with Davion and Keon, and we're seeing that.
That's fine. That hasn't worked. It has not gotten you any more consistent. They're 2-2 since they started doing that, pretty much.
So, yeah. So Kevin played 32 minutes against the Timberwolves, and I'm just looking at March, nothing else.
No Fox that game too.
Kings won that game.
Mhm.
They lost to the Bulls. Kevin Huerter played 23 minutes. They beat the Lakers. Kevin Huerter played 11 minutes. They beat the Spurs. Kevin Huerter played 16 minutes. They lost to the Rockets. Kevin Huerter played 25 minutes. I don't know what none of that means.
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know how you fix it. I don't know how you make Kevin Huerter comfortable. I don't know. I don't have that answer. I wish I did. I'd call Mike and tell him. I have no idea.
Kevin Huerter, I to be honest with you, I can't even, like, it'd be bad radio to like go back even further. But Kevin Huerter in a bunch of these games before Milwaukee, 7 points, 13 points, 2, 5, 7, 9, 4, 2.
These are all in a row?
Yes.
God bless it.
3, 17 in a game they lost by 30 to the Pelicans.
Well, all right.
Then 4, then the game where he gets hurt, he comes back against the Bucks and has 26. And then you start
what
to
happened
like
next?
So 26, 10, 31, 8, 12, 18, 17, 14.
Okay. I didn't until this exact moment realize how truly bad Kevin Huerter's season has been. He's averaging 10 points per game.
This January and December were.
He's 44, 33, and 76 from the respective parts on the court, but he's 10.6 points per game.
Well, look at these month breakdowns. In the 3 games in October, 6.3 points. Then in November, 14.3. Then you get to December, 7.6. January, 11.9. February, he's up to 11.5. And so far in March, 5.6 points per game.
Man, it feels like we're really picking on Kevin Huerter, but he's fallen from 15 points per game to 10.
That's the killer. And that's also
40% from 3 to 36. 48% from the field to 44.
And it's also like getting back into what I think about this team and what they can do. There'd be no problem with anybody. And I can understand somebody saying Kevin Huerter is what he has shown you this year. He's a 10-point per game scorer.
Mm.
He's a mid 30% shooter from beyond the arc.
I
don't think that's who he is. I think, especially with his streaky nature, he'll play closer to that 15-point per game, 40% shooter from three in these final 19, 20 games.
I'm going to eliminate his rookie year for no other reason than it just doesn't fit my argument.
It's a good call.
Thank you. But taking his rookie year out of the equation and going with the last 5 seasons, including this one, he went from career highs to career lows.
Mm.
Like 10.6 is a career low. He averaged 9.7 his rookie year.
Mm.
Since then, this 10.6 is a career low. 15.2, that's a career high by 3+ points. It's a career high.
So he's probably about 12 or so. Huh?
So he's probably right smack dab in the middle of these two. The point is, whether he's a 15-point per game scorer or not isn't the question. He's not a 10-point per game scorer. Yeah. And that's the how did we get here question. Like, how did we get to this point where he is struggling the way that he is?
And then also, as part of that equation, would you say, because you got the numbers in front of you as well, would you say last year was an anomaly with his 3-point shooting?
38, 36, basically 39, 40, 36.
Now he's back to 36.
No. I mean, 40s, obviously, it's his high. It's, again, career high.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he did last year in terms of scoring was a career high.
Mm-hmm.
But it, like, if you're plus or minus 1, like, I'll give you that. Like,
right.
40 is plus 1 over what he had done before.
Right.
39. It wasn't like he finished at 43%. That's an anomaly. 42% is an anomaly.
Right.
40%. No, I think he can shoot 40% from 3.
Yeah.
He could shoot
Or
48% from the field.
40%.
Yeah, like 36. That's minus 4. It's the drop off numbers are so dramatic. Minus 4 in the 3-point percentage, minus 5 in the scoring category. Mm-hmm. Those are dramatic drops that it feels like at times this year the Kings have chased their tail trying to fix, or not fix, make up for, and they can't. They haven't, and it leaves us here.
And one of the things about that though is Kevin Huerter, even with Kevin Huerter going on, I don't think, like when you talk about his erratic minutes and all this other stuff, he doesn't seem to be the one on the floor when they're blowing a 22-point lead. Like you could even make the argument he's out there a lot when they get the lead. And then maybe like some way through the third quarter, they're struggling, lead starts to go away, and then Kevin don't play no more.
Yeah.
Right? So the issue isn't like it was earlier in the year when the Kings were just non-competitive. The real issue right now with this Kings team is they can't hold leads.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting up. They're coming out ready to play. They can't hold leads. And I'm not trying to place that on one particular person, but even if I was, I wouldn't even know where to go with that. I don't know who to blame that on. But that's their issue right now. Off the top of my head, they've had double-digit leads probably in the majority of their last 10 games. And they're probably 500 in those 10 games.
Is there a difference between giving up a big lead and giving up a big run? Because I think about the Laker game, right? They didn't have a big lead in the Laker game, but the Lakers led that one by 19. Let's just look at March real quick. The Timberwolves only led by 3. Kings led that game by as many as 14. They won by 4. They lost to Chicago. The Kings led that game by 22. The Bulls, their biggest lead was 4, which is what they won at. Laker game, Kings trailed by as many as 19, led by as many as 22, wound up winning the game by 10.
Didn't that get to single digits in the third quarter? at the end of the third. I think it was like 7. Maybe it was 13. I can't remember.
It
can't remember.
It might have been in the third quarter, or somewhere at the beginning of the fourth. But yeah, it never got. I didn't think, at least, it got dangerously close. But they made a run.
Sort of like 12.
Yeah.
I think it went from
They made
like
a run.
22 to 12 at the end of the third.
But they had a but to be completely fair, they had a double-digit lead and won the game by double digits. The Spurs, Kings were leading that game by 20. Spurs wound up leading the game by 8. Of course, the Kings wound up winning by 2. And then there was the Rockets game where the Kings led by 13. The Rockets led by as many as 17. And the Rockets win that game by 8. And that's just that's just March.
Well, hell, you go into February.
I forgot
the Miami game. Did they lead that one?
So let's just stick with this for a second.
Yeah, because it's actually kind of baffling.
Going back to the Nuggets game, I completely forgot. The Kings led that game by 15. The Nuggets led by as many as 32. Wound up winning that game by
19, I think it is.
7. Yeah.
21.
21.
21.
You asked about the Heat game. Kings led by 10. Heat led by 20. Heat win by 11.
Clippers game.
Kings led by 18. The most the Clippers led by in that one was 4.
In that,
but
Clippers
the Kings
game,
win that game by double digits.
But we should tell the whole story. The game got to 1 in the fourth quarter, and the Kings pulled back away again.
Well, I can't tell you the whole story. I'm just looking at the box score.
Well, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to tell you the whole story now. I mean, that's my job.
But they did win the game by double digits.
They did. But when we talk about blowing leads, though, they didn't blow a lead, technically. But they were up by 19, I think, in the third quarter, got to 1.
If you were more mature, I'd ask a question. But
I'm very mature.
Okay.
First of all, how dare you?
You gotta watch one other episode. Spurs. Back to the other Spurs game. Kings led that one by 11. Won by 5. So your original point was that has to be 10 games at this point, right? Because March is, we need to do one more. That gets us to 10. That's the Nuggets game. They won. They beat the Nuggets by 4.
That one Nuggets didn't lead by double digits.
Correct. They led by 7. Nuggets led by 16. So that's the last 10 games. The Kings are 3, 4, 5, 6, and 4
in their last 10.
Yeah, 6 and 4 in their last 10 with double-digit leads in
like all but one.
All but was it the Nuggets game is the only one?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Realistically, they should be like 8-2 in these 10 games. When you talk about should be and all this other stuff, they shouldn't have lost the Bulls game, and I don't think they should have lost the Rockets game. The Rockets weren't that good.
22 point like that, and I guess that's where like peak Kings fan frustration sets in, rightfully so. Is sometimes you blow a 20-point lead to a 22-point lead to Milwaukee with Giannis and Dame, you have to take it on the chin. You do it against another high-powered offense team with superstar scorers. You take it on the chin. With all due respect to DeMar DeRozan and Kobe White, you blew a 22-point lead to a team that beat you by scoring 113. That's tough.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are really, really tough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like I said, maybe 1 or 2 of those. Just one. One would feel a lot different. You would have won that Bulls game. 7-3 in your last 10. And yeah, that's tough. That is tough.
Sam Amick. Hopefully he doesn't get in trouble.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you say?
I don't know. I don't want him to get in trouble.
Careful.
Redact. Well, we can't call him redacted. That has strong.
Athletic redacted.
Athletic Amick.
Double A.
Sam's
Like
going to get a
double
call.
A.
Sam, they're saying your name. Make them stop. Make them stop, Sam. Don't let them say your name.
Maybe we'll call him he who shall not be named.
He who should, the higher power.
Yeah, the higher power was talking Kings the other day.
The higher power over at the Athletic. He wrote just a couple of really, really interesting things that we could talk about throughout the day. But of course, he laid out the tough losses. He went extreme, in my opinion, because there is a certain, ebb and flow to a season where just because you're, quote, better than a team doesn't mean you're going to win. Like, you could do this exercise with every team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
The swing with the Kings would be pretty dramatic. He talked about the Houston losses early in the season, Portland, Charlotte, the Philadelphia loss without Joe, the 23-4 run by Phoenix, the Indiana game without Tyrese and Siakam, the Heat game where they had lost 7 in a row, the Heat game where they lost all of their roster, the Chicago game and Detroit game. He laid all of those out and said if the Kings would have won those games, that's a lot. And like I said, I think it's extreme. They'd be a game behind Boston. That's crazy. They'd be a game behind Boston for their best record in the league.
What are some of those games?
The Chicago game, the 2 Miami games, Detroit again. I thought it was extreme. The Indiana game without Tyrese and Siakam, the 23-4 run by the Suns, Charlotte, Portland, and he threw in both Houston games at the start of the season. This was written before the last Houston game.
That's crazy.
Well, if the Kings took care of business, they'd be the best team in basketball.
Which also, I mean, it's a. I don't know if this.
That's not how it works. Like just to be fair, I love the exercise by Sam because that is. I'm sorry, I love the exercise by the higher power. That is that's a really extreme, unrealistic, like, idea of how a basketball season goes. It's just amazing to think about,
right? But I would.
Because none of those wins are outrageous asks.
No, he goes a little extra. I counted 6 games there. I think he's got maybe 10 on there, but I counted like 6 that are like really realistic. I didn't count both Miami games.
He has 11.
Yeah, both that's a tall ass. Like the first one,
for sure.
That was just a game that you kind of lost.
Yeah.
Like
that was a game that Miami needed.
Right. I wouldn't say you blew that game, but you just kind of lost it. But I think it's fair to say 6 games at the very least that
I think Philadelphia was a damn near 40 burger from Tobias.
Yeah, I think he had 37. And I wouldn't classify Philadelphia as that. I know Joel wasn't there, but
I think that's the tough part is you got 37 from Tobias. That's got to be a season high, right?
Goes to it. Although he's playing really well, but yeah, it's probably a season high. Probably a season high.
I feel like the easiest ones. I like with the Houston games. Give me a split there. The first 2.
That. Yeah, okay. I feel what you're saying, but I didn't even. You just lost them.
Portland, Charlotte, the 23-4 run from Phoenix is tough.
Yeah,
I think that Indiana game sucks.
I think that's 4. That's one you got to win.
Detroit,
that's 5. That's one you got to win. In Chicago,
and then 6. Chicago, you had a 22-point lead that you blew there. There's 6. Yeah, there's 6. Sam gave him 11, but I think 6 is a realistic ask.
But you know what? When you do this exercise as well,
that might not get you by Boston, but it gets you by New Orleans.
Like 4.
Yeah, it gets you by New Orleans and the Clippers. Yeah.
But when you do this exercise, and I think the Kings have had far more games that they just completely let slip away than what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to count games that you probably shouldn't have won. Like Denver before the All-Star break, you probably shouldn't have won that game.
What about San Antonio the other night?
That's a steal.
You literally stole that game.
That's a steal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they had another Orlando at home was a steal.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were down, I think 3 or 4 under. So you know what I mean? Like when you do that practice, you got to do it both ways, I feel.
We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll look around the league as well. I mentioned I'm looking to see if anyone's calling out J. Kidd and Luka Doncic today. We'll explain why I'm dealing with Casey. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What games did the Kings steal this year? Beat the Warriors by 1. That was a 24-point comeback.
Yeah, that was a steal.
Had a big comeback in the Hawks game, too, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, that's a steal.
Oh, man. Goodness, I can't believe they won that game. 2 points from Harrison Barnes, 9 points from Keegan Murray, 7 points from Kevin Huerter. And your biggest, you got De'Aaron and Domas cooking, Malik and Trey Lyles cooking. Wow.
So
what a weird season.
My guess, if you go with Carlton, you're right. Portland was a steal. That Portland game here in Golden One. My guess is if you did this practice, you'd probably get a net. I'd say a net 3 between if you took the games that
plus 3.
Yeah, plus 3. Which would probably get you like 6 right now, 5, 6. Because if I said right now, it might be less than that. Because if I just said right now, there was 6 games that they should have had. They let go. I'll throw them. Well, then now because see, he was just talking about bad teams. I think you throw Milwaukee in the Milwaukee game in there as well.
Yeah, he was talking about bad teams only.
You throw the Milwaukee game in there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, do what you want to do with the second Warriors game. Klay Thompson hits the shot.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just a tight game. That wasn't, nobody really gave that away. So I'll just say 7. And then you just named what? 3 games they stole? 4 games they stole?
Yeah, Orlando, Golden State. Forgot
San Antonio and Atlanta. So you probably get a plus 3. Zabo, I wouldn't say the 2 Suns games. There was only one Suns game that they truly should have had.
Is Kyle in there? Does Kyle cut the clips on Twitch? Can you post the short clips that he cuts to Twitter? And I'm gonna try to get them on IG. Can you email me whatever short clips you cut? Because I can't access Twitch anymore. I used to just download them straight from Twitch. Now I can't. We got to get our socials going right. They're going to make this big push in the next few weeks about digital stuff, and we need to be ahead of it. We need to get them to tweet out their podcasts and all of that stuff more. Because we're going to be ahead of this and not behind it.
Yeah, since Odyssey Sports doesn't know we exist.
Fuck them hoes. This shit is so annoying.
Get a grip, motherfucker.
I'm convinced the dude who runs that account just works in San Francisco. Man, everybody's got a price. See all them zeros on that? Look at that. Money, 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 money. The $1 Million Man.
40,
60,
Always
80,
gets his man.
100, 120, 140.
Trysta Krick set to join us at the top
I thought you were going to say something.
something about
you
how
didn't.
the music still
Yeah,
hasn't been
because
updated?
that's
No?
the beat that always makes you
No.
say that.
No, that's not the beat that does it. No.
What's the beat? It feels like
No,
that's the
there's
one
one
you
of the
always say.
there's one of the slow ass beats I put in there
feels
for
like
no
That's
reason.
the one where you always say, God damn it, we need to.
No, that's fine.
We should keep track of that. The standings on that one. Which one makes Damien say we need new music?
Those ones might have got dumped though, because the ones he didn't like, I took out.
Oh, okay. I hadn't even paid attention in like a week and a half.
I pay attention to everything.
Well, where can I help with that? Because I got a gang of instrumentals. Is there somewhere where I can put them? Well,
just give them to Jesse. Give whatever beats you like to Jesse. What's better? Do you want them? Because we're doing this we're all in on this together.
Yeah.
Do you want the beats like separate from the rejoiner? Do you want the rejoiner and the beat separate?
Do you have the rejoin, like the dry rejoin? Because I talked to Charlie about that. We're getting that because I don't have that saved. That's why
I have the produced one. Yeah. We have the produced ones that go into a beat. Yeah, I have the produced ones somewhere.
Then send that to me.
Okay, I'll send you the produced ones, and then you'll handle everything else.
Yeah, I'll send you that sexy red joint.
Shout out Sexy Red, Rookie of the Year last year.
Well, it's a good call. It's a good call. The Paolo Banchero of hip hop.
It's kind of like when Malcolm Brogdon won Rookie of the Year, but you won it
at like 7.6 points per game.
Yeah, like there wasn't anything else, but here.
Just really hoping the Sexy Red era is over.
Oh no! Once she get this baby out, and she gets to really gets down being a mother and gets back. Yeah, she'll be back.
No, I feel like it's over.
Yeah, she'll be back.
I just don't think she'll be back.
No, I don't know if she'll ever be as big as her rookie year, but she's got it's not just like she's got a level of charisma to her.
Yeah, I just think it's gonna wear off. Like not her charisma.
Well,
I just think the
charismatic people are always charismatic.
Yeah, no, I got that. I just don't think anyone's gonna care.
She's got probably one more year.
Charismatic. When people don't care, you're not really that charismatic. That's what you call just hot.
And that's what I think. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're not saying she's charismatic. You're saying she's hot, which is a fair point. That may be the case.
Yeah, I'm good on Sexy Red. Like we could put that behind us. Good job.
I hope we put Kanye behind us soon.
Well,
you talk about who can come back in 2024, Kanye or Sexy Red. Give me Sexy Red. Well, I'm sick of that jackass.
I'll and if those are my choices, I'll take Sexy Red as well. But still, a couple of quick things. I don't watch. Anybody call out Luka and J Kidd today?
No, matter of fact, I think they had a argument. I don't know if this was today or yesterday, but the streets are saying they had I had to play this clip. I haven't seen it, but they had an argument about who loves LeBron more.
Yeah, you talking about Shannon Sharp and them? I heard about that. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Shannon Sharp and Kendrick Perkins argued with each other about who loves LeBron more.
What's that got to do with Luka and J Kidd?
It doesn't. I'm saying no. They didn't talk. They didn't call him out. They were too busy arguing about who loves LeBron more.
I need to hear that. We got to see if Awful Announcing calls for that. I need to hear that.
I hadn't heard. I just kind of read the caption, but to elaborate on your original.
Did you
question,
see what they did last night?
I heard about it. I didn't see it. I definitely heard about it, though.
Yeah, the Mavericks were up by like 30 something points, and J Kidd put Luka back in to go chase 30, so he could get another 30-point triple-double.
Mm.
I'm just checking y'all's energy.
Did anybody ask J Kidd about that?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's par for the course. It's par for the course. I don't.
I'm just asking if everybody's energy is the same when it comes to stat chasing.
You know it's not gonna be. You know it's not gonna be. I think I'm pretty rough on Luka on this show. It's not his talent. I just don't think he's a winning basketball player as far as like being a leader and being a guy that drives winning. I think he's just really talented at basketball. I don't even know where winning ranks on his what means the most to him. Or he could be a guy that really does want to win, but he wants to win his way.
Hmm.
And there are people like that. Like, I don't think Luka would be happy if he averaged 23 and somebody else was averaging 21, but they were good on defense and they were winning. He wouldn't be hyped up about that. I do think he'd be.
You think he's selfish?
To a certain degree, yeah. A selfish basketball player.
Yeah.
Well, Lucas said too, he doesn't really need to change. I mean, you put up 30 a game or whatever, do your thing. Not like the media is going to kill him for not winning. It's always been Mark Cuban's not getting it done around him, or they need more players around him. So he has like honestly no incentive to really switch it up.
Yeah, and he won't.
Shams just reported Sengun likely will be done for the rest of the year.
Mm.
Grade 3 right ankle sprain. Of course, everyone's relieved by that, but Houston's not going anywhere. So as we said yesterday, this is the perfect time to shut him down for the year. Can we get a
real quick on Luka? Did you see the Michael Finley thing? I just saw like before I came in here.
Yeah, the Grant Williams stuff.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your boy?
My boy, I've been trying to tell you guys about Grant Williams. He's just not likable.
Well,
the NBA players don't like him.
So you're right.
And it's because he tries to act like he's not a role player.
Everything you're saying is right. In this case, I'll defend Grant Williams a little bit based on what Michael Finley said.
Okay.
Michael Finley said, first of all, he goes in there, he goes, there was one time in practice, I'm not going to name no names, but it was Grant Williams. That's a direct quote from Michael Finley. Right. I'm not going to name no names, but it was Grant Williams who was going up against Luka. And the key part of that whole blurb was he said Grant Williams thought that Luka didn't show up to practice. Like he didn't think that he came to play that day of practice. So Grant was talking to him. And I don't know if he was trying to motivate him, or I can even imagine to a certain degree somebody being pissed off that, this guy's not busting his ass. So he talks to him and he talks all this trash and all that. Luka finally has enough and goes on Michael Finley says, goes on a 26-6 run right there personally against Grant Williams. That's great. He's an unbelievably talented basketball player. That is great. That's not the story for me. Everybody going to talk about Grant Williams getting his ass busted. This guy was sitting there saying, this guy's not even working hard. Somebody, coach sure as hell, he's watching just like us. He's not going to light a fire under him.
That's all he can do.
Somebody needs to. I'll do it. And then when clearly Luka wasn't practicing hard because when he got upset or whatever, he goes off. Once again, that says more about Luka than it does Grant Williams to me. And everybody going to talk about Grant Williams getting busted and all this other stuff. I get all that. Luka not one of those greats. You're not one of those greats. And when I mean that, and you say this all the time, there's only like one of these guys, so it's different to say, but he's not Kobe. He's not Mike. He's not even KG. Like he's not that type of player. He's unbelievably
Ray
talented.
Allen. Like there are guys, there are guys that don't have to be at the tippy top of the mountain. Like Ray Allen's work ethic is notorious.
He's unbelievably talented. If you're looking for him to like lead your team somewhere, I don't think you're going to get very far.
Well, let's hope they don't get to 6. Stay firmly 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Let's hope that's as far as they get.
When they play the Warriors, Luka.
Yeah, I don't have any beef with anything you just said right there. Can we listen to?
Oh, we got it.
Can we hear what is this?
You when the Clippers
Oh no, never mind. That ain't gonna work. Never mind. That's fine. That audio's a little rocky. We'll peep that later.
Off on announcing usually my boy. They usually on that one, but they were arguing about who loves LeBron more.
Let's just on behalf of like all of us, look, it's a tie. Y'all, all of you win. Congratulations. Goodness gracious. Steve Kerr said he doesn't expect Steph Curry to play in Dallas tomorrow, though the Warriors did just announce that Steph Curry is resuming basketball activities. He's resuming his on-the-court work. He is in San Francisco. He'll join the Warriors on the road when he's ready to play. But Steve did say last night following the Warriors win against the San Antonio Spurs that he doesn't expect Steph Curry to play in Dallas, and that game is coming up tomorrow. Pop was exceptionally cranky last night.
What else is new?
Warriors beat the Spurs 30-6 run, ended any chance that the Spurs had, but Pop had some of those moments. Like, there's a player talking about how everything went wrong for Sacramento. I don't think Kevin Durant's getting enough attention for how good of a season he's really having. KD, I'm KD, two separate points here. Kevin Durant is having a really, really good season. Kevin Durant over the last 4 games, one of them with Book. Suns are 3-1 over that stretch. 38-7-4 is what Durant's averaging. There's a 45 in there.
Wow.
From KD.
Wow. He's willing this team to a playoff appearance.
Yeah.
He's single-handedly doing it. I know Bradley Beal's come back and all this other stuff. Grayson Allen's playing well, but
Book
it's
returned
Kevin
last
Durant.
night.
Yeah, Book is back.
And was good.
Yeah. It's Kevin Durant, though. And I have been the one saying Phoenix is about to fall off the face of the earth. Kevin Durant is looking me square in the eyes and saying, got 2 words for you. Because he's cooking. He's carrying.
What were the 2 words?
I don't know.
That's 3 words.
That's not what he said. That also I came across. I'm about to play this during the break where they have a clip of Charles Barkley saying on Inside, like, I've got 2 words for you. He says 8 words. But KD is he's putting that team on his back right now. And
28.5
to the promised land
for KD this year. 28.5, 6.7, 5.5, just under a steal per game, just over a block per game. He's having an incredible season and has played how many? He's played 58 of the Suns. I don't know the Suns record off the top of my head. Suns are 38-27. Kevin Durant's played 58 of those games. Was that 65 games?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
He's doing work, man. I'm still thinking that, they're going to struggle with these. Like, I don't expect them to win on Thursday. But, I mean, in the last week, 7 days, I should say, they've won 2 games that I didn't think they would. Denver and Cleveland. So, and Kevin Durant has been major in both of those games. So, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And so far, I'm wrong.
I wish you weren't.
I wish I wasn't either.
And the Suns right now have a game on Sacramento and on Dallas in 2.5 on LA.
I just thought about something because Drew Down in the chat, he's talking about Trace Jackson Davis dunk over Wemby last night. I got something to say, but I don't want to sound like a hater.
Okay.
Say it anyway. I'm going to sound like a hater.
Well, you have to. You've teased it, but
that was an offensive foul.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
What do you think I was going to say?
It wasn't that big of a deal.
Oh, no, you dunk on Wemby. It's a big deal.
I don't think it is.
You dunk on Wemby. It's a big deal. But that's an offensive foul.
It's a hell of a play by Trace Jackson.
Have you seen it? Like
Yeah, I saw him.
where I say it's an offensive foul.
No, I don't think so.
He pulls his arm down. The arm that Wemby's about to block the shot with, Trace just yanks the arm down and then dunks the ball. It's offensive foul. You can't do that.
I feel like that happens 7 of 8 dunk attempts.
Yeah, you
I
can't
feel like that happens all of the time. If it was Domas.
Not like that. That was
if
egregious.
Domas was going to dunk, they would have called an offensive foul. But if Trace Jackson Davis on the Golden State Warriors, ain't gonna call no foul on him.
Who loves Domas, by the way. Modeled
Trace
his
Jackson
game
Davis?
after
Very good.
Domas. Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good ball player. too.
Please, he's very good.
When he gets a chance to play, like he does some really good things out there. That was an offensive foul.
And also, please don't take this opportunity to tweet nor comment in the chat about how the Kings should have drafted Trace Jackson Davis. It was not possible. That has been covered a million times. It was never going to happen.
No.
But that was a hell of a play. I believe he dunked on all of France. I can't remember exactly what the call was from your favorites at NBC Sports Bay Area. But I believe it had something to do with all of France.
I'm trying to be nicer, so I'm going to just.
That's very nice of you. It's very big of you.
All right, man. Like, all right. Number one, I wouldn't know. I just wouldn't know. I don't play that broadcast and I don't play their clips.
Okay. It's good for you. All right, then.
That's what they said, though?
Yeah.
How do you say it? How do you say it?
I'll find it. He was excited. He was definitely excited.
He dunked on all of France. I mean, seriously, what is going on?
It wasn't quite that. A little excessive, but let me see if this is your boy's call. I believe it is. He put the entire country of France in the basket. Yep, your boy. Yep. The entire country of France went in the basket. And take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
Can't wait for Wemby to. I can't wait for Wemby to just
put
Looney through the basket.
A welcome to the league moment for who? Yeah, I heard that last night. I was like, is he referring to Trace or is he referring to Vic? Because I don't think Vic's welcome to the NBA moment is a dunk from Trace Jackson Davis. With all due respect.
I think Giannis dunked on Wemby like 2 months ago.
Malik dunked on him. The Kings took turns dunking on Wembanyama. I think they did the same thing to Chet Holmgren.
Oh, yeah, Chet, his first 3 weeks of the season were getting him left and right. But Chet balling out, though. But, yeah, just.
Okay.
I can't wait for Wemby to.
So, that's fine.
Pods through the basket
on
one of these.
It's fine. I'll be the hater.
It was a hell of a dunk. It was an offensive foul.
It was fine.
But look,
the dunk was fine.
You dunk over Wemby, that deserves that reaction. I would have challenged it if I was Pop. I would have challenged it. It was an offensive foul. How can you not see that? And they called a foul on the play. So you had time for your team to look at it. Maybe he didn't have a challenge left. But he grabbed his whole arm down. Wemby would have sent that into the fourth row.
I'm calling fine. The dunk was fine. Malik's had 10 better dunks than that this year. It was fine.
I don't disagree.
But that's fine. I'll be a hater. I don't mind. Hateration and holleration. No big deal.
Aldrin J. Yeah, we're being haters right now. Y'all look at the play and tell me, was it an offensive foul or not? That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not even saying it's not impressive. I'm just saying it was a foul.
I like Trace Jackson Davis too. It was fine. Like I saw it live. It didn't move me. It's like, oh, he got him.
No, when I saw it, I was like, yo, he got him. I didn't see it live. When I saw it, I was like, ooh, you get Wemby, you get that reaction.
And I feel like that's all it is just because it's Wemby.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, don't nobody care if he dunks over
dunk. It's like
Jake. What's his name? Lockdale.
Well, we don't know what Jake Lockdale did to you, but like, if I'm just judging the dunk, it's like,
Yeah, you get Wemby, you get to do that. Then I was like, "Ooh, we got him! Ooh, we got him! Ooh, we got him!" And then I saw the from the backboard view.
I haven't even seen that
I said,
view.
wait just a damn minute.
Yeah, I haven't even seen that view.
It's not legal.
Sac State and Montana State tonight.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Huh?
Hey,
Huh?
hey, let's go. Let's go.
Sac State
Come
and
on,
Montana
boy.
State tonight at 5:30.
I'm not gonna look at anything like, oh, it's a great it's an easy matchup or nothing like that. I don't. This is a crazy tournament. Big Sky tournament, crazy. The 1 and 2 seed is out, and the 4 seed.
Mhm.
It's a crazy tournament. But I mean, you got them once already at their place. You got them on the road.
Yeah.
Get this one, man.
Come on,
these
coach.
Boys, hey, these
Come on, coach.
These boys might mess around being the Big Sky
Bro.
champion.
Get this. And you a heartbeat away from the NCAA tournament with a 12-25 record.
Come on, man.
I can't wait to see DP on SVP after he wins the Big Sky. Come on, coach.
And you know, and you know it's gonna be a story too because of the record. Like it's gonna be a story because this is why we love March. A 12-23 team or 25, whatever it is, can get into the NCAA tournament. Come on, man. They got to get there, bro.
Oh, man. Thank goodness you didn't go buy that Debo jersey.
I heard.
Now you can go get the new one.
Debo. I think I'm gonna get it anyway, though. Even though there are rumblings that he might be on his way out. Unfortunately, that's my boy Debo.
And he's going with Samuel Sr.?
Yeah, little Debo. Little Debo's his son.
Wow. Well, see, now you can get a Samuel Sr. #1 jersey.
I might just mess around and get that 19. Just get it off the clearance rack because he's still 19 in our hearts.
You ain't getting the jersey. I don't know why you keep talking.
Don't do that. I'm definitely getting.
What do you mean he's
jersey.
still 19 in your hearts? So you got him moving on from San Francisco?
I think he'll be there next year. I worry. I'm not saying I want it to happen. I worry about them moving on from him after this year.
Doesn't he have to pay for all of the extra jerseys? When you change your number, isn't that what I know that's an NBA thing?
I think there's like a time period where like you're good. Like if you change it during this certain time period, you don't have to pay for anything because it's like new league year or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But they do have that rule. Like if you wanted to change, like going to training camp, you got to buy all these jerseys then.
Definitely an NBA rule where
Wait a
like
minute.
if you're going to change your number, you got to buy.
You got to buy all the jerseys. Don't they still sell them?
You have to buy. No, you don't have to buy every remaining jersey. You have to. There's a certain like a allotment that you have to buy.
Just the ones that Marshalls and Ross couldn't get.
Maybe it's that. Like I don't know what the criteria is, but you can look up like LeBron was going to switch numbers earlier one year and didn't because of the volume of jerseys that were out there, and LeBron is notoriously cheap, so he's like, I'm not going to do that. There are guys before who've been like, I wanted to switch numbers till I found out how much it would cost, and I was like, I don't want to switch numbers that bad.
I probably never switch numbers. I don't care. I'll be like LeBron. Nah, I'm good. I'm not buying those jerseys. Are you crazy? By the way, Sac State, 5:30 p.m. tonight. They're going to be on the U. They're going to be on the U. So one of the things was I was like, yo, they finally get on
You might
ESPN.
not know that channel still exists.
I don't know how they don't. Well,
it's because you have ESPN Plus now, and you just
true,
click on whatever's there.
Very true. Very true.
But ESPNU is still a network.
Still a network. And I was saying one of the things about them getting to the championship game, they'll be on ESPN. Well, they're going to be on the U. They're going to be on traditional cable TV tonight, going up against Montana State. I think they're going to win.
Well, we don't need to start doing that. We just need to say, Coach Patrick, let's get the job done, man. Job's not finished. Job's not finished.
Oh, they win tomorrow. It's lit. I win tonight. It's lit. They're going to be in the championship game of the Big Sky. Oh, man.
Where's that tournament at?
In Boise.
Boise. That's what I thought. Yeah. We'll come back. Apparently, the NBA negotiating window with Turner and Disney is open, and apparently it's about to close. We'll talk about that. Plus, Trysta Krick joins us top of the 2 o'clock hour. D-Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I got a where's it at? Where's it at? I got to kicking it with KC today. No video, just me talking. There we go. Kicking it with KC, your main man Kenny Caraway. You already know the vibes. Today, I saw a tweet. It's not no exclusive or anything else like that, but I saw a tweet that kind of perked my interest because the tweet said, under Shaq and Allen Iverson's executive leadership, Reebok plans to relaunch the classic G Unit and S. Carter shoe collaboration with Jay-Z and 50 Cent. And I was like, yo, I would do that. I'm with that. So my thought is, I don't really care about the G Unit sneakers, but the S. Carters, yeah, I'd rock those today. I'd absolutely rock those today. So I'm gonna keep my eye out. I'm gonna end it early because my man Kyle Madsen is in the house.
Oh, you're
But-
doing something?
Oh no, you're good.
My bad.
It's not even a sanctioned event. It's good.
That's my bad. My bad.
It's not even a sanctioned event. It's not
Trying to
sanctioned
do
at all.
something.
No, it's done. It's good. Come through.
I wasn't doing anything. I was just messing with you.
So you good, man. You remember the S. Carters?
No.
You don't
God, no.
remember?
I don't know anything about shoes. About the
You
Harry Potter
remember
Vans,
these
though.
right here? You don't remember those?
Oh, yes.
They said they're coming back out possibly. And the G Unit sneakers.
Sure. I do remember those. I don't remember
Hey,
the
come here
G
so the
Unit
people can see you, man.
sneakers. Oh,
Yeah, so the people can
What's
see
up,
you. Kyle Madsen in the house.
what's up, guys?
I definitely want some S. Carters again. I think
I can see
the
that.
way I wear my shoes or my pants, the way I wear my pants right now, I can make that work more than I did back then. Because when I came out the
Sure.
first time, I would wear those shoes and I'd have like the size
You had some
48
Jabots
joints from Burlington
Mm-hmm.
that I would just scrunch up with the belt.
Right, of course.
And I made it work. I made it fly.
Did you ever do
usually.
rubber bands on the bottom of your pants?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I didn't wear the rubber bands with the S dots though.
Mm.
So I think they would look a lot better
yeah, I
this
think
time
if you
around.
go like tighter jeans or joggers, with
Mhm.
them, it's cool.
That's why I like my tailwinds now. I like my Nike tailwinds.
Mhm. I
I
know
rock
what that
those,
is.
you know what I mean?
I don't know anything about shoes.
You
So,
good? What you got on today?
yeah, I told you I got the Harry Potter Vans on, bro.
Yesterday you had some nice New Balances on.
Yeah,
They were like almost like Clyde the Glide would wear those.
they're 550s.
550.
They're nice.
New Balance is booming right now.
They got some nice stuff.
Like the little walking shoes.
Mhm.
People are like wearing those like,
Yeah,
yo, I need these.
I'm out in front of the New Balance movement, man.
He is.
I like it.
Yeah.
He is.
Board man gets paid.
My man.
Okay. No problem.
See the championship game, is it?
Aldrin J. KC just got his first pair of Chuck Taylors. I don't have any yet.
I did.
I've never
I
had a
love 'em.
pair. Never had a pair.
I love them. I've been missing out for so long.
Where'd you wear the concert, right? Where'd you wear those?
Cousin Pete, chill.
there's a I don't know what to call it. There's a thing that tightens them, Kyle, at the bottom.
Did you have a pair of G Units or S. Carters?
Sort of. I have a pair of G Unit sneakers that fit the autograph.
There you go.
Um,
There you go.
when Get Rich or Die Trying came out, he hosted a media junket in Las Vegas for a private screening, and he gave everyone like shoes and hosted this big thing, went around and did interviews with everybody, every radio station. And one of the things we got his book, which I think was called Bulletproof. And then we got a pair of the G Unit sneakers. I just had him sign mine, so I have those tucked away somewhere next to an autographed can of Pimp Juice by Nelly.
All right. Well,
that's a shoe. That's a true story.
Well,
An autographed can of Pimp Juice.
Shout out to Nelly with the Pimp Juice. The drink is probably
Never
better than
opened it.
I was about to say it's better, probably better than the song.
I have
I
no
didn't like
clue.
that song at all. She got that Pimp Juice.
No, that song is trash.
Ooh,
Yeah, that song is trash.
garbage.
But it was a hit.
Song was garbage. I bring it up because
I think I have a pair of S. Carters tucked away too.
I bring it up because the streets are saying they're coming back out with G Units and S. I had
I
some
don't
S.
know that that's exactly what because so I think this stems from the interview, the Club Shay Shay. I think they would like to bring them back, but I don't.
Well,
unless you got something different.
I don't know if it's Steve Stout or what, but it was saying that Shaq and Iverson, being executives at Reebok, are planning to bring back the G Unit and S. Carters. But we'll see.
But wouldn't Jay and 50 have a say in that?
I'm sure they for sure. Unless they pulled a Adidas and didn't call them the S. Carters. Called them the
well,
Reebok
that's what I mean.
lifestyles.
Like you could put out a pair of shoes that looks like it.
Yeah.
But
I'd rock the S. Carters right now.
yeah, those shoes were hot.
Yeah, I like those shoes.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with the G Unit shoes either.
I was no, they were fine. They were fine. I was telling Kyle though, when I had the S. the first time, that coincided with when I would get the size 48 from Burlington.
Yeah.
And
Mando.
It didn't fit the shoe the right way
Mhm.
because the shoe was almost like the size of your foot. It wasn't a wide shoe. It was kind of narrow and just like really form fitting.
Mhm.
And I had these big old pants on, and it just
Didn't look
I
right.
think it would look better now.
You know who else has it's a wild term, a form-fitting shoe is the Kyries. I always struggled with the Kyries because I feel like they're narrow and my foot is fat. And I used to give back when he was like 9, I'd give all of the Kyries I had to my godson Jackson. He outgrew them in like 3 months, but still, like he got all of my early Kyries.
One of the great signature lines in recent memory, the Nike Kyrie collab. He just came out with his Anta shoes about a week or so ago.
I heard a rumor that Nike is a pretty good solidified rumor. Nike's re-releasing is the wrong word. What's the term when they update the shoe? It's the same shoe, but they update it.
Well, with Jordan, they say reimagine.
No, it's not that. It begins with a P, but they're doing that with all. So they take a shoe from 30 years ago. They're going to re-release the shoe, but with all of the updated technology to the shoe. It has a specific name, but I forgot what it was called. They're doing that with the whole Kobe line.
Oh, yeah.
The entire Kobe line is going to be re-released.
The Kobe 1s and 2s were, the 2s, I didn't like the 2s. The 1s were pretty cool. But when you get to 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you start getting to some of them fly knit joints, yeah, those are fire.
I think 3 was the first.
Protro, that's it. That's it. That's what it is.
Okay.
Protro.
Yeah, I think 3 was the first of that signature to do the fly
The fly
knit. It
knit.
was just high top. But man, I loved those shoes.
Those white
Kobe
horses
3s,
I got are still one of my favorite shoes to this day.
Yeah, Kobe didn't, as far as like comfort and how they feel, he didn't make a bad shoe to me. The first 2, they weren't that comfortable. After that, they got the hang of it at 3. Then they went on a run.
And a lot of the Kyries were kind of modeled after Kobe's. That's why they work. Like they were on a shoe that like they found a vibe that worked, and Flyknit was the thing for a couple of years. some of the Flyknit. They dropped some wild shoes. I remember they had these crazy shoes called the Nest from the 2008 Olympics, and they were modeled after the Olympic Stadium was called the Nest, and it wasn't Flyknit, but I don't know. It was like a rubber, but the shoe looked exactly like the stadium. Bro, I rocked those shoes for like 3 straight summers until it was just like, it's over. You got to let them go. Like, you can't clean them anymore. Like, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
But they were fire. I got to find them. I don't even know if you'd like them. They were not Kobe's. I think they were like they were just a release that coincided. I got to try to find them and show them to you. Nest shoe. No, they were incredible. I was reading yesterday. I'm never going to be able to find them. Like, what is this? 2008 Olympics. They wore them in the opening ceremonies.
So they were Nikes.
They were definitely Nikes. Yeah. I'm never going to be able to find them. This is a damn shame.
I think, does J-Man have it? The 2016 Air Max. Oh no, that was 2016. They were on 22. That was 2008, right?
Yeah, it was 2008. Yeah. It was definitely 2008. I'm going to find it. Trysta Krick's going to join us in a minute. Now I'm going to obsess over it because I'm going to want you to see these shoes. I was reading yesterday, Sports Business Journal said that the negotiating window for Turner and Disney had opened up for the NBA. There's obviously been a ton of talk about the NBA's next television deal. Yet apparently this portion of the deal is almost done.
Well,
so all of the thoughts of Apple or Amazon or whoever buying the NBA Cup, I think Emeritus Cup, no, it's staying with the Disney Turner properties. It's not going to be sold off separately. It's staying with the properties.
That's the play-in name, right?
That's the in-season tournament.
Yeah. Or excuse me, in-season tournament.
Yeah.
I think I do remember they sold the rights to the airline, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, to a certain degree, though, we all kind of expected the NBA Cup is a little different. Like, we expected.
I wondered if that would land elsewhere. Yeah.
But we knew that the NBA wasn't leaving ESPN, Disney, anything else like that.
Yeah.
What we're kind of looking for is, what do they have in addition to this? Is Amazon Prime going to have their own night?
Yeah.
Is Apple going to have their own night?
What if the answer is nothing? Like, there's nothing. Like, no, we're going to wind up having exactly what we've always had, and Disney and Turner or Warner Brothers Discovery is going to pay to not be on Amazon,
right? To
not be on Apple.
And that's the bottom line.
And that's it.
That's the bottom line.
That's it.
It's all about the money, all about the moolah. And if it don't matter where it comes from, it could collectively come from 4 networks. Like, if their mind is like, 4 billion. That's probably on the low end. But if their mind is like 4 billion, if they get to 4 billion from 5 networks, great. If they get to 4 billion from 2 networks, great. Just get to the number. That's all they're worried about. And but see, I honestly, well, like you said, Disney and Warner, they would probably put in the contract exclusive to us. Like, we're giving you 4 billion. Don't go seek
that
another
would be
deal
my guess
with somebody else.
Yeah.
I feel like Netflix is going to try and get involved.
Well, obviously Netflix is flirting with, or not flirting with, they're in bed with live events.
Yeah.
They're doing, obviously, their biggest thing is the WWE's move to Netflix at the beginning of next year.
Yep.
And your boy, Mike and Jake Paul.
I wouldn't say Jake Paul's my boy.
Well, Mike's your boy.
Mike is my boy.
But that's another big step, like, to live programming, something that they've only done, a handful of times. It's not really what we know Netflix for.
Yeah.
Netflix is, I feel like the one that's probably getting frustrated is Apple, They obviously landed the MLS. I don't know how that does for them. I think they do a great job with it because I'm an Apple TV user. But that you don't strive to get into this for the MLS. Like it's the NBA, and I know they did some MLB stuff, but it's the NBA and the NFL, and it feels like they're the ones who are going to get shut out
with that MLS situation. Because I have Apple too. Maybe there's tiers to the Apple thing. But don't you have to get the league pass? Or with Apple,
MLS?
do you have MLS?
No, you have to
get their
purchase
league
it.
pass.
Yeah, you purchase it.
I know they were doing a lot of like forward thinking or whatever. I don't get that move. And they kind of box them.
What do you mean?
Are they still on ESPN and ABC with MLS? Or did they completely go Apple and then league passes on Apple?
I admire the fact that you're asking me.
They throw some of their league games on Fox still, and I don't know if they're on ESPN much, but they're not just primarily Apple TV.
Okay.
Maybe they're bigger games they put on network TV or something.
Okay. It definitely need to do that because, like you said, I don't know the money behind it. Maybe the money works for them and it's all good, but that doesn't seem like the move to make for the MLS to just kind of put themselves in a box to just be on Apple TV.
Why do you think it's a box?
Well, this is before I didn't know if they were still on ESPN or Fox. Jesse said they are, but I thought they weren't. I thought everything was on Apple TV, and that was the move.
I want to see how much it is, but I'm afraid to hit this button.
Oh, be careful!
Yeah, I know MLS. So it's $12.99 a month. It looks like this is a special price right now. Oh, okay. So I got it. Because I subscribe to Apple Plus, I get a lower price. It's $12.99 a month or $779 a year. I don't know how like MLS fans feel about that. But I know how we all feel about TK. Boy, it must be hot.
72 degrees today, boy.
Tank top out, baby.
We ready for that weather,
Let's
baby.
go. Let's go. What's up, big time?
What's up? I've been cooking in the kitchen all day. Probably making the most complex soup anyone has ever heard of. Honestly, I got halfway through that joint and I was like, I'm doing too much. This is
How
too
does
much.
it take you all day to make soup?
So, okay. So there's a restaurant in LA that's like one of my favorites called Jelena. And I got their cookbook and there was a soup that they used to make that I really liked. And it was chicken escarole. Escarole is like a lettuce with charmula, lemon, and so you need to make like two other things in order to put it in there. So you're supposed to make like tomato confit, which has to like roast in the oven for 3 hours. Then you have to, I didn't do that. I just put canned tomatoes with the garlic confit that I had made earlier on today for something else that I haven't even gotten to because the soup recipe was so crazy. Then you have to make charmula. I don't know if you know what that entails, but it's like cumin and coriander and cilantro and parsley. You got to have a mortar and pestle, which I do not have. So my mom walked me through taking a hammer to a Ziploc bag worked. And so you got to have all these other things involved. And it's been like a 2-day process to make this soup. You got to make the chicken stock first.
Wow.
With the carcass of the chicken and the veggies and then the straining and then the skimming of the fat. It's been a whole, y'all. This is why the soup at the restaurant's like $18. This is why.
All right.
Very
Cooking with Krick.
Yeah. Cooking with Krick. Very intricate. I love
Very.
This better be the greatest soup of all time, though.
Yeah, I that's what my mom said. My mom was making fun of me. My mom, I think, like the type of person I am when it comes to cooking, I think she like hates that person. She calls them yuppies that like cook for fun, cook for hobbies, like expensive ingredients. There's a guajillo chili in there. She was nice to me, but she was throwing shade at other people who do it. So I think she thinks I'm ridiculous. I kind of think I'm ridiculous at the moment.
I mean, I like cooking. Cooking is fun, but if it takes me multiple days and that starts to get a little.
Well, I mean, usually you'd have chicken stock. You could probably get your own chicken stock from the store, right? Like you could do that. But I already had the rotisserie chicken. So I was like, oh, I'll use this. I'm trying not to waste food, you know?
I see.
So it was more of like since I'm making the chicken stock, let me see some soup recipes. And then it just became a multi-day thing.
Okay. You just, I've experienced that.
You know how that you just get into it and you're like, oh no, this is more than I thought, you know?
I was going to go 10 yards, but it's daylight in front of me. So I'm going for the end zone. I got you. We were just talking about how the NBA's negotiating window with Turner and Disney opened up, and how I think like the deal's almost already done. And it's like all of this talk for the last 2 years about what the next NBA TV deal look like. Obviously, we don't know any money, but it sounds like it's going to be the same players that we've been watching for the last decade.
I heard though from people within this organization that there was a third player. I thought NBC was going to be getting into the mix. That's what I thought. That's what I heard, that maybe TNT doesn't want to take on the Tuesday and the Thursday slate because, let's be honest, Chuck probably doesn't want to work that hard anymore. Why should he? They don't want to do the 2-day-a-week thing. So they might split off half of that, and half would go to NBC and half would go to.
I actually think that'd be a good idea.
So do I.
don't, and the no shade on, I forget the other host and Jamal and Candace. They do what they do. I'm not here to shade them, but it's tough being on that network and like
being the B team.
Yeah, like essentially not being inside the NBA.
It's even tougher when you don't watch the league.
Well, there's that too. Shout out to those three on there. But it's like, oh, game's on TNT. It's almost like everybody has a letdown. Like, oh, it's on TNT. I want to see you inside. Oh, it's Candace and Jamal.
Especially here. No one wants to see Candace Parker on your here.
Yeah, so I think it would be a good for everybody involved. I mean, they could even go to wherever they're going to, NBC or something like that. It's just tough for them to be on TNT. That's the inside crew. That's Chuck, Ernie, and Kenny and Shaq.
Anyone could ever grow inside the NBA? Like, do you think there's room for someone to ingratiate themselves in there and become a part of what we like about them, or do you think that's impossible?
I think they're already trying to do it.
But I mean, like, that's failing. So, but do you think it's actually a possibility that like somebody could come into their crew and replace probably Kenny's misogynistic ass and then like roll out a new person?
I think there is somebody who could do it. I'm not getting who it would be right now.
Oh, really?
My first thought is Paul
it's
George.
your boy.
He wouldn't be good.
He wouldn't be, but that's what they're trying to do.
No, they're
I
gonna
would like to put in for that. I would like to put in for that.
Oh, well, yeah, you can. I'm thinking of the players and stuff like that.
Oh.
But yeah, you got the.
I'm talking about media, not former players. I'm talking.
Oh, a media person. Oh,
yes.
God, there's only like 4 of us left. Like all media now is players.
Yep, it's like pretty bad, right? That's bad. We should be upset about that because I feel kind of some kind of way, like in the era of jobs. I didn't want to talk about this today. I didn't think we were going to, but in the era of jobs like being shed, and you're like, well, jobs are shed unless a enticing NBA player comes available.
No,
and they'll
we're the running backs of sports media. We're the running backs because guys like Paul George, your boy in San Francisco, they can practice for lack of it for like in its simplest form. They can practice media responsibilities by doing their podcast. And that can translate to their media responsibilities after games. And then when it's time to say goodbye to the game and earn some money in your post life, you already have a resume of which my podcast has, then you got guys like Pat McAfee. Like you have the ability to create a new lane. I think Paul George has the ability to create a Pat McAfee like lane for himself should he choose to, and he doesn't have to go to TNT or God forbid ESPN or anything along those lines. But yeah, we're that close to being cooked.
Yeah, we're a dying breed. We're like dinosaurs, right? We're just waiting.
See, where you're fire though is you're really great at social.
That's like my saving grace, probably.
Yeah, like the fact that the fact, like radio, TV, all of that stuff, the fact that you're fire at social is a game changer. We're not fire at social.
Here's the killer, though. I still believe you got to be good at what you do. They can throw on Draymond, they can throw Richard Jefferson, they tried it with Paul Pierce and all this other stuff. It doesn't, like, at some point, if they're
Wait, isn't
not
Paul Pierce about to do a show with Skip Bayless right now?
Bruh.
He is? I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
no, that's a shoot. Yeah, that's true. He's going to do the Skip show.
Oh, during like basketball season and stuff like that.
Undisputed. I think
He's the latest black athlete that Skip Bayless has probably trashed throughout his career who's going to go do a show with him.
Yeah. But I like I said, I still think you need to be good. You need to be good because like I said, you throw these guys on there all you want. If they're not good, who's
you gonna
really watching?
not watch? You're gonna not watch because Richard Jefferson's on TV?
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch.
You're not gonna watch. You're not gonna watch the game because Richard Jefferson's
No, it's
on
not
TV?
the game. I'm talking about like studio shows.
Oh,
I'm not gonna run to the studio show and see what they got to say the same way I do inside the NBA. Because Richard Jefferson's not good enough.
But I just don't think there are very many shows that you like. Everyone has to. I feel like everyone's got to understand. Like NBA on TV, it's one of one. Like, and when it's gone, like it's gone.
Because they don't like. Let's be honest. Like Chuck's a whole main draw is not that he's like watching the whole league, right?
Right.
Whatever he is seeing on that particular day, he will give you his insight on.
Half of the show is Chuck complaining about what time it is.
Well, and that's the dirty secret of sports media and all this stuff in general. This is why Trysta Krick is as good as she is. This is why Inside the NBA is as good as they are. Stephen A. Smith. This isn't brain surgery. Anybody can tell you what happened in the game. Anybody can tell you that. Reese can tell you what happened in the game. You have stats that you can read or whatever. This is entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
And those people don't come around. They don't grow on trees. And that's inside. I mean, they don't, you're right. They don't watch the game, but they are entertaining as hell.
Oh, it's so
they
funny.
are unbelievably gifted at that. And that's where people get it kind of twisted. They're like, oh, I can get on TV and talk. And then they sound like paint dry, the visual human form of paint drying.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to see that crap.
Yeah, 1140's hired some of those people. In
Oh, shoot. He was calling out names.
Nuck, if you buck.
Trista's crazy.
But yeah, it's still entertainment. Like, you have to be good at that.
But you got to be right though. Like here, like, and this is the Cowherd thing. Cowherd's convinced he could just be a jackass, and as long as he's entertaining, which he's far from it. But he feels like if he's entertaining, people will watch. It's like, yeah, but your information can't be wrong.
That too.
You have to be you entertainment is a big part of it, but your information has to be accurate. Your opinion can suck. There are plenty of guys who have terrible opinions on television, but if your information is right, that's enough. And then you got to be entertaining on top of that. You can't be entertaining and just be spouting out stuff that's wrong.
Yeah, like JJ Redick gets things right. I don't think he's that entertaining. I've given him an opportunity. Like there's nothing about him where it's like, oh, this is like, to a certain degree, man, it's a big game. Mark and Jeff Van Gundy, like they had some type of like interaction that was, at least at times for some people, entertaining, back and forth and educational. JJ may know everything there is to know about basketball. He sounds boring as hell.
That's what he comes across, though. JJ Redick sounds like a know-it-all when he talks.
Mm-hmm.
He sounds like exactly what you'd expect a man who went to Duke to sound like. That's exactly what JJ sounds like.
He has more people on his show that are like him too, like Nikias Duncan. Like, I think they're very smart, him and Steve, like very smart dudes, like can tell you flare this, like double horns, action that. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, listen, you lost me, okay? Like 15 minutes in, and they'll go like really, really deep in. Like, I don't want to have a notebook when I'm listening.
I don't want to go to school.
It's something you have
Siri,
to learn.
Remind me about like double horns action. Like remind me I need to go in. I need the cliff notes. Like I need links to what I'm seeing here. And
Right.
what
You know who was really bad at that at the start of their media career was Steve Young. Steve Young would always talk over your head to where he would do a 5-minute hit and you'd have no clue what he was talking about or what he just said. He was like doing locker room talk, like quarterback room talk. It's like, bro, we do not know what you're talking about. Like, you need to dumb that down. And I don't think JJ's learned that yet. Either that or JJ, and this is what JJ gets pissed off about. He's speaking to like 2% of the audience. It's like you're speaking in a form most of us don't know about or understand.
Right.
I thought it was maybe just me. I thought it was maybe just
No.
me.
This is Media Minute with Trysta Krick, Damian Barling, and Kenny Caraway.
The face of media. I heard I'm 2-5 on Trysta Tuesday. Heard Kings are 2.
I saw that stat too. Well, jeez.
Well, the Bucks are here tonight.
Oh,
This
your
is
boy. Your boy is here.
I know. Maybe
he was
Sacramento.
cooking the other night.
What did you say?
He was cooking the other night against the Clippers.
And the Lakers too. He was cooking against the Lakers.
Yeah.
This is a game the Kings win. This is the game the Kings win. The higher the competition, the better the Kings play. I can almost pick it out. I'm like, Spurs, this is gonna be a tough one. Gonna be a tough one here. It'll be nuts. You see, what was up with Malik? Why was he so mad? He's mad because he got pulled out of the game.
Yeah, we're not really sure. I guess it was because he was like right back in, like shortly thereafter. So he gets pulled out, goes to the back, comes back out, goes back into the game. We've started to wonder, and I don't think anyone asked him about that yesterday, but I'm not sure. We've started to wonder if the frustration of the season is kind of starting to weigh on them for the first time. And Malik is emotional always. Malik's been emotional all year. He's had moments with Mike Brown at various points throughout the season. But I did wonder when that clip from the game the other night came out, if maybe they're starting to experience a little frustration with how this season has gone.
Yeah, it's frustrating for everyone who is rooting for this team. It's a very roller coaster-esque situation when you lose to the Heat, undermanned, like if you're in a dogfight against one of the worst teams in basketball, the Spurs, you just can't have that. You can't beat the Nuggets, beat the Wolves, and then lose to the Bulls, and like have to scratch and claw your way out of a game against the Spurs. Like it's clearly like a focus thing, I think, because there's just no reason to play down to your competition if you're not 100, if you're actually 100% locked in every night.
Yeah.
Do you think they can change the course of this season and be more consistent? Or are you a believer that after X amount of games, it just is what it is?
Yeah, I think this deep into it, it's tough. It's I think we got like a month left in the season.
Right.
I think the first game of the actual playoffs is April 21st or 19th or something like that. So I'm just hoping y'all get into the whole dance. Like people are on Twitter saying, yeah, we get into the whole dance. I'm just hoping because I'm trying to go, I want to parlay. I haven't gone to one NBA basketball game this year. I had the chance to go to Denver Blazers, but why would I do that? Come on.
I'm about to say the two places she's been in is Portland and Washington, D.C.
They're calling them, national media is calling them the Lizards.
My.
No dubs, all L.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, that's cold, man.
Come on, man.
The Lizards.
That's terrible. I mean, it's not.
It's also great.
Not wrong.
Oh, man.
It's terrible.
Cold as
it's
ice.
It's worse than Kangs and Kings. It's way worse. Way worse.
Yeah, no, Washington Lizards is black. It's
Do they have the worst record? They got the worst record in the league, don't they?
So they're tied for it, but it's so weird that Washington has been eliminated from playoff contention at 11-53, but apparently Detroit hasn't.
Oh, they haven't lost as many conference games, huh?
Is that what it is?
That's what I'm assuming.
No, it's they haven't lost as many. Yeah, because Washington's 8-33, Detroit's 8-31.
Wow. Well,
2 more games left,
next
baby.
2 games? What are the next 2 games?
See, I think they're 1-11 in division. Detroit.
It might be a while. Detroit's got the Raptors next.
Detroit won the other day.
They
beat
did.
Brooklyn.
That's how bad Brooklyn is, though, too. Brooklyn's a real hot mess, like organizational.
Wow. Washington's 11-53, and they've won 2 in a row.
Who would they be?
Stand by. The Hornets and the Heat.
Oh, yeah, they beat the Heat. That's a tough loss for the Heat.
They had won prior to this ridiculous losing streak that they had, which is well into the double digits. They had won back-to-back games in which they beat the Spurs and the Pistons. That's amazing. This is amazing.
The Heat thing that reminded me, I mean, I agree with you more times than not. You are who you are. But the Heat are an example of things can change. What they did last. Now the Heat has a Heat culture. We laugh at it, but it is. Yeah. I mean, they were a playing team that lost their first playing game. We're down 10 late in the third, maybe early fourth.
Yep, early fourth, down 8 or 9. Yeah. I think the thing about the Heat, though, the difference is they had a lot of injuries. This team's been, our Kings, relatively healthy all year long. Hasn't been like you had the De'Aaron injury early on in the season. Sabonis is back fully healthy. There hasn't been a ton of guys. Whereas the Heat that year and the year before, I think they had one of the highest combined games lost in the league. In terms of like if you add up all the players on the team and how many games they've missed, and you add them all up, they were like one of the highest.
The Bucks coming to the Golden One Center tonight. They're playing the best basketball they've played under Doc Rivers right now. TK, and it feels like, despite all of the talk about defense, we got to be better defensively. It feels like over the last 10 games or whatever it's been, they're just scoring more points than they used to. Like they've joined the rest of the league in being 120, 130 point per team game.
Yeah, and they're still a top 5 defensive team right now, right? Like in the last 15 games, something like that. They're top 5 defensive rating. But what you see is that when you're missing all those baskets and your offense is abysmal, it makes it so much easier, especially like the Dame misses, right? Coming hard off the rim or off the backboard, easier transition lay for the other team. So that lack of offense kind of creates pressure on their defense if they can't score. And like that's kind of, I think, something that's been a little bit under discussed, right? It's not like football where it's like offense, defense, right? 2 different teams, 2 different things. Even football, though, like one puts pressure on the other depending on how long your defense is out there. Like all of those things are one coexisting unit. Basketball is like same players, same thing. Like it's not, they all have influence on one another. That makes sense.
Let me ask you a question. How do you think the final 2 playoff spots play out? And we keep saying final 2. I think New Orleans is locked in, but
Locked in.
Yeah, mathematically they're still only 2.5 in front of the Kings.
Yeah.
So Zion something could happen with him, and he might be out for a week, and they might. Who knows, right? But how do you think the final 2 play out? Final 2 playoff spots.
I think you probably got. You talking about like 7, 8?
No, like 5, 6.
Where are we at now? Let me look. It's changed.
New Orleans is 5. Phoenix is 6 right now.
And then there's Sacramento, Dallas, Los Angeles, and Golden State.
I think Phoenix slides. I think Phoenix slides.
too. Kevin Durant is kind of like pulling these guys up by the bootstraps, though. Like
They won that game last night.
They got a couple of those in the last week.
Yeah, he's been putting the team on his back. A bunch of like 39, 40 point per game performances. You lose Devin Booker for who knows how long. Yeah, I just don't. It doesn't feel like Phoenix is, to me, going to be able to sustain that unless Kevin Durant just continues to do what he's been doing. So, and I think probably that's it, right? Like that's all 6. I don't think that changes much. I do think that though the Kings have a shot to get the 6th seed. I do. I think that's still in play.
That pull yourself up by your bootstraps reference is not going to help the Ronald Reagan.
Is that what he said?
No, but it's very Reagan-ish. That's a tough one.
I don't like Ronald Reagan.
No, I don't doubt that, but I'm just saying that
okay,
let's help you. Before we lose you, anything in the NFL get your attention the last couple of days?
Oh man, Vikings getting Aaron Jones. That
happened today.
That's really
they don't
important.
have a quarterback.
They don't have a quarterback, but I wanted Aaron Jones for my Dallas Cowboys. That was insane. Patrick Queen going to the Steelers, I thought was really interesting. Going to a division rival is nasty work.
Yeah, that division rival at that. That's rivalry.
That's the Pittsburgh Steeler you mentioned?
Yeah.
That's the new Pittsburgh Steeler you referenced and not the other guy?
Like I said,
I don't that's moving me. Russ is not moving me at all. That situation is a mess. Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta actually is maybe the most interesting thing. Why is it interesting? Because last offseason, before Baltimore figured something out with Lamar was happy to go and play for the Falcons. And they didn't want to pay Lamar MVP, two-time MVP, $200 million for a guy who's 26 years old. But they're okay to pay Kirk Cousins a fully guaranteed deal of $180 million coming off of an Achilles injury. What kind of tomfoolery is that?
I don't know.
NFL tomfoolery?
Yeah, that's the kind of NFL stuff we're used to seeing.
Yeah. But what their mindset is, probably we're a quarterback away in a not so strong NFC from possibly getting to the Super Bowl. It's not inconceivable in that NFC if they get to the Super Bowl. If you feel that way, don't you have to kind of go get Kirk Cousins? Or do you
that's the question is, like, you could have done that last year, right? Before
obviously
Lamar was
could have done it with Lamar. There was a agent Embarcadero, I think, an agent ownership Embarcadero on Lamar Jackson. That's what I'll always believe. That's a whole nother story.
An embargo?
What'd I say?
You think you said Embarcadero?
You did.
That's like San Francisco Embarcadero. Don't mind me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Embargo. I'm talking. I didn't even realize I said that.
Remember the groin injury? Y'all remember that?
I remember it. I don't even remember how to say it.
Growing. No, it was a growing injury.
Injury. Say, remember the growing?
An embargo on Lamar Jackson. I'll believe that to the day I die. But you didn't do it. Like, if you're Atlanta, like, you didn't do it. All right, so we not going to go get a quarterback this year because we didn't sign Lamar Jackson? No, you go and get the guy that you think is good.
He's pretty good. We'll see if he's healthy.
That's what he is. Hey, good luck with your soup.
Thank you. I got to put some in a Tupperware and hopefully get to work on time.
Yeah, so it's ready?
Yeah,
it's
no. It's done.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We need a review of how the soup turned out.
I'll do that.
All right.
Appreciate
it, TK. All right. Trysta Krick grabbing her soup, off to work. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk a little NFL as well. Will's going to join us about 15 minutes.
I got a question, NFL question for you.
All right. We'll talk about it. Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Wrong screen open, y'all. My bad. My bad. I gotta fix Casey's mic. Every time he hits it, it drives me fucking nuts. Hang on. I don't know. All right. What y'all got going on? What y'all got going on? Feels like there's a lot of short-term contracts being signed out there. Securing the Bagley, rewatching Kevin Huerter shoot threes from last year. What's that look like? So my only question with this idea, and I do feel like there's a Triple H Rock something there, but who's the heel? Because I don't think The Rock is going to be a heel past next month. He's got to go back to doing his regular stuff. Like, he couldn't even be a heel on Jimmy Kimmel last night. Not that he had, we're all kind of hip to it, but is he going to stay a bad guy? I didn't see that. I hate when they do dumb shit like that. I feel like that's Bruce Pritchard nonsense. I don't believe that he is. I mean, I think he can. I think he chooses not to. Well, Stephanie's always the heel. Trysta just sent multiple pictures of the soup. And it looks fire. I'm not a big soup guy, but the soup looks fire. Yeah, Triple H definitely retired because of the heart situation he had.
Come back and take the finger poke of doom. Got to go out with an L, Triple H. We haven't forgot.
Oh. Please do not. Please do not. I mean, in all seriousness, you probably can't even have a McMahon name out there.
You see the rumors on Twitter? They're thinking about bringing Brock back.
There's absolutely no chance that's true.
You think so?
None. There's no chance that's true. It can't possibly be true. There's no way. This company now is run by there's no way. No way. I refuse to believe that's even remotely possible.
I wouldn't put it past
that.
them.
Is so short-sighted and brain dead. It can't possibly be true. Manny, my wrestling character's name would be D-Lo.
Got it for Triple H's final match. We do it Brock versus Vince McMahon style, where we got all the people that Triple H buried on the outside of the ring or whatever. You got Booker T there, Randy Orton.
That sounds like the Brett. That's Vince
exactly
match.
what it is. Also the worst. Not even a match. Whatever that was just garbage.
Jason Jones set to join us about 45 minutes away. Will Z will join us coming up in about 10, 12 minutes.
Hey, real quick, because I did have that football thing I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
The Stockton Kings, I think they played today. I think it's today. Might have been last night, but I think it's today. They won. They had 3 20-point scores.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Slauson had 20. Stanley Johnson had 22.
Okay.
Do you know who led the team in scoring?
Kobe Jones?
No. It was our boy.
Lindsey Harding. Who?
Mason Jones.
Oh, let's go.
23 points, 12 assists.
The 12 assists jumped out at me. I saw that stat line, so I was like, oh, he's filling the box sheet. The box
5
score.
rebounds from my boy Mason Jones. Hey. Don't sleep on my boy Mason Jones.
Was somebody sleeping? Like, so you want him to start in place of Kevin Huerter tonight? What are we doing here? There's levels to this. What are we trying to get to?
I don't know exactly what I'm trying to get to. I just know he need to be in the building.
Oh, he definitely need to be in the building.
Yeah.
No, he definitely need to be in the building. You said that game. When was that game? Yesterday?
Might have been today.
Or today?
Wow.
I
don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I think it was today. So I had a football question, something I was thinking about. I want to get your opinion and everybody else's opinion of what you think happened. So I was thinking about the 49ers and just what their offseason looks like, what they got to do.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I was talking to my homeboy Allen about it, and he's like, "Oh, you got to start paying this guy. You're gonna start losing this guy. Yada yada yada." And I was thinking, like, yeah, we all know that, but I believe in John Lynch's and Kyle Shanahan's ability to find talent. And I think they're going to keep doing that. And one of the things that I think about is Dre Greenlaw. I think Dre Greenlaw was like a 5th round draft pick. I believe he might have been even later than that, maybe earlier. I don't know, but he wasn't some super heralded guy. But they saw something in him. They saw something that might work, and he ended up being one of the best linebackers in the game.
Dre Greenlaw, pick number 148, round number 5.
Round 5. You look at Fred Warner even. He was a 3rd round pick, I believe. One of the best linebackers in the game. You go down the list, you keep going on and on. And
Fred Warner, pick number 70, round number 3.
Round 3. George Kittle was 5. There's going to be some misses in there for sure. We all know how that goes in the first 3 rounds. Get your jokes off. But I'm like, yo, these guys, I feel like they have an eye for talent, and more specifically, an eye for talent with how they want to build a team. And my question to you is, do you think that's a skill? Like, do you think that's something that's sustainable? And I only think back to like the Seahawks, right? And I think Snyder was the GM then, and they built the Legion of Boom. And they were just like, well, you know, they had success finding Richard Sherman in the 5th, 6th round. Like this guy, Chancellor, they found Chancellor, all these other guys. They'll do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the time, before I was really looking at this, I was like, no, the Legion of Boom was a once in a generation that you don't just go find you another Legion of Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, in the 5th and 6th round. That's not how that works. And I wonder if that's the case with these guys that they built, these guys that built what the 49ers have right now. Dre Greenlaw's hurt. You're going to have to start replenishing this roster. And can you just go find guys again? Do they have that type of eye for talent, or was it luck?
I'm not entirely clear what you're asking. Like, is
Can
the
they
ability
do that again? Can they go find another Dre Greenlaw?
Absolutely. Like, is the ability to, sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
No, I think because you mentioned Seattle, I think they can still pick out like top 10, like good talent, but they'll end up like Seattle, where it's probably just not like, because they're picking out Hall of Fame level guys with Kittle and those guys or whatever. Like, I don't think it's going to be like that good. Like, you'll be around like Seattle, like once Russell, like once the Legion of Boom fell off and they kind of like moved past that, Seattle was always kind of like around like decent. You always had decent players and stuff, but like I don't think they're going to keep picking players who's like NFC Championship every year, Super Bowl every year. Like, you'll be around, I think.
You think they can find Greenlaw and Ufangas?
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't they be able to?
Because
if they're,
because I wonder if was it luck, was it fortune, or do you really have?
They
an eye?
just drafted Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
like that's not a defensive; it's a draft pick. They just drafted Brock Purdy. in the last round with the last pick, and he's your starting quarterback.
Mhm.
They obviously have an eye for this. You hit and you miss with the draft, especially with the draft being, 6, 7 rounds or whatever it is.
Mhm.
But they've shown they do have an eye for this. The tough part is about like sustaining this level is, you do have Fred Warner's a 3rd round pick. You really want to hit with your 3rd round picks, right? Like if you land a 4 or 5, 6, like if you land a gem there, like, that's awesome. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd feel pretty important. Like there's a Nick Bosa in your draft selection too. Like those are important. If things go the way that they are supposed to for the San Francisco 49ers, you're not going to get those picks. Like the Nick Bosa pick, that's not going to be there.
Right.
You don't want that there for you again. You don't want, anything along those lines for you there. Again, you want to do well with all those selections. And I mean, there's no reason to believe they can't continue to draft well.
Yeah.
Over the course of 7 rounds. Like if you, I mean, and they get all those compensatory picks. If we're talking 10 players in this upcoming draft, I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, they got 11 picks. Probably won't draft all 11, but 9 or something like that.
So just because the number's easier, say 10, if you hit on 4 of them, like really hit, like you probably did well. That's just the nature of the draft.
I wonder because I was just thinking about this roster, starting to gear back in to NFL.
I see that.
And Dre Greenlaw came to my mind about him not being there, and or even if he comes back, is he ever going to be the same or anything like that? I was just thinking, I was like, can they find another Dre Greenlaw? And I don't want to be disrespectful to Dre Greenlaw and be like, yeah, they found him in the 5th round. They find another one because he's a really good ball player. But at the same time, he wasn't this super heralded linebacker. I think he came out of Alabama. Like he wasn't this top pick that fell through the cracks. Like I think I saw him one time say he expected to be undrafted after a certain point. He was like, yeah, I'll sign with somebody as an undrafted free agent or something like that. They saw something in Dre Greenlaw. They said, let's use a 5th round pick on this guy. Let's not wait for him to get to that point. Let's go get him now. And it turned out in their system with some of the other guys they had, he's one of the best linebackers in the game. Can they do that again? Not even saying like Hall of Famer, because I'm not saying Greenlaw is a Hall of Famer. Can you find a Greenlaw again? A top end Pro Bowl player in rounds 4, 5, and 6. I think, I feel like they can, but also I don't want to be a homer. That's why I was asking other people's opinion.
Well, I'm more curious, like, why do you think they wouldn't?
Because it's just hard to find. I mean, usually the
but they've
are,
been consistent with it.
Very true.
That's
very
the
true.
that's
and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's fortune or they have an eye for it.
It's hard to hit 1 million 3-pointers per year, but Steph Curry's done it for like a decade now. It's because he's really good at what he does.
Yeah.
Despite people trying to tell you to the contrary, Kyle and John are pretty good at what they do, and they have a really, really good team around them. There's no reason to believe they can't continue to draft good players. Yeah. They need to have some clunkers. They need to miss for a couple of years before you start to think, oh, maybe the Magic's lost. And that's probably going to happen at some point. And it's not going to be because John, it's going to be because guys who work with John and Kyle are taking higher positions at other organizations in the NFL. And that team starts the team that works for the 49ers right now starts to like kind of break up a little bit. And now, you're grooming new guys and it really falls on Kyle and John. And I think that's where it gets I think that's where it starts to get a little bit more difficult. I don't think they're there as far as I know, at least. I don't think they're there yet. I don't
think so either. But, somebody in the chat also brought up Juwan Jennings, another guy. I mean, these are guys that are paramount to their success that they found 5, 6, 7 round. And like you brought up, the quarterback.
Yeah.
In the
franchise
round.
Quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah,
franchise
I was just thinking. I was thinking
Juwan
about
Jennings picked 217.
Wow, was that 7th round? Yeah,
round 7.
Wow.
We'll come back. We'll get back to the Kings. We'll talk Will Z. We'll talk with Will Z about Kings basketball next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, and then David J said, yeah, you have the Trey Lance, like that stuff happens. Like you just miss. You hope you don't miss that badly. But yeah, sometimes you miss, man. It's to me, missing is tough. Trading and missing is probably the worst. But they survived it.
Yeah.
At least so far, they survived it.
The reality of the situation with that, people always bring that up. I'll just say they got away with it.
Yeah. It's all that matters.
It's all that matters.
It's all that matters.
They got away with it. Fortune, luck, whatever.
Yep.
They got away with it. They're because those draft picks are done. Like that's done now.
Yeah.
They survived it. They got away with it. Move on.
Yep. I see people commenting and always talking about Jerry Jones. I don't think Dallas can do anything until they figure out what's happening with Dak. Dak takes up. I could be wrong, but I think Dak takes up so much of their cap space. They either have to get his situation taken care of, and they probably have to restructure a few contracts. I don't know that they have any cap space though.
They got to deal with Micah,
and they got to deal with that first and foremost.
Didn't they give CD money last offseason?
Sounds right. Dallas Cowboys cap space. Let's see. Yeah, they don't even have $2 million of cap space right now. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's not going to get you Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, they got to figure out the Dak spot.
They're quite literally capped out, I think.
Yeah. CD. CD. It doesn't look like CD has signed yet. CD is on his 5th-year option, and he's obviously looking for money. They're looking at CD. CD's likely at 4. I hate doing this. No, I'm not doing that. That's not a real number. He's probably looking at though like 60 to 80 guaranteed. That would be my guess. What's up, William?
What's up, you guys?
What's up, Will?
My laptop does not want to work right now. So,
well, it happens.
Might have to just talk without specific numbers, which
I was doing some
scary
math.
Oh, math. Love it.
Going to be here for the 900 show. Is it land on that day?
Let's see, 890. No. 90, let's see, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. No, it's 998. It's 998.
I was just not even doing like real math, just looking at it like, it looks like it might be.
Or not 998, 898. Yeah, 898 will be a week from Friday when I'm out.
Did
we have
out
a
what
big
you're gonna
party
do?
planned for 900?
This is your life.
Oh, what are we doing for 1,000?
This is your life again.
Oh, very good. Did you figure out what I was doing for
that Friday?
Oh, the Saturday, the Adele
Or,
show,
yeah,
because of the Adele
yeah.
show? No, we have like dinner we have just there's not, it doesn't matter. Like the centerpiece of the trip is gone. Like whether it's Wu-Tang or Cirque du Soleil, like nothing's going to be able to
The
replace.
centerpiece is still there. The centerpiece
Well,
of the trip is still there.
yes, it is, but it was for Adele. What that just means?
If we did a This Is
We're
Your Life
back.
for D'Lo and Casey, who do we bring back?
Oh man, this is your life. Kenny's old boss at the state.
Did you know?
Kenny's old supervisor. Bring them in.
Bring him in. I hated her.
Yeah.
Someone says we bring back PPE for This Is Your Life.
Well, PPE.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bring back Cole. Yeah. Yeah. Those would be good. Get Brad Clay. Get all 10 of Brad Clayton's. Oh, we gotta find Victor. Oh, we booked John Hollinger. All right, we're booking This Is Your Life. Who from D'Lo and Casey's past would we bring for the 1000th episode of
Kenny
D'Lo
Smith.
and Casey? Kenny Smith, one of our very
He was
first
the-
guests.
I think he was the first.
Yeah. He might
Marshall
have been.
Harris.
Bring back Marshall.
What's the worst interview we ever had?
Well, the
I don't think
Terrence
we-
Mitchell one was pretty bad.
That was funny. Hey, what's up, Terrence? Hey, I want to put you on right now. All right, don't ask me no tough questions, though. All right, Terrence, I don't think we were.
Nah, cool. That was never gonna happen, Terrence. We were never gonna ask you.
I
any
was just
tough
about to say, I
questions.
don't think we had like bad interviews, but
The Terrence Mitchell one was tough. Like it wasn't like he wasn't trying. He wasn't like being. He wasn't trying to be. It just wasn't good.
this was a good one. It was a good one. I'm just saying. Remember when we talked to Harrison?
Yeah.
My boy Harrison.
Yeah. You were
Get Terrence Davis back.
You were conspicuously quiet during that conversation with Harrison Barnes.
Not at all. Not at all. I like Harrison. Let's have a good game tonight, Harrison. Let's go, boy.
Yeah. So we've only had Harrison, Ty, and TD on, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one we should get back is Terrence. That's the guy we
Oh,
should
yeah,
have
yeah.
back on. Is have Terrence back
Terrence
on.
could be an analyst.
We haven't even had Mark Jones on the stream, but Terrence Davis joined us on the stream.
I miss Terrence Davis.
Yeah, and we'd probably have to bring back Ricky Starks.
Oh yeah,
we probably
Ricky
have to bring
Starks,
Ricky
that was
Starks
classic.
back. Yeah,
that was epic.
we have
Yeah,
to bring Ricky back. And we'd have Will Z on, man. We bring back Mr. Halliburton.
Oh
yeah, bring back Mr. Halliburton, Ricky Rose.
Yeah, Brett Barish.
Bring the whole crew back.
I don't think we have the dump time for Rick Ross.
Yeah, no, I think we don't have the dump time for Brett Barish.
That's true.
Brett was the one who got loose.
Good times, man. Good times.
We're back here with Will Z. Stats by the numbers. I think Will's a little nervous because his computer's not working.
We're back on track.
Oh, there we go. So the touch screen is
Got
working in front of him. He's back in his
full
original-
access.
His original setting. Is this we were talking earlier, William, about the Bucks have really got things going again,
Mm-hmm.
but it's been on, like, despite all the talk about defense from them, it's been on the offensive end. Like they've really been cooking on the offensive end. And of course we saw a big time game from these two in Milwaukee back on January 14th, I think it was 143-142. You think we're in for another high scoring game with these two teams at G1C tonight?
I think we're in for at least a high scoring game from one of them. I'll let you take a pick on who that is. Hopefully it's both. I think that the Kings, they have to score tonight. There's no way around it. Like, I think we saw against the Rockets that their defense isn't good enough to win them games. So in order for them to win tonight, they're just going to have to score. So you were mentioning it pretty much the whole show, Damien, is they had almost a perfect offensive game last time against the Bucks and then lost.
Yeah.
That's how good I think that the Bucks offense is. Like they are so underrated. They're not getting talked about, and they just continue to win games kind of sneakily and are starting to figure things out under Doc Rivers.
I want to go back to Sunday real quick and just what did you see from Sunday? What was the issue offensively with this group? Was it a lack of shot opportunities, or was it just missing shots, missing good looks? Like, what did you see?
I didn't see as many good looks. I looked at the stat for you, Kenny. I think they had like 14 wide open threes, 14 or 15, and they only made like 2 or 3 of them. So those looks weren't there, and the few that were, they didn't hit. If you look at their
So to be clear, before you keep going, the 14 number is low.
It is. They average like 21, 22.
Okay.
And their distribution of threes, I thought was pretty heavily favored. It was, I think, 9 from Fox and 8 from Monk. So I thought the Rockets did a really good job of limiting the Kings shooters from even getting attempts, which is a good defensive strategy. So they, I think, both just looked like they weren't getting those looks. Mike Brown talked about it a bunch, not getting those spray threes that he loves. And I think that just showed in the overall numbers and what led to that 18 or so %. Which is hard because usually it's like, oh, well, they just missed. That's fine. But this, I don't think was the case.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's where Houston deserves like a little bit of credit. Like if those threes aren't there for him, that's probably the work of the Houston Rockets as much as it is, or maybe more so than what the Kings aren't doing, which is kind of, I think, what's left everyone scrambling a little bit here with this team is, you have a team like the Rockets that seem to disrupt you so easily. And now you're going against a team who, despite all of the talk about their defense, is like, I think Trysta said they're 5th in the league right now. The Milwaukee Bucks are 5th in the league on the defensive side, and they're scoring a lot of points. So what's that going to mean for the matchup tonight? And then, of course, you ask De'Aaron, he's like, well, if we're playing up or playing down, like in the playoffs, you're playing up to like your opponents are good. So I guess
that's what he was looking for.
I think he wanted to chuckle. No one was chuckling after that game. Though he was all smiles. But you do have a good Milwaukee Bucks team, so it kind of has fans like, hey, maybe we'll be okay in this one.
It's so weird. Just everyone, I'm sure, feels so confident tonight. That's how social media has been today. It's like, oh, we're good, like playing a good team. It's just so.
As long as Giannis and Dame are playing, everything's fine. If like Giannis is ruled out, then all of a sudden everyone's in a panic.
Yeah. We're all losing it slowly this year.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's going to be a long month, dude. This next month is going to be excruciating.
I hesitate a bit, or it makes me nervous, I should say, for everybody to kind of, like the players, be like, oh yeah, we're playing a good team, so we'll probably play up to them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope so, but I don't know.
Right. Bless you. I wasn't looking, or I would have been able to catch you there. So my apologies. No, that was good.
But
you just threw an alley-oop, and I just watched it fly out of bounds.
Oh, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah. That's what we are right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
just watch the ball sail out of bounds. Sorry about that. I'm not winning the 6th Man of the Year award.
Oh,
but that gives me a little pause. Like I don't want to rely on that all the time.
No way.
And the Bucks are a good team. The Bucks are a team that they've struggled with historically. We laid it out. De'Aaron Fox has never beat the Milwaukee Bucks. So I'm a little apprehensive tonight.
And the Bucks roster is just built so well around Giannis, especially on offense. Like I think their defense has taken a slide, but they have so many lethal 3-point shooters just around Giannis. Malik Beasley, 43.6%. Marjon Beauchamp, 39.4. Pat Connaughton, 38.5. Bobby Portis, 38. Brooke Lopez has had a down year, but he's still at 35.3, and he can shoot better than that on any given night. It's just they don't take many twos, but a lot of their twos are by Giannis, who is a 2-point monster. He leads the league with 209 dunks. That's more than the Bulls and the Grizzlies have as teams. And they just are so good at either getting to the paint and finishing. They have a 57.2 two-point percentage. That's second highest in the league, but on only 50.7 attempts, that's 26th in the league. So they're so good at maximizing all of their shots, whether it be good looks from three or really high percentage twos. And that's what kind of makes them so lethal in my mind.
Do we got a swing stat for tonight?
Yeah, it's simple, but 3 points. The 3 points made. So not percentage. You have to shoot and make more threes than them tonight. We saw it last game. Kings hit 17 threes on 41%. Usually you're going to win, but the Bucks made 20 on an even higher percent. So you have to make more threes than them to win tonight.
20 of 43. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
46.5%.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. How many games? I wonder. This is how many times have the Kings shot 40+% from three?
40 plus.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have very often, but
Yeah,
that probably isn't true.
They just get enough up a lot of the times to get to where they need to.
Right. And it might be 39% or 38%, but it feels like that 40% number isn't one that Sacramento cracked a lot, but it really looks like Will Z's counting. So
18.
They've done it 18 times.
Yeah, and they've won all but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5,
13 and 5?
13 and 5. Yeah.
That's a low number,
again,
right?
That's
Or am I
let me
wrong?
look at the league real quick
For
and
how
see how
many
that stacks up.
40%?
Yeah. That's probably I'm probably wrong.
I mean, 40% is like really, really good. I don't know if they shoot the three like exceptionally good. Off the top of my head, I would say they're probably a 38% three-point shooting team. That would be my
They are at
Well, that's probably an easier stat to see.
yeah.
which means like shooting above that 40% level clip, or excuse me, that 38% clip. Probably happens almost
36.7.
20 times.
36.
Yeah.
36.
So the times they shot above what they normally do, I would think would probably be about 20 times.
Okay. Well, now you're just throwing out numbers because now that's 37, 38, and 39%. We know 40% is 18 times.
Yeah, well,
So you think they only hit the other 3% twice?
No. So when we say 40%, I'm talking about that's what I mean right now when I say above.
Oh, you're saying just plus the
Yeah.
36.
Yeah. So
Oh.
they could have done 37 another 10 times,
Oh, I got
38
you.
another 12.
I got
But to
you.
get to 40, I would think they've probably only done that about, like you said, 18 to 20 times.
All right. So over 40% from three, 18 times as established. That's 26th in the league.
I felt like that was low.
Yeah.
I felt
We've
like that.
got from bottom up, Memphis 13, Houston 14, Orlando 15, Atlanta 16, and then the Kings at 18. Looking at the top, you've got OKC at 33,
Milwaukee's
Clippers
there.
29, Milwaukee's at 14 with 23. But you look at all the records, like Milwaukee, when they shoot over 40%, they're 20 and 3. So when they make their threes, they win. The record wise, Kings are about average, 722 winning percentage with it. That's 13th. So, geez, Boston, 26 and 1 when they shoot 40% or better from three. You're welcome, Jesse.
Crazy,
man.
Yeah, Boston's crazy. But I mean, but you talk about OKC, but we should tell the whole story. OKC don't. I remember you saying they don't take threes. It's a little easier for them to get to 40% when they don't shoot at the volume that the Kings do.
Yeah, that's true.
So you ask yourself, do you want them to slow down the attempts so they can get to 40, or do you want them to continue to get them up so they can get to 15 made? You know what I mean? Like that's really I don't know the answer to that. I would probably pick 15 made, but that's the conundrum, right? Like I think in this respect, the 15 made carries more weight than how many times they've gotten to 40%.
So if you did 15 made at 36%, versus I don't know what Oklahoma City is, but we'll say Oklahoma. They're at like 39%. I'm assuming maybe just shy of 40%, but they're hitting 12.
Mhm.
You would rather have the 15 plus at 36% than the 12 at say 39.5%. Because it's hard, it's too simplistic to say the missed threes are lost possessions because of 10 different things could happen on that play. But I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. It feels like a lot of teams against the Kings are shooting 40% or 41% or 42%, but they're shooting 28, 29, 33s, while other teams in the league are shooting 35, 36, 37 threes.
Because I guess the answer would be on those possessions where you're not where you're shooting the twos instead of the threes. How many of those are you scoring on? Is it more than the 9 points or so that you're giving up?
And that's where the conversation gets too intricate. Right. Like I don't know how to quantify that and lay it out.
Will,
we just gave Will the worst math problem ever.
There's so many things going on in my mind right now. I want to see how many points the Kings have been outscored from beyond the arc this year. So if you give me a minute, I can get this real quick.
Wouldn't even know how to look that up.
Breaking news: Portland has won the WCC Women's Championship, beating Gonzaga here in Champ Week here on ESPN 13.
Well, I apologize to everybody who was DVRing that game to watch when they got home from work. Wow. Captain Spoiler Caraway over here just ruined everyone's
spoiler before.
Yeah, I mean, I know everyone was going to try to get this game in before the Kings played tonight.
66 Portland beats number 1 seeded Gonzaga.
Wow, just with no regard for human life. Wow, Kenny Caraway.
Will Champ Week leader.
Will's still doing math.
I am. If that's okay. Sometimes it takes a while for it to copy and paste over.
Well, it's like that. Bees like that.
Just thinking.
I like I said, my first thought is get the threes up. But it's also personnel too, right? Like they have the OKC, they have more guys that can get to the bucket, can create stuff on their own. So they're not as reliant on that 3-point shot for an efficient offense. I don't think the Kings have that many of those players, so they're a little more reliant, like we've talked about a number of different times before, on getting the threes up and hitting them.
So it looks like the Kings have made 901 threes this year, and they've given up 841. I'd have to do more research on the percentages and stuff, but so overall they've scored more from 3 than their opponents have. But it's got to, again, it would take some more looking into. It doesn't feel like it.
They also
think it is. Can you like the volume? They just shoot more.
Yeah.
Well, we'll give you time to go look at that, Will.
Yeah.
We've got our swing stats. We've got everything we need for tonight's game. And the great news is we'll see you again tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
Back, baby.
Kings and Lakers for the last time this year. Perhaps.
Hopefully.
Perhaps.
And
Perhaps for the last time.
We thought we were done with those stupid Warriors.
Well,
no.
May very well not be.
Can't get rid of these Michael Myers. Who was that? Was that that's Halloween, right?
Yeah.
Michael Myers. Yeah.
And that I think that series just ended like 2 years ago.
Came out in like late 70s.
Probably because Jamie Lee Curtis was like, I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, that's the Kings. This is going to be until Steph retires. He's going to be the Jamie Lee Curtis of this thing, and it's just going to be like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not playing this damn team in Sacramento anymore. Will, we appreciate you, my man. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That's Will Z. Make sure you're following the Zcast across Will's social media platforms. The higher power over at The Athletic had another interesting note regarding the Sacramento Kings. He wrote about the teams kind of in that stretch of 5-6 down to 10. Kings, Lakers, Pelicans, Suns, Mavericks, Warriors. And he said there's one place where the Kings have an advantage. And I don't know what this means, or how valuable this is the final, 19 games of the season or wherever we're at. But against the top teams in the West, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, and the Clippers, the Kings have a win percentage of .615. They're 8-5. The Lakers have a win percentage of .538. They're 7-6. The Pelicans, who we agree are pretty solidified at this point, they're 500 at 6-6. The Suns, who still have 2 games against Minnesota, 1 game against Oklahoma City, 1 game against Denver, and 2 games against the Los Angeles Clippers ahead. They're 2-5 at this point with a win percentage of .285. The Mavericks, who still have 2 games against Oklahoma City and a game against Denver ahead, they're 3-8 with a win percentage of .272. The Warriors, who only have 1 game against Minnesota left, are 2-12.
Wow.
With a win percentage of .142. Again, what does that mean?
But what does that say to you, though? Like, what does that say to you? Because I have an idea of what that says to me.
It means I don't know. The Kings do a fine job of competing against the teams above them.
But it's more. I think it's more than just competing. They beat them.
They beat them. Yeah, they
it tells
and
me.
they only have, and I didn't do this with Sacramento. They have one of the top group. They have the one left.
The Clippers, huh?
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. They play the Clippers.
They do have the Clippers. Yeah, I'm sorry. They have Oklahoma City and the Clippers. April 2nd and April 9th. Clippers is April 2nd. Oklahoma City is April 9th.
It tells me that it's hard to say because here they are in 7th, but they're probably a little better team than we, because we're here all the time, we kind of give them credit for.
But you can't ignore the other stuff either.
No, they lose to the bad teams. They have the bad losses and all this other stuff. But and that doesn't mean, when I say a little better team than we give them credit for, that doesn't mean I'm saying like they're this really, really good team. But I think people are like, this team is, they're just average. People are really down on the Kings right now. And this is where it comes.
But that's
this is where I talk about
understandable.
for sure it is. But this is where I talk about, I think their ceiling is probably higher than people give it credit for. I think they can win a series in the playoffs. If they can get there, I don't think this is a first round and out team.
Well, that's I think the thing that, okay, maybe the ceiling's higher, but they don't have a ladder to get up that high. That's what it feels like. Like they might have a higher ceiling. They just can't
that's what I'm
get
saying,
there.
They can get into the playoffs. We don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe. Yeah, no,
We
I
don't know.
no. Once
They're not like Houston right now. Like Houston seems to play these.
Here's the
good.
thing:
they can't get
into the playoffs. Wipe the slate clean. Nothing matters after that.
It kind
Absolutely
of feels like,
nothing matters.
It kind of feels like weight might be lifted off these guys if they can get into the playoffs.
There's probably more to that than I think we realize. I think part of this is the pressure of making the playoffs and not being. No one will point this out, but not being what Minnesota was. Minnesota snapped what was at the time the longest playoff drought in the NBA.
Yeah.
And then just proceeded to miss the playoffs with number 1 draft picks and all of these different things for a couple of more years. Had a disappointing year last year to get to the point that they are now. Kings don't want to be that, shouldn't be that. They're in a different position than that Minnesota team was a couple of years ago. And they've got to build from that and not have to reset like that, not reset, but kind of recalibrate like that Minnesota team did in order to get themselves going again. So they're probably, I think there's probably more to it to what you just said than we've actually talked about in the past. The pressure of just making the playoffs. We'll come back. We'll talk with Jason Jones about a variety of different subjects when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I almost hate the term playing up and playing down to the competition. Like I really, I'm getting so tired of that phrase. Because like it does a disservice to like watching what's actually going on from game to game. Detroit is a perfect example of that, right? The Detroit game. I wish the Kings would have played like Detroit that night. Detroit played really good. They made every shot they needed to. Jaden Ivey was sensational. So when you lose that game, a game that you feel like you should have won, you watch the game. Detroit didn't win that game because the Kings didn't play well. Detroit won that game because they balled out. They hit some big time shots. I just think it's I just hate that term. Play up or play down to the terminology, to the competition. You can make, and the argument can go the other way. They might have beat Denver one of those times because Denver didn't play good. Did they play up to Denver's level? No, Denver just didn't play well. Might be being too exact with the wording, but it's starting to bother me. It just feels a little lazy. Feels lazy. Aldrin J, I wish. Definitely go to Dayton for that first four matchup against Southwestern Missouri State. No, we are gonna have a party at the what's the name of that place? The Aldrin, what's the name of the place where they're building a new arena or facility? The what?
Is it the Well?
The Well. Yeah, we having a party at the Well if they make the tournament. Let's go. Matter of fact, maybe not even at the Well, just at that food cafeteria where the round table is in there. That's where we're gonna have a party. Meetup will be there. At the round table inside the, I don't even know what building that is, but meet up, party. Zay, that's the plan. I'm getting nervous because I haven't seen not one rendering. I hope they're not nagling this situation.
Nagling this situation. That's amazing.
But to be fair, I haven't heard anything else like, oh, we might have to be in the nest for one more year. I haven't heard that. It's just, I haven't seen anything. Oh yeah, Jesse didn't warn us of the long break.
Mm.
That's because the Coastal Atlantic Association Championship. I'm gonna find out who that is. Let me see. Let's see who's playing in that game. I think this is the game.
Jason Jones of the Athletics set to join us in just a minute.
No, this is the Southland. I'm trying to figure out who is playing in the Coastal Athletic. So is this? No, it's not this game. Don't worry, I'll find out. Is it Stony Brook?
I don't know.
I don't think it's Stony Brook. It might.
That's
be.
the game that's on after
It
the
is
show.
Stony Brook. Yeah.
What's on after the show?
We're doing running back after the show. The
Oh.
game Casey's talking about is going to be on the 102.5 HD2 station or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
if
We
you
got-
want to tune in and check out Stony Brook versus Charleston in the Coastal Athletic Association Championship game, you can go to 102.5 HD2.
I didn't even know
the
we
bet.
still. I didn't even know we still had that station.
Yeah, we got it. We got everything, dog.
I guess so.
You
Okay,
can tune
John.
into the bet for that one.
St. Mary's Gonzaga at 5:45 though here on the real station.
It's gonna be a good one. Gonzaga gave St. Mary's their lone loss in WCC conference play this year. It was about 2 weeks ago, so they're gonna look to do it again and try to win the WCC championship.
Okay.
The big one's tomorrow, though. We'll have that game for you tomorrow too. At 8:15, when calling it now, the Sac State Hornets are going to be playing for their first NCAA tournament appearance in
Yeah.
school history.
Yeah.
I'm calling it now.
Yeah.
That game will be on
Oh,
98.5 HD2.
okay. Our boy Coach Pack, they got some work to do. got some work to do to get to 12-25 Sac State Hornets to the NCAA tournament.
Let's go.
It's right there for
Let's
us, Jason.
go.
It's right there for us, baby. Sac
Go
State-
for it. Go for it. Mark Madsen got an extension because he got Cal more than 2 wins this season. Very proud of the program,
Yeah. Get that money, baby.
I'm
You
not
get that
mad at
money.
him. I mean, I couldn't watch Cal basketball for a few years. I mean, it was, oh God.
Yeah,
Imagine-
losing to
imagine-
UC San Diego.
Yeah. No, imagine losing to Cal State Bakersfield twice in a calendar year
Oh man.
from a Power 5 conference.
But you're gonna have that thing going into the ACC though.
We'll see what happens. I'm still not too enthused about the Wake Forest matchup, and I just can't. It'll be cool whenever Duke or North Carolina get out here, but I mean, it's like, yeah, Clemson hoops.
Yeah, we don't know that that's been written in the contract. Duke and North Carolina are coming to California like once a decade.
Like I said, that's why I said whenever they get out here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
they'll
That'll be pretty
send
cool,
us
though.
like they'll send us like Wake Forest every year.
Mhm. Yeah.
For the 5th year in a
Virginia
row.
Tech every year.
For the 5th year in a row, you get Clemson. It's like, okay. Meanwhile, Cal and Stanford will be like on an 8-game road trip down Tobacco Road.
Yeah, that checks out. Man, college sports is going to look so weird in like 3
It
years.
really is.
It's going to look
And
so
then did you see
weird.
the NIL tournament they're gonna have?
The what?
Did you see that, Jason?
The NIL tournament?
They're in talks. I don't know if it's like one of the preseason tournaments or what, but they're gonna have a NIL tournament where somebody's gonna sponsor the tournament. Winning team gets like $1 million, I think each. It's
Each
gonna be
player?
that doesn't even sound right.
That
each player.
sounds.
But the winning team gets $1 million, and I think like,
We're still talking college.
yeah, college basketball. I think some heavy hitters have talked about that, like Kansas.
An NIL tournament is spectacular.
Here it is.
You're going to get some
Alabama,
Wow.
Alabama, Duke, FAU, Houston, Kansas, Oregon, San Diego State, St. Joe, Syracuse, and Virginia have all been talking about this.
Now, to be clear, you're saying NIL, like name, image, and likeness?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I mean, those Duke
All right,
kids and
man.
all their money are going to go LeBron like he did in December, all in for that cash.
Yeah.
I ain't even mad at it.
So yeah, that's where we're at here.
All right, man. All right.
Might as well get paid.
Where are your Lakers at? I mean, this bottom of the Western Conference. Kings got the Bucks tonight. They got the Lakers tomorrow. The Western Conference could look, that bottom part of the Western Conference could look really interesting come tomorrow night when the Lakers and the Kings play for perhaps the final time of the season. Certainly the last time, final time of the regular season.
I mean, it depends on what day of the week.
It feels like they've been a little bit more consistent over the last couple of weeks, right?
D'Lo's been on one. I mean, they beat the Bucks without LeBron. I think those guys play so much freer and faster without LeBron because they just don't stare at LeBron and go, "LeBron, save us." And it's amazing that 21 years in, you still got professionals who just like, okay, there's LeBron. I'm going to stand and look. So, I mean, I think, we'll see. I think De'Aaron's just a bad matchup for them. He's just, couple that like with AD. Man, when AD decided to pull, take Coach Ham and park him in front of the bus for his post game. I mean, but it was hard to argue
a couple times this year.
Yeah, it was hard to argue what AD said, considering that it seemed like their scheme did not take into account that De'Aaron Fox is left-handed. They're just like, okay, he's going to his left again. What do we do? Or the fact that, you had a lineup that gave you like a 17-point lead and you don't use that lineup again the entire half. But outside of that, things, they're doing all right. They got the win over Minnesota. AD had that crazy stat game, which he should have had, considering they didn't have Rudy or Cat. But, we'll see, because I figured the Kings would lose to one of the Texas teams last week. They ended up losing to one of the Texas teams. I mean, and I think I would favor the Bucks coming up, just because the Bucks then took their L's and against the Lakers and the Warriors. I don't see them going 1-3 in California. But who knows? I mean, this thing is so weird. I mean, the Kings might win by 25. And
will the Bucks go 1-3 in California, or will the Kings lose their 16th straight to the Bucks?
Oh man,
you put it like, that's a
right. At some point, you have to beat the Bucks, don't you? Like,
you would think at some point you would get lucky. Well, they had their chance to get lucky in Milwaukee.
Okay, well,
so maybe they, maybe that was their chance. They got to wait till next, they got to wait till next season. Because how Dame, even with Portland, Dame always cooked against the Kings.
Yeah, he does. He does. The interesting thing about you saying they were going to lose one against the Texas teams, usually that's reserved for like when you have to go on the Texas two-step, like when you're on the road. No, they have both of them at home. You're like, oh, you're going to lose to one of the Texas teams.
Yeah, I'm like, it's like they tried to let San Antonio have it. They tried.
They did.
And that's why when the comment I read from Malik was like, he didn't like that they were being booed. I'm like, no, you should have been getting booed. Like, yeah, I know you don't like it, but you deserved every boo for that. Why are you losing to that team especially without Wemby? Like, why are you losing like that? What's going on?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't.
They got the W. There was no boos on Sunday, by the way.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
I didn't think so. It was a very boo-worthy game. But I didn't.
The Rockets aren't nearly as bad as the Spurs, so it's like, okay, we're losing, but we're not losing to the Spurs. It's like at least
the lead also didn't hit 20. I think that's the other part that's really rubbing. Oh, did it get that high?
It definitely got to 17. It might have got to 19.
I can't figure this team out.
Their highest lead was 13.
13.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the Kings Rockets.
Yeah, I think
the
they were
Rockets
down
led by 17. The Kings led by 13.
That's what I'm saying. The Rockets.
The Rockets' biggest
deficit
lead.
got this-
No, I'm saying the Kings didn't
Oh,
lead
okay,
by
I got you,
20
I got
and
you.
lose the lead.
I thought you said they were start booing.
It's
No.
gotten to the point where we're taking the wins. Like, well, at least they didn't blow a 20-point
No,
lead.
no, that's it. Like, I think that's what factors into the booze. You go to the Chicago.
It
They
was
were
only
up
a 13-point
22.
lead at home. It was only 13 at home to a sub 500 team. We'll take that over a 20. Yeah, can't figure that team out.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we will.
Can't figure that team out.
Can't.
No,
We
man.
really can't.
It's
We
tough.
were talking earlier. Your partner over at the Athletic, who shall not be named on this show, we refer to him as the higher power. He wrote about how the Kings of Kings, Lakers, Pelicans, that whole group right there, the Kings have the best win percentage against the top teams in the Western Conference. For example, the Kings have a win percentage of .615 against Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, and the Clippers. The Lakers have a win percentage of .538, and you go down here to the Warriors, they have a win percentage against those same teams of .142. And yeah, they're 2-12 with the game against Minnesota still to play. And we couldn't figure out what exactly that means about Sacramento.
What's their win percentage against? I don't know. Like
The Kings win percentage against those teams is .615.
but I mean, it just says they probably have a weird percentage against bad teams.
And that's
For a long but the funny thing about that though, for a long time, wasn't it like 15-5? What did we read? It was like it might be like 15 or 16, 17 and 8 right now.
Yeah, so Will had the stat, and I mean, obviously Houston is below 500. Chicago was below 500 when they played. So you're probably tacking a couple more losses onto that. So you got the win against the Spurs. I don't remember when that stat first popped up. That would be my guess. Is it somewhere around 17-7, 16-7 against below 500 teams this year?
Which I think at the time he said was like, did he say it was like 5th in the league?
It was one of
like
the
that?
better records. Yeah, it was one of the
This
better
whole
records.
season, throw the season out. Get rid of this season. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I can't call it.
Yeah, this season is a mess.
Get this season out of here.
And everyone's
even mathing.
And everyone is regularly just ignoring the best team in basketball.
Well,
no one talks about the Boston Celtics.
There's nothing to talk about with them though.
Because everyone expects them to get to the postseason and just like miss 35 threes in a key game.
Nope, that's it.
Like, okay, here we go again. And then Kendrick Perkins to go on TV and call Joe Mazzulla names.
No, well, he doesn't need to do that.
Shouldn't do
Well,
that.
he does. That's what he does. I mean, hey.
Will Z right on time as of now, 16-7 against teams below 500. I guess maybe you'd want that more at like 20 and
well, where it was just fine.
Yeah.
The 5 losses was just fine.
Exactly.
It could have
18-5 would be
could have
great.
stayed
Yeah,
there.
that's not terrible. You think about it, because below 500 could just be a game under 500. Doesn't mean you lost to like every,
But you did. That's the killer.
Well,
you did
But
lose.
that's the thing. It's like you could say, well, 16-7 isn't terrible, but then you look at the 7, you're like Portland.
Like
but wait, there's 7. 3 of them are against the Rockets.
Oh, now the Rockets are a 30-win team now.
3, yeah, right.
So it's, but like Jason said, it's not the Wizards, the Lizards.
It's the right. So 3 of those are against Houston, and when I think we did this last time, that means Portland, Charlotte, Detroit. Those are 3 of the other 4.
Yeah,
and Chicago's the other one.
Jeez.
They've lost to 4 teams below 500 in Houston 3 damn times. Ridiculous, man.
So what actually happens though?
Yeah.
What actually happens though is, aside from what Blam Dramick had to say, and he's right, the numbers are the numbers. I think somebody had it earlier. Above 500 teams, I think they're 1 game under. And like the really good teams, at least are probably like 5 or 6 games over in that category.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird matchups this year. Like, for whatever reason, OKC can't beat the Lakers. The Lakers have beaten the Clippers 3 of 4, but then they can't beat the Nuggets.
Okay,
well, the Rockets. Well, there's the Rockets. beat the Nuggets 3 times.
Yeah, and the Kings beat the Nuggets.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Lakers can't beat the Kings.
I can't make sense of any of this.
It's craziness. Like I said, let's start over.
Yeah,
let's start the season over.
I don't want to go through all this.
No, let's not do that.
No, we don't want it to be the same.
Yeah.
Let's just do it differently this time.
Hey, let's just get to the finish. Let's just get to the conclusion of this season, and hopefully the Kings are top 6.
Can I ask our guy a NBA question real quick? Just a general NBA question.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Well, we're talking Kings right now. We'll probably come back to the Kings too. But Jason, what's your thoughts on Luka? I'm like I said earlier, I'm a little rough on Luka on this show. I think he's an unbelievable talent. Unbelievable talent, one of the most talented players we'll ever see in this league. But I don't think he's a winning basketball player. I don't think his style of play and his commitment to being a leader or a winner is there. I don't think the things he'd have to do for that Dallas Mavericks team to be a winning team, which is probably dominate the ball a little less, play a little bit more defense, I don't think he'll ever be willing to do. What do you think about Luka, though?
I like Luka a lot as a player. I think because of his style of play, it's like having a Harden type player. You've got to have very specific guys around. If that's going to be your guy, very specific type guys who are ready to catch and shoot. And I think someone told me the problem with that is that those guys who are your catch and shoot guys feel so much pressure because when they miss, that guy is glaring at them like it takes a special mindset, which is why I think a guy like when he was cooking, Brunson worked because Brunson's a confident player. I think Kyrie's a confident player who can work with him. I just think it's really about your roster construction because if Luka's your primary ball handler, he really can't guard point guards. He really can't guard 2 guards. And if you remember what Mike D'Antoni did a lot of times, James Harden was guarding power forwards. He had figured out how to hide him and he is kind of a big guy, so let's put him over here somewhere. I just really think it matters about what type of team you put around him. I think you can win with Luka, but I just think it's a matter of who you put with him. And I think you've got to put strong personalities with him, guys who aren't going to back down. I have a firm belief that the best players like players who challenge them. And you got to have guys like that around a guy like Luka. So if Luka does show up out of shape.
Maybe Luka doesn't like that, though.
Well, that means he doesn't want to win if he doesn't like that.
Well, didn't Rick Carlisle try to challenge him? We saw what happened to him.
Yeah. Rick Carlisle resigned, I think.
Well,
then he was like, I don't want to do this anymore with this dude.
I try to coach this dude.
I hear you. Yeah.
And
that's why Jason Kidd is just a fan, just like the rest of us.
And
that's why he took that position.
If it stays that way, they can enjoy their bottom, 4, 5, 6 spots in the West and enjoy their, outside of that one run, their 1 or 2 rounds in the playoffs. I think if that's the way it's going to be. I think if you're a great player has to want to be challenged. All the great players, whether it be a coach or a team, the greats are always challenged by someone. I don't think Michael Malone's easy on Joker. I don't, so I think you have to, and I think at the end of the day, the great players respect that. And if you have a player who's your best player who can't respect that, you're just going to be a team that maybe gets regular season wins, but then when it comes crunch time in the postseason, when it's time for your teammates to kind of sacrifice for each other, they're not going to do that for you because they're going to be like, you've been selfish all year, so why do I care about you now? Luka
seems like the type that would be insulted by being challenged. Matter of fact, what would he sound like?
Oh, don't do that.
Well, if Jason Kidd tried to say, hey, I need you to play more defense, Luka. Come on, man.
I will not play defense, for I am Luka. I do not soil myself on the defensive end of this game.
That's one of the best ones we have on the show.
That's not I do all these impressions. That's not even an impression. It's just what I think Luka should sound like.
The one time I got to interview Luka, he was cool. I thought he
seems like a great guy.
he had
I
the
mean-
line where he said, "I thought I was going to be a king, but I guess they needed more power forwards."
Well, to be fair, they didn't have one. But Luka does seem like a cool dude, though. I do want to say I've never like heard an interview.
But that's
or
not
saw
what
him.
we're talking about.
Right,
We're not
right.
talking about whether Luka's a
Right.
nice dude or not. We're talking about, I think Jason's point is fair. Does he want to be challenged?
I don't think he does.
Because if he doesn't, like Jason's, like you're 100% right. This is a fourth or fifth or 16th. This is just a regular out in the playoffs where in 3 or 4 years, man, is Luka ever going to win a title? Is he ever going to win this? Is he ever going to accomplish that? And I was thinking as Jay was laying that out, like, Mike had Phil, LeBron, I feel like has had Ty Lue and Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley. I don't know if he's had a teammate who's truly challenged him. Kobe had Shaq and Phil. I mean, and this is what we're talking about, generational players, right? That's what we're talking about with Luka Doncic. Jason Kidd ain't that.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, Rick Carlisle couldn't be. It seems like they're going to need a specific person, be it a player or a coach, to perhaps pull some drive out of Luka that doesn't feel like it's there right now.
I think what concerned me, especially early as it got to the start of his career, was every year the talk was, he needs some time to get in shape. It's like, he's 20. What do you mean? He's 21. That shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have to play. He should come ready to go. And that type of thing sets a tone for the rest of your team.
Mm-hmm.
If the best player can't have to come in shape, how are you going to yell at me about being in shape?
Right.
Now, I don't know where that was this past season, but that's always been a thing where they're like, well, he likes to enjoy his off season.
Well, and that goes back to, I know you worry about Michael Finley talking about Grant Williams getting cooked by Luka in practice, and that's the story, right? But the thing that jumped out to me was Grant Williams, as much as nobody seems to like him, and I can understand why, Grant Williams did that because he felt like Luka didn't come to play in practice. Like he was just loafing around. So he was like, I'm going to talk crazy to you. Then Luka woke up and busted him up on a 26-6 run. But what stood out to me was some random like Grant Williams, like, bro, you're not here working today.
Someone from a different culture gets dropped there and goes, okay, this is what he does. And then they, like I said, I hope they did not really trade him because he started wearing Tatums. He's like, I can't follow this Luka guy. Give me some Tatums. You're out of here.
Well, look, and the problem is Michael Finley thinks that's the story, that Luka did that to Grant Williams. No, the story is, like you said, somebody from somewhere else where they do things differently came in and said, this guy not working hard enough. And the people in charge are like, no, look how great he is because he busted Grant Williams. No, it's just, that's what stood out to that story to me, is the fact that somebody was like, yo, you're not even working hard right now.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, with all due respect, I'm not impressed that Luka did it to Grant Williams. I mean, what are we talking here? I mean, come on. That's Grant Williams. That's not Scottie Pippen. That's Grant Williams.
What if Kyrie had told him, like, bro, you're lazy?
I feel like he respects Kyrie. I think it would
have been different.
I think so.
Yeah. Sometimes who challenges you matters too.
Yeah.
Can't be. Yeah, it's like still Grant Williams. I mean, people are. Yeah, it's still Grant Williams.
Tatum's are Nikes, right?
Jordan.
Yeah, they're both Jordan brand shoes. Same family. I mean, yeah.
I'm just thinking about Nico. Nico was with Nike for a really long time. If he starts rocking like Steph Curry Under Armours, I can see Nico going, yeah, get out of here.
Nico, the GM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harrison, right? Nico Harrison, I think is his name.
So, yeah. That'd be cool. Like Luka, I don't like his shoes, Mark. Well, Cuba's not. They're like owned by a casino owner now, right?
Dallas? I don't even. That's funny. I have no clue who Dallas's new owner is. It's the Vegas crew, the family. That's what. Yeah. Mark Cuban just kind of like sneaky sold like part of his team this year. Like that's like the least crazy thing that happened this year.
It's been a long season.
It really,
Like,
dude,
oh, yeah,
it
by the way,
really
yeah.
has.
This has been a very weird season. I mean, Rudy Gobert's like, I'm going to get fined, but yeah, the refs make calls based on gambling.
He was right. He got fined.
They hit him with a fine, boy.
He was right. He got fined.
100K.
They ain't playing with that.
I'm sure he'll miss that though. I'm sure he's going to just be devastated. What does he make this year? Like 30 million?
I wonder, do they take it all out do they take the 100,000 all out at once?
I believe so. I mean, in his case, they could probably.
Yeah, it'd be one check you just don't get, or you only get 20,000. You only get 20,000 on that 15 days.
Or in his case, yeah. I'm like, and I thought that would get kind of like, more like, wow, he said what? But it was like, okay, yeah.
No one even cares anymore.
We're like, the officiating's terrible. Okay, next.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like no one cares about.
It's like, okay, yeah. And I also think because it was Rudy Gobert who said it.
Well, yeah, no one listens to Rudy. Yeah, no one listens.
Like, oh, it's Rudy. Of course, you're complaining. Like, if that had been Steph, oh man, that would like the first thing on every news. Yeah, but they're like, it's just Rudy.
In that same game, Rudy Gobert airballed a dunk.
See, Rudy makes a point about the officiating, and all you remember is him airballing a dunk.
True story.
Can we just acknowledge the degree of difficulty in airballing a dunk?
This is true. This is not a worthy airball.
That's truly classic.
You guys see that?
No, I'm watching it right now. Oh my God, he did. Well, okay. Oh my God, and they got a shot clock violation off it too. So
see, this is just wrong because now it's becoming let's roast Rudy Gobert session.
He really did airball a dunk attempt.
And I was not trying to. Wow, he really did. Wow, this is amazing.
I don't know if I've seen that before.
I don't know. It's like he went up and the ball just kind of. Oh man, I don't know.
I'm sorry, Rudy. I wasn't on here to make fun of you. My man Tony Jones is gonna be like, man, y'all better stop hating on Rudy. But I'm just like, man, that is amazing. This is like amazing stuff here.
Yeah. Before we let you go, we talked last week. Russell Wilson's not going to the Las Vegas Raiders. He's headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But you landed Gardner Minshew. Thoughts?
I guess. I mean, Gardner Minshew is a guy who's going to get in and win you some games. So my question is, are you bringing him in to be the full-time starter? Are you going to draft someone? I assume because you signed him, you're going to try to draft someone. But it's. I mean, you weren't going to go give Kirk Cousins a gang of money, and I don't know exactly what it would take to get Justin Fields out of Chicago at this point. So I have no problem. I know you can't go into the season with Aiden O'Connell as your starter.
Yeah.
So I think I still think they can make another move at quarterback. I just think it'll come down to which if you can get Justin Fields and get that later version of the offense with Getsy again. Because beginning of the year it was terrible. I was like, what is this? Why do they have Justin Fields in the pocket like he's Peyton Manning? Like let him move. But I have no problem with Gardner Minshew. I mean, a 2-year deal. Like I said, you look at what well, I guess you would say Cousins was the best guy on the available, but 36 coming off an Achilles and getting that much money. But shout out to Kirk Cousins maximizing that that Michigan State education to keep getting paid.
Man, what a bag getter he is.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him, but yeah. I'll roll with it. I'm more excited about the Christian Wilkins signing.
Yeah,
that was the guy when I said when he didn't get franchised. I said that's the guy I want in Vegas. That's the guy right there. They haven't had a problematic type D tackle since Richard Seymour. So it's been a while. I mean, it was crazy is they could have just drafted Christian Wilkins the year they drafted Cleveland Farrell.
Cleveland Farrell is going to
Washington.
Yeah, that's right. He played. I mean, I don't know if he was number 4 worthy, but he played well for the 49ers. I thought he kind of like rejuvenated his career, and he parlayed that into going to Washington now.
Well, the Raiders, he ended up being a special teams player. And you don't draft a guy 4th overall to have him running down on punts and whatnot. you just don't. So I mean, let's not relive John Gruden, the GM.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's not relive John Gruden to anything. Let's just
let's just let John Gruden do what John Gruden does now, whatever that may be.
Whatever it may be, go do it without us around.
Banana wide tail type 2, 3. I don't know what he said. But
it's fine. Jay, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always.
All right, anytime.
Take care,
my man. Jason Jones, right there of The Athletic. We can say the Jason Jones' name at The Athletic.
Yeah, for sure.
We can say that for sure.
The professor,
indeed. Cal's finest. 2 huge games for Sacramento tonight.
Ooh, boy, I tell you.
Sac State coming up at 5:30.
I hope they both.
Kings at the Golden One Center tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks at 7.
Whew. I don't know what
you don't
to
feel
think
good about this game at all.
I don't, just because
felt them vibes early.
Yeah, just because everybody they'll play good against. I don't want to rely on that. I don't know what, but I also don't feel good because I really don't know what Kings team you're getting. I don't know.
The Bucks put up 124 against the Clippers, 122 in a loss against the Lakers. Just were routed by the Warriors.
They got destroyed.
Yeah, they're back up more around that 120 average where they've been to most of the season, and they kind of fell off from when Doc took over. I don't know. You talk about I don't know what Kings teams we're going to see. I'm curious to see what version of the Bucks we see. Obviously, the Bucks are a really good basketball team. By the way, very quietly back in second in the Eastern Conference.
There is a lot of pressure on the Kings in this week to not let this. Like I really do believe whatever happens at the end of the season. I think we'll look back on this week as one of the pivotal moments, one way or another, whether they got themselves together and they were able to win now at this point 3 of the 4 games this week, or if they didn't take care of business, they ended up losing 3 of the games or 2 of the games or something like that. I think at the end of the year, at least I know I will, I'm going to look back at this week and it's going to tell me a lot about where that end result ended up. This is a huge week, and we can go ahead and throw Memphis on Monday in there as well. This homestand is everything for this Kings team, and I wonder if they're feeling the pressure. I wonder if they feel the same way. They see the same thing in front of them, and if they're feeling the pressure, if they're up to going up against the pressure.
Could it slip away this week?
Yeah, if they don't. Yes. This week is major, both ways. It is a major week.
Man,
a lot of pressure on these guys.
I thought tomorrow's game would have far less pressure because they got the tiebreaker, and I think the Houston game changed it a little bit. And now it's like, all right, the tiebreaker is like, cool, it's good to have, but you've got to win, and that's the thing. The Kings have been winning games, not at the clip we'd hope, but if they're a 500 basketball team, they're going to win half of their remaining games.
Yeah.
Or let me rephrase that so I don't upset you again. If they're going to continue to play like a 500 basketball team like they have since January, then if that's what they're going to do, they're going to win games the rest of the year. It's just, what's that going to get you? And it feels like that's going to get you 7 or 8. I mean, 9 certainly is going to come into play if these next couple of games go wrong. But these other teams, they've got games to play too. They've been just as inconsistent as Sacramento. So there's a lot ahead. We're going to go over to 102.5. We're going to watch a couple of Sacramento basketball games.
Yeah, man.
We're going to hit the air horns for Dr. Flo, who's not only in the top 2 of the race for mayor of Sacramento, but she's number 1 right now.
Wow.
By over 2,000 votes. It doesn't look like she's going to get to 50%. It doesn't look like anyone's going to get to 50%. So, though there's still a lot of votes to be counted. So, shout out Dr. Flo. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Kings, light the beam. Stingers up.
All right.
It's a hell of a story. Her pulling this off.
Yeah. There's
It's a hell of a story.
There's a lot of votes to be counted. It looks like only 26% is in. If I got that right, 26%. That's what I'm guessing. 26%. But we got a little more to go. She could get to 50%. Man, if she got to 50%, that would be wild. I doubt it. Like, just given the way this is breaking out, I doubt it. But that would be incredible. And when are we going to find out? This is the longest vote counting.
Well, I mean, I know everybody's a volunteer, but I'm not sure what we've been doing the last.
I thought it was bad
week and a
4
half.
years ago, but Jesus Christ.
And it's not necessarily like you're counting everyone by hand. There's got to be a machine here.
With all due respect, it's been a week. Y'all hosts counted 71,000 ballots.
They said we got jobs.
Y'all need help? Get some people out here. Man.
Shout out to Carlos Boozer, who's on the set of the ACC tournament.
Okay. How's he look?
Looks great.
Yeah?
Yeah, it looks great.
Painted?
No, it looks natural. I mean, that was the
Okay.
crazy thing about the painted situation. Seemed like he naturally has a lot of facial hair, and he didn't have hair up top, so that's where the painted thing came in.
Well, he had the dark beard a few times too.
Yeah, he's got that. He's got that. But the paint.
Yeah, Booz's
came from
beard
the-
should be lightening it up at this point. How old's Booz?
Well, yeah, it should be, but
No, well, maybe not.
but
42.
much
Eh,
like
it's
me, like,
okay.
look, I see a little gray right there. I might have to get a little just for men. I have to get a little just for men. We're going jet black, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I think the grays look good. Like Jason Jones's beard always looks good.
Once again, if mine
Silver and
come
black in there.
in an organized fashion, sure, maybe. But if they're just sporadic, nah, I don't think I want that. I'm gonna be like Bron. Bron literally will forget a haircut for like 2 or 3 days. You see all the grays, and then ABC Saturday night, just jet black, perfect. Don't care about nothing.
All right. We gotta go, guys. Yeah, I love the salt and pepper look. I love it. I wish I could grow it, but I fucking can't. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate you guys as always.